What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, November 6th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join us at 8:40 to give you his picks for the upcoming football weekend. We'll talk a little Texas football. Is there a big concern that isn't being discussed enough by Longhorn Nation? We got some NBA to get into. All three Texas teams in action last night. Pretty funny moment from the world of hockey. We'll talk some NFL. We'll see if the Buck has a gold star lock for the people tonight. And a Throwback Thursday video. Oh, yeah, it's been a while, but it's back later in the show.
Wow.
We are locked. We are loaded. I think you're going to like this one today, too, my man. It's a Buck Off Thursday edition. We'll take your Buck Ons and Buck Offs as well. How are you today, my friend?
I am doing well, man. It's a beautiful morning. You know, the clouds haven't set in yet. It's going to be sunny again today. It'll be nice. Again, well, it'd be more than nice tomorrow, my God, with a high of almost 90 degrees tomorrow. The temperatures will rise. Next week, we'll get a little cold front come in, and we'll get down to that weather that you like, 70s. Yuck. So it's all right. It's good. Little bit of chance of rain, but it's not a high percentage of rain. It's going to be kind of dry. You like it kind of dry, and just 70 is good with you, right? A little sun.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of sun in 70 is good for you.
70 is not good for you?
No, I need 80s, 90s, 100s.
Hundreds.
80, 90, and 100 to fulfill. I'm still growing. I need the sun. I need those rays.
You can get the rays when it's 70 outside.
No, I need at least 80s, 85.
We're not living in
I'm the guy that I don't
Chicago.
play. I'm the guy who, when people, are coming from up north, headed this way, and they play golf, and they look at 62 degrees and go, what a fabulous day. I look at 62 and say, that's a no-play day.
What about 70? You're playing in 70.
Yeah, I'm okay with 70 and long sleeves, long pants.
Oh my God.
Maybe a little something to keep me. Look at me now. I'm in my home with long sleeves on.
Yeah, and it's almost 60 degrees outside, but it's got to be warmer than that in your place, no?
Yeah, remember, we cut everything off. Everything's been off. So we have opened up some sliding glass doors, to the screened in back. Let that air in the morning. Feels good, smells good.
Good point by Patrick here. You're from up north, dude. You can't handle 70. What's going on with you?
I'm not from up north in over 30 years. I go visit north. Don't tell me I'm from up north. I love when people say, yeah, you've been here 30 years. I'm not north anymore. You know what I mean? I'm north of the border, north of the border, maybe, but I'm not. I don't dig that temperature. I don't dig that rain or that cold. Now that guy right there, Chris B, he knows what it's like to be cold because it's getting cold where he is now.
Oh yeah, up there in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh,
it's definitely
wet.
Colder there than it is now. But yeah, it's wet and it's dark up there
And
this
it's
time
cold,
of year.
wet, and damp and cold.
Not for you.
Only thing good there is my mother-in-law, my wife's family, and salmon. That's it. And CB.
Is your wife listening this morning? Is that why you're being nice to her in-laws?
No. My wife is doing what she does this time. She's working out. She gets her workout in every day. I look at the workout room and go by and change some filters or pick up some trash or something. I love it. I got one of those big 5-gallon water deals in my workout room, BK, with the little machine that keeps it cold.
Yeah.
I've had the same 5-gallon thing of water in there for 5 years. And I called him the other day. I said, do you think I should change that? He said, yeah, I recommend about every year and a half, if you haven't used it all, to change the water. I'm like, it's just water, right? What can get in there?
Why don't y'all use that?
I bring bottled water in. I'm just weird about water. And it is bottled water, but I don't take those little cups and drink it there. I bring my own water in there.
I like those.
But no, I went by it the other day. I saw the bench press and stuff with just the bar. It looked really good. It looked like I could do it, but I decided not to.
Oh, I thought you were trying to be the big man. Big man's got to lift some
Hey,
weight.
big man was weighing in yesterday at 157.
I like that you're
Yeah,
proud of that because I like that you're proud of yourself.
yeah.
But you've been hovering between 154 and 157 for like 2 years now.
I can't eat 3 meals. I'm sorry, I can't do the 3 meal a day deal.
You can't get the big man title until you get to 160. Once you get to 160, I'll give it to you. And I think I'm being nice with that. But you gotta get a little bigger to be the big man, no?
I got to find out what Pab is eating.
You gotta find out what Pavia's eating. Oh, I'm sure if you took up Diego Pavia's diet, you'd be able to get to 160 in a couple of weeks.
Straight up pizza, straight up
Yeah,
Tony C's every day.
pizza and beer for that dude.
Yeah, pizza, beer, pretzels.
All those
Yeah,
things. You'll be set. No problem at all.
yeah, but when you get old, you just don't. I don't want to turn into a chubette. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be the skinny guy with a little belly.
Yeah.
I want
I'm
to
not
just be the
saying
big man. Yeah.
I'm not saying 260. I'm saying 160. There ain't no chubetness about 160. That's
Oh,
still
dude, it's about to be a haul when November hits. I mean, when Thanksgiving hits, when the ice cream at Thanksgiving, that's just the start of ice cream, by the way. I
that's
never,
what
I
I
never
don't
said
get.
that. I never said that once I hit that I can have it at Thanksgiving that I'm going to stop. It's on back then. I'm on straight through the summer.
Yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong. Well, that'll help. You start eating ice cream every day. That will
No,
definitely get you
I'm
over
going to be
160.
careful. I'm going to make sure in my freezer I have some ice cream sandwiches. I
Oh,
used to have those. I'm going to do those again
those are so good.
and pop maybe 3 of those a day. How
Just
about that?
the wrapper like sticks to the chocolate a
Oh,
little bit.
yeah. I don't give a
Oh,
shit. I eat the paper and everything if I have to.
and it like chocolate starts to melt and stick to your hands, and then you get to lick your fingers at the end. Oh man.
Every morning, Joyce, she's now in these little cupcakes. She makes those little things with the bananas, now nuts in them and stuff.
Yeah.
I put one in there that had the paper on it to warm up, took it out of the oven and bit right in it with the paper. I forgot to take the paper off, the wrapper off the bottom. I ate the paper and all. I didn't even care. I tell you, I need it. You need some paper. You need some of that material in you to get to be the big man. I will get there. I'm going to get there. Just think, Thanksgiving is going to be a feast, and I'm generally pretty good. I'm probably maybe a 1.5 plate guy at Thanksgiving because I load up the original plate. I'm going to go big. I'm going to go at least half gallon of ice cream and let people see it and not share it either. I'm like, see that ice cream? That's not for you. Grandson, hey, that's not for you either.
You can't handle that. There's no way you can go 1.5 plates at the Thanksgiving dinner and then also add a half gallon of ice cream.
Oh yeah. That's on. That's going to be. I'm going to be busy that day for sure. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much. We do appreciate the great job that you do for us. We appreciate your families sharing you with all of us. And to all of you, please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Buck on to everybody tuned in this morning. Appreciate the early love.
Yeah, special prayer to our friend Eric Rains, who lost his wife yesterday, Terry, who succumbed after 5 years of battling cancer, battling very hard to survive, to be there for her 2 boys and her husband. And after 5 years, she died yesterday. I think yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
Passed away. Yeah.
Shout out to the Rains family. Our thoughts and prayers are with y'all. Terry was awesome. Eric's been a good friend of ours for a number of years now. One of our former co-workers at the Horn. And thinking of him and his family today.
Absolutely. Those 2 boys not having their mama around. Eric will do a great job. Believe me.
Yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Well said. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, Buck. I want to pose a Texas football question to you today to start the show, and we'll get into a number of sports topics throughout the morning. How concerned are you with the Longhorns secondary right now? Give you a couple of numbers here before you answer. This past Saturday against Vanderbilt, Texas gave up 365 yards passing to the round-shouldered guy, Diego Pavia.
Yes.
Going into that game, Pavia's previous high watermark for passing yards against an SEC opponent, 198. he was averaging a $1.66 per game in SEC play. He more than doubled that against the Longhorns. 2 weeks ago in Starkville, Texas gave up 381 passing yards to Blake Shapen. Also 4 touchdowns, both of those season highs for him. His average in Mississippi State's other 4 SEC games, 220. So he was 161 yards above his league average against the Longhorns. So back-to-back weeks where the Texas pass defense hasn't really been there. And I know Michael Taft hasn't played, but, the Florida game wasn't very good either. Where are you at with this Texas secondary right now, Buck?
A little worried, but not. I should be more worried because the Georgia guys can actually catch the football now. Last year they couldn't catch a coal. They were just dropping balls all over the place. Made Carson Beck say, "I'm out of here. These dudes can't catch. They don't have anybody to catch." But they catch the ball pretty well, and they've got some speed, and they got guys that can get through your coverage. I'm just worried about the health more so than them, getting blasted by. What I don't like is I don't like catch and run. You know what I'm saying? When guys catch the ball and guys don't surround them, okay, have an 8-yard catch and get them down at 9 or 10. Those guys are catching the ball and zipping up the field. That's what worries me more than anything. The guys are out of position when a guy catches the football.
Yeah.
I mean, they're paying a lot of attention to getting to the passer, and they're doing a pretty good job of rushing the passer. As we noted that they're the best, sack group in the nation now. But they're leaving those guys alone and not getting back quick enough after they rush and don't get to the quarterback. I need some guys coming and hitting guys from behind. And we're not seeing a lot of that. We're seeing one-on-one with guys who are having to make tackles, and they're getting juked out of their mind. And I just worry about that with the gunner. He's playing pretty good this year, and he's running pretty well. If he gets into your secondary, is he going to make those guys miss? Last year, the guys who were there, they're in the NFL, those guys could tackle. They wrapped you up. You may have caught the ball, but you were going down to the ground. I worry a little bit about that part, but I don't worry about as much getting behind them as you may think. I think if they're healthy, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah.
They got to get there. And 2 weeks that's a lot of good things that they can do.
Yeah, that's the big key right there is getting everybody healthy. I mean,
Yeah.
I know how good Michael Taft is. I think we all do. We've seen it for years, but I'm a little annoyed that just Michael Taft getting hurt does enough to the secondary to where Blake Shapen looks like a Heisman winner against us.
Yeah, but who is the other guys? Who are those other guys? I see like every other series, another guy comes in and plays corner or safety. I don't know who the stabilizer couple guys are back there. I think they're just okay guys right now. They're playing like they're okay. And if they're banged up, that scares you even more. Guys that don't have a lot of, they have some experience. They've been in games, but they don't have a lot of experience. And they're hurt. That scares you too.
Right. Yeah. And look, obviously against Vanderbilt, Jelani McDonald left early with a concussion. So you were down your top 2 safeties, and those guys have eaten a ton of snaps for your defense all season long. So
yeah, the baseball dude he was supposed to be this outstanding. Is he a baseball guy? Is he a football guy? Or has he just not had enough reps at football?
Yeah, I think he's both, but I remember he was dealing with that hamstring injury for a lot of fall camp and obviously wasn't there for the spring because he was playing baseball. So I just think he was a bit behind the 8 ball. I think his future is very bright, and we did get to see him play 8 or 9 snaps this past weekend, which is good that he's getting some actual game reps. But
yeah, it's almost like that guy was all everything. That guy got out on the field as a baseball player immediately. I was expecting he was this super athlete that was going to come in, and you couldn't keep him off the football field. He was going to get on the field somehow. And like you said, when you get that injury that he started out with that is a carryover from baseball, you just never got enough reps doing that. But I didn't know if he was the natural that he could just walk out there and do it, and obviously he's not.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that or if it's like Texas's safety room should be one of the deepest rooms on the team.
Right.
You've got a 5th-year guy in Taft who's an All-American. You've got Jelani McDonald who's in year 4. You've got Derek Williams Jr. who's in year 3, and you've got Xavier Filsaime in year 2. Like, you only have 2 safeties on the field. Those 4 guys are all super highly touted recruits, and some of them.
Yeah, I see a lot of Filsaime. I saw a lot of him last week.
Yeah, he played a ton because, no Michael Taft. And again, no Jelani McDonald. So you saw a lot of Phil Sami and you saw a lot of Derek Williams Jr., but you saw a lot of them because they were not in the right spot and they were getting destroyed. Like the safety play against Vanderbilt was awful. If you didn't think you needed Michael Taft back, go watch the last few minutes of that game against Vanderbilt. And I know the refs, we've talked about them a lot. None of that stuff should have happened. It's a little annoying we even have to have this conversation because we wouldn't be criticizing the Texas secondary if the refs just did their job. But refs didn't do their job. Sometimes they don't. It doesn't mean you can let wide receivers and tight ends get behind you when you're in a prevent defense. Safeties.
Yeah, their prevent defense, it's not like that just showed up as being bad. When they had good guys, that thing didn't look so great. I don't know, they get a lead and they just kind of they quit being aggressive. They just have, they just rely on their outside rushers just to do it. They don't bring a lot of blitzes then. They just said, our guys will get there. Maybe they just got to continue to be aggressive straight on through games. Screw that dropping guys back in coverage. Let's go get the quarterback. Let's make him have to make a decision. If he flushes out of the pocket, so be it. We need to run him down. I just don't see enough guys being – they don't show up in the picture like they used to, Yeah. And guys don't rally. It's not like they're rallying. And guys aren't making individual tackles like they used to either. That has a lot to do with guys being banged up too. A guy one-on-one against you and you've got a bad wheel or something and they shake you up. But these guys from Georgia can catch the ball this year.
Oh, my God. I mean, Gunnar Stockton's having a great year. Georgia's got some weapons on the outside. I mean, Arkansas, I know they're a bad team, but their offense puts up a lot of points. And Texas A&M, top 3 team right now. They've had a lot of success.
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know how they're going to cover those dudes from Texas A&M. I mean, whether you blitz or not, those guys are 2 NFL dudes back there, that are running. And that one guy is unbelievable.
Oh, my God. Yeah. I mean, Craver and Concepcion are having
– and if you can't tackle, and you got to be able to tackle the punt returner / wide receiver, that guy can go.
Right. Yeah, he can. They got Terry Bussey, too. I mean, there's a ton of talent on that A&M team. There's a ton of talent on this Georgia team that you'll see next Saturday, and you've got to be buttoned up there. And I mentioned it. I know no Michael Taft, and you had a bunch of guys banged up against Vanderbilt, but, go back to the Florida game. Michael Taft was in there. DJ Lagway threw for 298 yards against Texas. He also completed 75% of his passes. Both of those are season highs. So 3 out of the 5 games you've played in conference play, you have allowed the opposing quarterback to have his best passing output of the year in the SEC. And by the way, Cutter Boley, Kentucky's quarterback,
right?
He had his second most yards in an SEC game against Texas, and he completed 80% of his passes against Texas, which that's the most this season. So in 4 of the 5 games that you've played, every game outside of Oklahoma, where you made John Interceptier, as you like to call him, look horrible, you have allowed the other team's quarterback to have his best or second best game of the season. That is not – there's too much talent. There's too much experience. There's too much depth in this secondary for that to be the case.
And Dwayne Aquina is supposed to even add it to what they have.
Right. That's the thing. Some of it's scheme, some of it's coaching. And I don't know with Dwayne Aquina. Look, I'm not saying, oh, my God, 9 games in, you got to get rid of him. But I'm also saying that, hey, man, what you did in the Mac Brown era 20 years ago doesn't have any bearing on what's happening in 2025.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. I just think maybe I'm going to chalk it up to guys just being banged up and not getting at full go. As I said, this team was good at tackling. I don't know about this secondary right now, and it doesn't help that you're not healthy. And Michael Taft not being there, and it's just strange, but it's not strange to me when there's a lead, your team has a lead, and then they start going back in these zones, and guys are catching the ball and catching it at 5 and running for 25. That's not good. Every time they throw the ball, it's a first down. Whether it's a 5-yard catch or a bomb over the top, it's like a first down. We go again. You got to do something about that. And they've done a lot with the pressure. I mean, there's plenty of pressure.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Gunnar Stockton him. That dude will run with the ball.
Sure. Well, I mean, Diego Pavia, you're going to play some dual threat quarterbacks in this conference. I'm less concerned with that. I mean, Texas has a top 5 rush defense in the country right now. And, that includes quarterback runs. Now, some of that does get aided by all of the sacks the Longhorns have.
Sure.
leading the nation with 34 sacks right now. But yeah, I mean,
I still prefer them to bring the heat than
yeah, me too.
than the,
Oh,
than
we
the,
said
than
it
the tough
last week. It's like, you there?
I'm here.
There you go. Froze for a second. We said it last week. It's like I wanted Diego Pavia to have to beat Texas with his arm.
Sure.
And that almost beat Texas. I almost made me look like an idiot because Texas's secondary was so bad. And like that's a problem right there. Like you're making Diego Pavia and Blake Shapeman look like two of the best quarterbacks in the country with their arm. And I just like that's not good enough. And Gunnar
You got to
Stockton's
deal with
better
the
than those
Aggies
guys.
quarterback who's getting better by the week.
Right. Well, Gunnar Stockton has a better arm than the two quarterbacks you've seen the last 2 weeks. So,
Yes.
look, my hope is, yeah, everybody's going to be healthy. You'll get Michael Taft back, presumably. You'll get Jelani McDonald back, presumably. Manny Muhammad, all of these other guys will get some time to just rest up and heal up and be ready to go. But, again, it's football. Like, it's great that you're going to have all your starters to start the game. What happens if you lose a guy early in that game? Does your whole secondary fall apart? It feels like that's what it's been this year. If one key guy can't go, then the whole secondary is a problem. So, I mean, right now, Buck.
And we've seen them all, by the way. We've seen them all now in the secondary. Like I said, there's so many different guys that come marching in there during the course of the last couple of weeks. We've seen them all. I don't know if there's not anybody that we have not seen in that secondary that's supposed to be a good enough player that hasn't been on the field. They've all been on the field.
Yeah, they've all been playing a lot. Right now, Texas ranks 92nd in the country in passing yards per game allowed.
Wow, and it wasn't that bad when they were playing the three scrubs that they played early in the season. They were okay, right?
They were great against Ohio State. Barely gave up anything through the air. They were great against Oklahoma. John Mateer didn't do anything against them. But the other games, and we're talking about 4 out of 5 SEC games that you played, where it's like, why are we giving this much up through the air?
Yeah, they got to be better than that. I'm thinking, BK, it's probably maybe more towards the injuries than anything. I hope that's it. And I hope guys are healthy and ready to go.
That's the saving grace. That's like the one thing that gives me confidence that it's going to be all right in these final 3
It's about
games.
the injuries. It's not about their play.
Yeah, that's it. But right now, Texas 13th in the SEC in passing yards per game allowed, 92nd in the country in that stat. Last year, Texas finished the year 7th in America. That was after the playoff, too. I think going into the playoff, they were 1st or 2nd in passing yards per game allowed. After the playoff, they were still in the top 7. And right now, they are 92nd.
That's not good. You're right. That's not good.
Now, here's I guess, silver lining, maybe something to give you a little bit of hope. If you're a Longhorn fan, we assume most of you are. Remember, 2 years ago, Texas had the 107th ranked pass defense in America, and they made the playoff. Now, they did that in the Big 12, a little bit easier, a lot easier to do that in that conference. But the pass defense was a bigger issue all season, and they still did enough to win their conference and get into it.
They couldn't cover, they couldn't tackle, they didn't even show up on the picture.
Right. And they still made the playoff. So it's not that bad this year as it was 2 years ago. I'm not saying that. But
my God, they wouldn't have had any. They'd have maybe 2 wins if that were the case, or maybe the 3 wins. That's it.
So it's the good news for Texas is they're doing a lot of other things right, especially on defense. Again, top 5 rush defense, top 1 in sacks.
Keep pressing the quarterback. Keep going.
Yeah, that can mitigate some of the problems in the back end. But for this defense to truly be elite, you've got to be better on the back end than they've played.
They just don't. To me, they just don't play whatever that is they're trying to play at the end of games very well. They give up too much. They always think the teams are going to take so long to get down there and score a touchdown to catch up to you. When you're up, 2 touchdowns or 17 points, it's like, no, they won't be able to catch us. There's not enough time. As the guys make catches, like I said, they make catches for 5, but they go 25.
I don't disagree with you, but it's not just that. Like Mississippi State put up 38 points in 3 quarters against this defense. It's not like
they're not just making 5-yard catches at 20. They're going behind guys.
Yeah, DJ Lagway the entire game, like picking up chunk plays through the air against this secondary. So you're against Vanderbilt. They went to that prevent defense down the stretch and it killed them. And you're like, that is far from the first time that has happened under PK. But unfortunately, it's not just oh, they get big leads every game, and then for some reason the defense does this.
No, they get behind. They're getting behind them with chunk plays. You're right.
Yeah, we're seeing it in first quarter, second quarters, third quarters, every quarter. So yeah, it's weird. It's annoying. Obviously, you lost Jade Barron, you lost Andrew Makuba. Those guys are great. We'd be remiss if we didn't mention, them not being here. But again, this was still supposed to be one of the best secondaries in the nation this year. And right now they are 92nd in pass defense. So plenty of room for improvement. And they will be tested against, three of the best offenses in the SEC.
Arkansas's quarterback can go too.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, I'm looking at Phil Steele. I've got his preseason magazine right now. His position unit rankings. He had Texas with the 6th best defensive backfield in the country.
Man.
They're not playing like it right now. So
no, they're not. No, I agree.
There you go. What say you? What's your concern level with the Texas secondary right now?
I'm chalking it up to just right now to the injuries, but we've seen this before.
Right. That's it. Yeah. The injuries definitely playing a factor, and getting Michael Taft back will make a huge difference. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, and that 4th and 19 was so embarrassing. That was like ridiculous. That was,
oh my God. Yeah, that
must have made your head almost just explode.
Well, there are just so many breakdowns. Like, I'm not a huge fan of playing prevent soft zone defense in any situation. But if you play it well, you're not supposed to give up 4th and 19.
No.
If you play it well, you're not supposed to give up a 67-yard touchdown.
No.
Like, you're preventing big plays. That's why you play it. And if you don't handle your jobs, then you're going to give up big plays. And it's like, what are we doing here? So we have way too many breakdowns, even at the end of the first half, right? That touchdown to Eli Stowers over the middle right before halftime.
Right.
Texas wasn't in the correct alignment, and there were guys just in the wrong spot, and it was a missed assignment, and it's an easy touchdown. And it's like, that was out of a timeout, Buck.
Yeah, Sark was not happy about that, by the way.
No, he wasn't. And by the way, I went back and watched. Vanderbilt was in the same personnel look before the timeout and after the timeout. So it's not like they completely changed things up and Texas was off guard. They showed one thing. Texas took a timeout to get its defense right for that thing. And then Vanderbilt showed the exact same thing.
Yes.
And Texas still was not where they needed to be.
I think that's where Sark dropped the what the F.
He was pissed. Yeah, and then he did that halftime interview too.
You could see him lip that out like, what the F?
Yeah. So it's like, that's, you put it on the players, but it's also on the coaching. Some of this is on scheme, guys just not knowing where they're supposed to be. That's on PK. And then you wonder about the development with some of those guys on the back end, which is on Akina and Mark Orfe, your Rutgers guy, Buck.
Oh, that's right. Are we going for more Rutgers coaches this year?
He's the cornerbacks coach right now. You can't blame him for the bad safety play. But
yeah, I mean, the corners are okay. I mean, I think they give up a little bit too. It's just they don't tackle like the guys don't rally to the ball like they have been. And once again, when you got guys banged up, it's kind of survival. I just need to be in the area where the guy catches the ball. Can't let him get past you, which they are, but you still got to tackle when a guy makes a catch.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the tackling, I think, has been fine for the most part this year, but there have been a couple of games where it's been a little leaky, if you will.
Yes.
So, yeah, now there's plenty of room to clean up. And Sark talked about that on Monday. Like, that's something that he knows that his team has to get cleaned up. They're not happy with all of the big plays that they gave up down the stretch to Vanderbilt. Nobody is.
No, these leads are really nice leads that you'd like to have, that you can cruise to a victory and not be stressed out about,
Yeah. Yeah. That was supposed to be a stress-free Saturday.
Yes.
And it was for a long time. And again, if the freaking refs just do their job, then none of this stuff would have mattered. But it doesn't give you
definitely don't expect them to do it in Athens. So
right. Doesn't give your defense an excuse to just do that. I mean, that was all brakes, no gas. Forget the opposite. That was all brakes, no gas for the Texas defense.
And that's not on the offense's part. The offense is still trying to score.
All right. Here's Sark. I think we play this, but we'll play it again since we're talking about it. Here's him on Monday talking about his defense giving up just too many big plays late.
Yeah, I think there was a couple things that were disappointing because of the standard that we set defensively. Giving up the 67-yard touchdown pass was extremely disappointing when you have a game really in hand. Giving up a 4th and 18 from their own 2-yard line is disappointing, that we weren't able to get the receiver on the ground and end the game right there. And so those things are uncharacteristic to us around here. And so I think it caught everybody kind of off guard and a little surprised. Would it be helpful to have Michael Taff and Jelani McDonald out there? Of course it would. Just their experience, their poise and composure in those moments in game, I think would be extremely helpful to go along with the communication side of things. But it's also great. Those other guys, them being in that environment, being in that arena, being in those situations, if we do it right, is going to really help us down the road. And so sometimes, you need to have some of those failures to really learn from, to get players' attention. Well, I think we got some of these young DBs' attention now the last couple weeks, and where they need to grow and where they need to improve. But it's our job as coaches to get them better in those situations when they come up again. Hey, I hope we're up by 20-something points in the fourth quarter the next couple weeks, and I hope we play better, all right, in those situations if that does come up.
Yeah, I think just, a lot of times prevent just means that you can give up a pass. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Well, no, getting your right spots in the zone, you don't have to give up anything.
Right.
If everybody's in the right spot, you don't have to give up a thing. You can still cover the field, and especially kind of pressure that your defensive line has been getting. That guy should be rushed. If they get rid of the ball, you should rally to the ball. 18 yards on 4th down, the guy should be getting 4-yard catch. Everybody should rally to the ball. They may pick up, out of 18, they may pick up 7 or 8 yards. See you later. You got the ball right there. You end the game. Now it's like they throw, then they run for 18 more. I'm like, holy shit. Yeah. You already gave up the catch. Now you're going to get up the catch and the run?
Well, you're right. I mean, you can give up 7, 8, 9, 10-yard plays when you've got an 18-point lead down the stretch. But you can't give up.
You have to make them work at it. They can't score in 3 catches. That's
right.
That's what
they can't score in 1. They had a 1-play 67-yard drive that took 10 seconds off the clock. It's like, letting up touchdowns is a problem in any situation, but you can't do that. If you make them work down the field, fine. 8, 9, 10 plays, they take 3 or 4 minutes. It's still annoying. You still wish that it wasn't happening, but all right, like there's not enough time left in a game like that for them to come back. But you give up 1 play like that, and all of a sudden, my God, there might be enough time for them to get back in this game.
Oh, yeah, they build up momentum. You started getting your angst, and now you're worried about what the hell's about to happen to you.
Yeah. So it was, Vanderbilt had 3 fourth-quarter drives, 8 plays, 77 yards, touchdown, but it took 4 minutes and 55 seconds off the clock. It's fine. Okay. Like, again, you don't want to give up a touchdown, but you can live with that timing. 1 play, 67 yards, 10 seconds. Not good. 12 plays, 89 yards, 2.5 minutes.
No, that's not good either.
That one's not ideal, but there wouldn't have been enough time if all of their drives had to take 2.5, 3, 4 minutes. There wouldn't have been enough time for them to come back in the game. But, it's the prevent defense. It's prevented Texas from winning and closing out games.
It's prevented them from closing out games for sure.
Yeah, well, it cost them the game against Oklahoma 2 years ago. So,
oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. We all remember that.
Yeah, so it can cost them games. We have seen that in the Pete Kwiatkowski era.
Yeah, we go back to that. That's hard to forget that day.
I know. God, it should be 4 straight against Oklahoma. Man, kills me that it's not.
I just think maybe the health, when the guys get another week, they'll be healthier. They'll feel much better about being able to get into the zone, being able to rally up and make tackles. Because as I said, I don't think they're the best tackling bunch for sure.
Dude, I'm more worried about just missed assignments and zone coverage. Like, yeah, get better at tackling too. I don't know how much tackling you're really working on though at this point in the season, but I'm just like, just know where to be, know where you're supposed to line up before the snap. Know where you're supposed to
grab the flag, get the flag. At least do that. Don't go on air and just miss guys. And the guys that are rushing it, they got to come. They've got to follow on back too. Linebackers have been pretty busy because they're really busy in the run. They're doing a decent enough job, I believe, when it comes to the run game. So they can't spend their time taking off and dropping all the way back there with you. You as a defensive back, if you're in prevent, you should be feeling just, hey, that's okay. We're now to the point of we're playing prevent defense. That should be pretty simple. Nobody gets deeper than us. Nobody gets back there.
That's safety 101 right there. You're playing a cover
Yes.
2. You cannot let someone get behind you.
No, you cannot let that happen to you.
Yeah.
I think hopefully it'll get better, but I just know the receivers you're about to see are much better than what you've seen.
Yeah, Georgia's got a bunch of 5 stars. A&M's got a bunch of 5 stars. Not breaking any news to anybody here. So you've got to be.
If they had those same dudes last year, they'd have guys that had hands like feet because they couldn't catch that. I said Carson Beck got out of there so damn quick.
Yeah, well, that clearly is working for him. Oh, wait.
Yeah, really. Now he's got guys that can catch, and now he can't stay upright, and he can't throw.
Yeah, he can't throw. Oh, man. All right, we'll take your thoughts. 512-222-9328. What's your level of concern with the Texas secondary going into the bye week? Again, some less than stellar performances recently for the Longhorn pass defense. Texas ranks 92nd in America in passing yards per game allowed. What say you? All right, we will shift gears. We got to get to our SEC power rankings this week.
Yes, sir.
That in a moment. But before we get there, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, of course, with their 4 locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. And they've got that unbelievable rustic American comfort food made from scratch each and every day. Chef specials out there, starting with, how about this rib stroganoff? I do like some beef stroganoff, but rib stroganoff sounds good, BK. Bavarian pretzels and beer cheese. Now, you told me what that was. I had no clue what that was before, but you've been a Bavarian for quite a while, I guess, and you like beer and you like cheese, so that works out for you. Fried catfish. This is what I'm going to try. The breaded pork cutlets with bacon and Dijonnaise. Dijonnaise. That must be mustard and mayonnaise mix. Yeah. That sounds delicious, of course. And they've got the cocktail of the month. That's the Headless Horseman. Still Austin rye, cinnamon pumpkin, spicy syrup, and black walnut bitters. Now, I won't be trying that, but some of you can go and partake in that. They've got great, you can partake in all that stuff. Great wine specials. It's a great place to watch all of the football games, of course. My favorite is still the Cobb salad. I'm just kind of basic. And all-day breakfast at the League Kitchen and Tavern. And Lonnie's, he's still got his famous fried chicken, but he's got his spicy Nashville chicken sandwich. Spicy Nashville chicken sandwich. They're not putting the word famous on that yet, but they will soon. But folks, I love the League Kitchen and Tavern, and you will too. Locations in Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch.
Yes, indeed. Get you one of those hot chicken sandwiches and then cool it down with an ice cold Altstadt beer.
Now you're talking.
You can get some of that at the League Kitchen and Tavern. You can get it at a bunch of your favorite restaurants and bars around the city and around the entire state. Altstadt is everywhere. It's growing like crazy and with damn good reason. It's my choice of beer. It should be yours as well. So many different brews. Something for every beer drinker out there. They've got the German-style lager, the German-style Kolsch. Those are their 2 flagships. Fantastic, easy to drink wherever you are. A great Hefeweizen. They've got the Altstadt Light. And, as the weather starts to cool down, it will. It's going to be hot today and tomorrow, but it will cool down again. Time for a darker beer. How about the Schwarz beer?
Yeah.
Schwarz beer back in stores, available now for a limited time. So many great seasonal brews that you can try with the Altstadt. This one is fantastic for your fall and winter months. Get you some the next time you're at any liquor store, any grocery store, or when you belly up to your favorite bar. Make sure you ask your bartenders for the best beer there is. That is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
So when you go and you got that pretzel, it's a dipping sauce. It's not, the cheese is not in the pretzel.
The beer cheese?
Yeah, the beer cheese is not jammed into the pretzel. It's just like a Philadelphia soft pretzel, like one of those big salted pretzels that's real soft and nice and tasty.
Yeah, I don't know if they're getting it from Philadelphia, but it's one of those big soft pretzels.
Huh. Maybe that's good for the big man.
Yeah, those are delicious, man. Those big soft pretzels. Get you some beer cheese. Sometimes they serve it with some good old mustard. It's good stuff
Yeah.
there. I love those soft pretzels, man.
I have to go for that too. I like soft pretzels. Yeah, I'm good at that.
That'll
I
work.
like hard pretzels, soft pretzels. I'm a pretzel eating dude.
You like them soft? You like them hard?
Oh boy, that's scary.
What's scary?
Me liking them soft and hard. I should have to be careful of the way you word things around you.
Why is that?
It's just a pretzel, soft, hard. It has nothing to do with anything else, right?
I'm asking you. I didn't think it did.
No, I'm fine. It's all good.
Oh, man. Quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking one of our TSU hats this morning. Here's one of our TSU koozies. All of our stuff made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo. They're based right here in South Austin. So if you have a business that needs merch, if you have a big event coming up and you need merch, signs, hats, shirts, koozies, whatever, Adam and his team can get it to you. Just reach out to him, 512-300-9641. That's his cell. Call him, text him. He'll hook you up, or you can find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
And our good friends about Woods Comfort Systems, folks, don't forget, winter's just around the corner. Next week, it's going to get a little cool. We're going to make sure that heater comes on and smoke's not bellowing out of your heater down in the basement, down there in the basement. I don't even know if heaters are down in the basement anymore.
Basements? We don't have basements here in Texas.
That's up in the attic somewhere. That's where mine is. I know it works properly thanks to Woods Comfort Systems. Close to 70 years in Central Texas, they've been getting it done. And hey, that air conditioner better pop on tomorrow, maybe today and tomorrow, because it's going to be hot. It's going to be nice and warm, just like you like it, folks, in November. So call the folks at Woods Comfort System. Anything goes wrong. And even plumbing, if you got some leaks, whether it's outside or inside, call them the great folks at Woods Comfort System. They'll get right out there, technicians. They'll be there on time, and they'll fix any of the problems that you have, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing. Woods Comfort System, nobody does it better.
No way. No way. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more info.
Yeah, when you see those trucks are out, those trucks are working. It's not like the Spectrum truck that's trying to figure out every problem in the world out there. That's why you see so many damn Spectrum trucks all over the place. They have problems. Why am I jamming Spectrum? I got this damn YouTube right now. I can't watch shit.
I was going to say, Spectrum's been great lately. You're dealing with YouTube TV. You can't watch any sports.
Can't watch anything. Mickey Mouse and Spectrum and YouTube arguing with billionaires, arguing with other billionaires.
How much
and
longer
who has
are you
to pay the price? The little guy.
The little guy. Oh, I thought you were the big man.
Well, when it comes to that, I'm the little guy.
Yeah, everybody is. How much longer are you going to hold out?
I think just before this weekend. I mean, by Saturday, I got to make a decision. I can't do this. You know, the only thing about it, if I go somewhere else, I'm going to be missing my court TV. You know, but you know what I've missed for quite a while since I moved here is my Western channel. Right, to get all my great Westerns, my afternoon watching as I'd fall asleep watching some good old-fashioned Westerns. I haven't had that with YouTube. I can't find that on YouTube. So I may have to go to Boohoo or whatever some of these other things are. Hulu, Moo.
What channel are your Westerns on? Do you even remember?
I have no clue now. There's no Westerns on YouTube.
Oh, man. All right.
I used to get old movies, you know.
Right. I wonder.
Rita Hayward. I used to get all that good stuff.
Well, if you remember what the channel is, you can look at Hulu or Fubo or Sling and see if they have that channel. So you can get your Westerns back if you make the move away from YouTube TV.
And some of them, I think, and some of them don't have court TV. And I got to find out what's going on in the court system.
Yeah, you have to. That's key. It's very important.
Absolutely.
The court system would not survive without you knowing what's going on at all times.
Yeah, and the Hallmark channel, I used to get that. When I had Spectrum, I did get my Hallmark channels. And, you know, they'd be going strong around this time of the year because all the Christmas specials would be out in October and November or during the summer. Or during the summer. Yeah, or in the spring or just any time of the year. So yeah, I do kind of miss those. Those are corny, but I always know how they're going to end up.
I'm a rectum guy, man. Always have been. People ask me if I prefer chest or rectum, and I say rectum every time.
Yeah, I may have to go back.
Too.
They're a little bit more expensive than YouTube, you know.
Yeah,
but they're all about to just up their prices. When all this stuff is over with, they're all going to up their prices anyway.
100%. Like you said, the little man gets screwed every single time.
Yeah, until Buck TV comes in.
Buck TV?
Yeah, I need to get a streaming system. Everybody's got one. I mean, I won't fight with Disney. I'll do everything they tell me to do. I'll do everything anybody says. Just keep my station going I'm about the people.
I love that. Buck TV.
Doesn't that sound good, Buck TV?
It's just going to have sports channels, Hallmark, Court TV, and Westerns. That's it.
That's it. That's all you need. What else do you need?
That's all you need. You only pay like $30 a month and you get all of those channels.
Get them all day and all night.
I like that right there. Buck TV. We got to get shirts and hats, man. I might reach out to Adam and see if we could get Buck TV shirts.
We need it. This YouTube, all this crap. This is crazy.
Disaster. All right, Buck. Every week we give out our top 5 teams in the SEC, our SEC power rankings. We don't go 1 through 16 because you don't really care. 1 through 16. So we just focus on the best of the best. We are 10 weeks in to the college football season, going into week 11. If you are ready, I will give you the floor. You can either go 5 to 1 or 1 through 5. Take your pick.
I'll go 1 through 5, and I'll go with the Aggies as number 1.
Ooh.
Yeah. Of course they're number 1. Would you expect anything else?
No, you're right.
Aggies number 1, Alabama number 2, Georgia number 3, Texas number 4,
Ooh.
Ole Miss number 5.
You got Texas ahead of Ole Miss.
Yeah, come on. Really? Lane Kiffin, are you kidding me? No chance.
They only have 1 loss. They're ranked ahead of the
Longhorns. I don't care. They're number 5.
Okay. Ole Miss. Yeah, you don't like the Rebel name. You're trying to get that canceled.
I just don't want Kiffin. Kiffin's name is enough for me.
All right. Well, our top 5s are pretty similar here. I don't know if there's that much controversy. Maybe I'm stirring the pot a little bit with what I have.
Yeah, you probably still got Vandy in there somehow.
I do not still have Vandy in there somehow.
There you go. Is that Cinderella story over with? Are we done with that?
You're the guy. You had Vandy in your top 5 before I had them in mine. So
yeah, that's over with.
Well, Vandy's good. I mean, and again, you want Vandy to be good down the stretch because you want that win to look as good as possible for Texas.
Yeah.
So Vandy's next 2 games, home against Auburn, home against Kentucky.
Oh, there's 2 wins for them. Nice.
They should win those to get to 9-2. They end the year at Tennessee. Tennessee's not unbeatable. I would think the Vols are going to be favored in that game, but Vandy could go 10-2. And if that's the case, all right, then your win against them looks very impressive.
Yeah, does that get them in the playoffs?
Well, it depends. 10-2 in the SEC, it probably does. But if there are a bunch of other 10-2 teams in the SEC, then maybe not. Like if Texas is 10-2 and Vandy's 10-2, we know who's getting in.
Does Pavia end up in New York? That's a big deal too for them.
Yeah. I think he's got a shot.
Works.
Only helped pad his stats with that 4th quarter in Austin.
Oh, gee.
So yeah, if they go 10-2, there's a very good chance Vandy Pavia, is a Heisman finalist. But no, Vandy's not in my top 5. I have Alabama number 1 right now. They're the best team in the SEC for me. I know they're ranked below Texas A&M. I know they have a loss, and A&M doesn't. I just would pick Alabama to beat A&M if they played on a neutral field this weekend. I would honestly pick Alabama to beat A&M if they played at Kyle Field this weekend.
Come on, man.
Sorry about that. I know that hurts you as a diehard Aggie fan wearing all that burnt orange this morning. I've got Georgia number 2. Same thing. I feel like Georgia would beat A&M if they played this weekend. I do have A&M 3. I'd like to leave them outside of the top 5, but I don't think I can. Texas number 4, Ole Miss number 5. So same final 2. I'm with you. I think Texas would beat Ole Miss. I also think Texas would beat A&M if they played, but I feel like
they would. Yeah, they'll find at the end of the season they'll beat them no matter what. No matter what's going on, that's a win.
I feel like you have to keep A&M ahead of Texas though in power rankings right now.
Right now, yes, because of the 2 losses.
Yeah, A&M has 0 and Texas has 2. So maybe I'm going against my own rules here by having the Aggies ahead of the Longhorns, even though I think the Longhorns are going to win that game. But you know what, Aggies, I'll throw you a bone. I'll say you're the 3rd best team in the conference. Other people think you're the 3rd best team in the country. I ain't going there. I'll give you 3rd best team in the conference. And then, yeah, Texas 4, Ole Miss number 5.
God, it's going to be hard. I mean, if the Aggies come in here undefeated, to pick against them is going to be so hard. But you know what? It's just going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be very easy for me.
That's just what happens to them.
It's just like A&M could be 11-0 and Texas could be 0-11, God forbid.
Yes.
I'm still picking Texas to win that game.
Yeah, same with Oklahoma when they play Oklahoma.
Bingo. Same with OU. It's like I'm not a communist. I'm not going to pick against Texas in those games. I'm sorry.
You're just so scared of Georgia. You're like frightened of them.
I will pick Georgia to beat Texas, but
Yes,
that's not a rivalry. Like Oklahoma, A&M, I ain't picking them. I never picked Texas Tech to beat us. Shoot.
No, neither did I. You're right.
I ain't picking Baylor to beat us. Come on. Georgia, they can beat us.
God, they play that prevent defense against those wide receivers at Texas A&M. My goodness.
Yeah, they won't do that. At least I hope.
Oh, those guys can fly now. You're talking about making you miss.
Those guys are good. That's a good team. Man, A&M hit the portal hard and they hit it in the right spots. That's what somebody said.
That still bothers me that A&M got the kid from NC State and he's not here playing wide receiver. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if he's on the radar. They had the kid from Stanford on their radar.
Well, my biggest issue is in Texas only got one wide receiver from the portal. I think the wide receiver they got is very good. The issue with Emmett Mosley is that he was hurt to start the year. He missed the first 4 games, and then they were kind of easing him into the rotation. He played more snaps than any other wide receiver that Texas had. And I think a huge reason why this offense has looked a lot better these last 2 games is because of Emmett Mosley's emergence. You could tell the staff trusts him. You could tell the quarterback trusts him, and he knows what he's doing. Like he finds soft spots in the zone. He runs crisp routes. He looks like a senior, and he is a true sophomore. So he's great. I don't think Texas swung and missed on the portal receiver they got by any stretch. I just wouldn't have hated if they brought in another one.
Yeah, me too. And then a couple offensive linemen.
Yeah,
that's for next year because you can't do anything about that now.
No, that's the bigger issue, right? Like wide receiver is not the biggest miss. I think Texas's 4 wide receivers are good enough to make a playoff, but the offensive line, maybe somehow this combination of 5 with Connor Robertson at center and Cole Hudson at left guard, maybe that will sneak you in. But yeah, this offense.
Here's what you can do for that. Here's what you can do. Just knock on wood for that. Because we've seen a bunch of them individually play. So that's a knock on wood thing that they get better as a group with each other. So certain games, I don't know. Next week is going to be huge. I'm going to have all the faith in the world that that's just a 3rd game with those guys playing together. I think that I'm hoping that'll work out. But it is Thursday, and I should be saying Texas should be able to beat Georgia. I'm kind of like you still. I'm going to get over that by next week. You know that, right?
I do not. I think you're going to end up picking Georgia.
What?
Yeah, sorry to let you down. I hope you pick Texas. That'd be great. I would love for you to be confident. I'd love for us to be on opposite sides here. That'd be great. By the way, we have an early look-ahead line for Texas, Georgia. Came out yesterday.
I'm going to say it is 4. It's more than 3.5. Georgia, I'm going to say 3.5, maybe 3.
5.5.
Ooh. Yeah, I was going to say 4. Yeah, 5.5.
Early look ahead line. Georgia plays this weekend in Starkville against Mississippi State. So that could obviously affect what the Vegas line looks like.
Hopefully they'll take a physical beating there. That'll be a hard physical game for them.
That's the hope.
Or they'll smother that group that
Georgia could beat Mississippi State in overtime the way Texas did, and it'll be, God, they're so good. Oh, my God, they just do this to everybody. Yeah. Meanwhile, when Texas did that, it's like, they suck. You guys think they're good? They play close games against lower-level teams in the SEC? Nobody else does that. They must be horrible. I'd love for Mississippi State to win that game, honestly. I know people are scared about Georgia coming off of a loss, but I'm just trying to get as many teams out of playoff contention as possible so Texas can get into the playoff.
Yeah. And no, Jay, I did not have a son that went to Texas A&M. You guys, those are false rumors. I don't have any children that went to Texas A&M.
Yeah, neither of your 2 boys went to A&M, did they?
No. My daughters did not go to Texas A&M either. So
I think this is that one time where Jay saw a bald brother and he assumed he was your son.
Yeah, and he was an Aggie.
So yeah, he's putting pieces together, connecting some dots there.
I would have stopped that, no matter if they wanted to be firemen, volunteers, or veterinarians. I would have stopped that. I think my daughter wanted to be a veterinarian. She did have Texas A&M on her list,
Oh,
before LSU. Now, she ended up at LSU. I don't know what's worse. I'm almost thinking,
no,
yes,
A&M's worse.
she ended up at a
A&M's
worse.
worse. Come on.
A&M's worse than
Yeah.
LSU's?
Well, it's probably a better school, but like it's worse from being a Texas fan standpoint.
I guess. I mean, there's a lot of A&M Texas people that like each other. They even marry each other. They even congregate together.
Yeah. Yeah, that I don't get. I question how much of a true Longhorn fan you are
If
if
you
you
marry one,
openly choose to spend your life with an Aggie or a Sooner. I just question it. You're allowed to do what you want. If I question you, who the hell cares? Make your own decisions in this life. I don't know if you're as good of a fan as you think if you do something like that.
that's hard. That's a hard one, BK. Love is different, man. It's hard.
Yeah. Love your team.
Forget your wife or your girl. Just love your team.
My girl went to undergrad at Vanderbilt. I wasn't happy about that, so I made sure she enrolled in grad school at Texas. That's where she is
Very
right
nice.
now.
Good move on your part to pay for
So,
that education.
I didn't say I was doing that, but I just convinced her to make it happen. And her
It's the
parents
right
went
move
to
for her.
Texas. And her parents went to Texas. She's from a Longhorn family. Like that's what you do when you're a real fan. You don't marry a rival. Come on. What are we doing?
What about
What are we
the
doing?
L word? No such thing. That's just that
Loser?
can't be a part of it.
Loser? Like you're
What's
a loser?
love got to do with it? What's love got to do with it anyway? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, again, hey, love is love. I respect all forms of love. It's just I can't take you as seriously as a fan if you're doing something like that. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, dude, it's gotta be tough. And you always want to be supportive parents. And I have zero experience in this field. You do. So if you're like a diehard Texas fan and your kid's like, I want to go to A&M, I want to go to Oklahoma. It's like, what do you do?
I wouldn't let my kid go to Oklahoma. That's just a no, period.
Right. I don't think I would.
I would, if my daughter wanted to be a vet and she really wanted it badly and wanted to go to A&M, I would say there's other veterinarian schools you can go to, but I would not now. But if she just said, I want to go to Oklahoma, I would just go, no, you can't do that. I fully don't support that, period.
Like, not only is that a big rival, but that's also not a good enough school for me to support that.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't support
A&M at least is like a really good educated. It ain't Texas, but like
it's in their own state. I can get to you there. I can't come to Norman. I'm not coming to visit.
No, I ain't paying out-of-state tuition for you to go to
No.
Oklahoma.
No, I won't do that.
Yeah, I'd like. I mean, I don't think I'd let a child, Lord forbid I ever have one, go to either of those
Getting
places.
a great degree from a great football university is the gift that just keeps giving.
Oh, there you go. Well, Temple of Brutus is an Ohio State fan, I believe. So,
yeah,
it's been fun for you the last couple of years. Rooting for a blue blood's a lot more fun than rooting for a not blue blood. You've got a chance. So,
yeah, you're right.
Obviously, small schools are great, but going to a place where your football team has a chance is a lot more fun, I think. So, yeah, Mark Henry let his son go to OU. I'm not going to dunk on Mark Henry too much because that guy can kick the shit out of me. So I'm gonna refrain from being too mean to him. And Mark's a good personal friend too, so I won't be too mean to that. But it's not for me.
Sometimes your kids get to be an age they can do what they please, really, unless there's some payments that you have to make. Once I'm done making a payment, hey, you do whatever you like. If I'm making payments, if I'm paying for your car that's going that direction, you pay for your own car.
I like that. Yeah, that might be my rule. It's like, hey, if you want to go to A&M or OU, that's fine. You're paying your own tuition. You go anywhere else, I got you.
Yeah. By the way, after spending time around these people, I don't let my kid go to Auburn either. No thanks. You can go to Tuscaloosa. You're not going to Auburn.
Almost feels like child abuse sending your kid to Auburn and letting them.
They think they're way better than they are.
They do. Your kid's going to have like 3 football coaches in their 4 years there.
It'd be hard to root for that team.
Which then again, I almost had that at Texas. So I had 2, got close to 3. If I would have taken a victory lap, it could have been 3.
Absolutely.
It wasn't. All right, so there you go. We're all over the place here. SEC Power Rankings. Would love to hear from y'all. Bucky has A&M at number 1. I have Alabama at number 1. Both of us have Texas at number 4, by the way. So what say you?
It all changes next week.
It all changes. Oh, Texas, Georgia?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, would I let my kid go to Notre Dame? That's a no.
That's a no?
Oh, that's a no.
Oh, my God. Bill O'Brien went on a rant earlier this week, and I forgot to cut it up. I heard Zay play it, and it didn't get saved in here. We'll save it for tomorrow. But Bill O'Brien, the head coach at Boston College, who, of course, lost to Notre Dame last week, not happy with the press. He's melting down like he did towards the end of his tenure with the Houston Texans.
Well, I better not mess with that press in Boston. They get to be kind of cruel there.
Yeah. I think that's.
I haven't heard any info. I'm trying to get info out of the state, out of the school, what's going on there. It's been kind of quiet, and when it's quiet there, look out.
They're not going to tell you. You weren't good enough to know.
Oh no, they'll tell me.
They'll tell me.
I'll be the first with that news about him. That'll come right out of the athletic office to me.
Okay. I hope you're right. That'd be awesome. We could break the news right here on TSU for our giant Boston College audience.
Yeah, well, that's all right. He'll be back at Penn State anyway.
As the head coach?
Yeah, he
oh, my God.
How about that?
You can only hope. As a Penn State hater, I would love for Bill O'Brien to be their next head coach. That'd be awesome.
On the way out of that place, he really didn't burn a lot of bridges. Now,
no,
they said he was pretty crass as a guy, but he said he didn't burn down the place, because they were just coming off of the madness of Penn State when he got to be the head coach. He kind of stabilized it for a while.
Yeah, I mean, he went 8-4 and 7-5, so that's for sure. Like no one was diddling little kids while he was the coach there. I guess
not on his watch. That
was the stabilization for Bill O'Brien, is that none of his assistant coaches were showering with little boys. So that's the bar for Bill O'Brien, I guess. All right. That's gross. We'll take your thoughts.
I knew the Sandusky family.
And you said your favorite memory as a kid was going to his youth football camp, correct?
No, but I had been on that campus with those people.
Oh, so you knew and you didn't tell anybody.
Oh, I didn't know anything.
I don't know, man.
I was just a kid myself back in those days.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. We're all over the place here. We've got some NFL stories to get into. Speaking of the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud has been ruled out for the Texans' upcoming game against Jacksonville. We'll get to that story. Plus,
that dude hit his head hard.
Plus, little Kyler Murray's time in Arizona might be over. Little NBA to get to, and, of course, our TBT video for a Thursday coming up. But before any of those, how about some more sponsor shout outs?
So our friends over at Relax the Back. I'm in my Relax the Back chair right now and feeling fantastic. It gives me great comfort, and all the accessories and all the items that they have at their store will help you. I just talked to somebody the other day at BK about sending I think it was their daughter who's got some back problems over to see Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. And whether it's a zero gravity recliner, office chairs, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, they have got it all, but they have different types of accessories that'll fit a chair that you have already. Whether it's driving in your car, they can help you out with some extra seating, extra padding that's going to make you feel good. I've got the vibrating ball that I use from Relax the Back. I love it. But more than anything, I love this chair from Relax the Back, and you will too. And BK's at the Hill Country Galleria right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain free. Sometimes like the buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Mike McCall's guys will come out today, BK, and finish up patching up some of the stuff that they did for me just on a whim. I mean, I needed to have that done, and those dudes got there. He and Steve, they got out here in a hurry. Now they finish up today. They don't just have to do a job. They complete a job, folks. If you've got something that's going on, or you want to make sure that parts of your home are winterized and you don't have enough, you want to make sure the pipes are ready to go for the winter, call them McCall Custom Home. Those guys are fantastic. And boy, they take, there are some people that'll do a job at your house, BK, and they leave it just as messy as can be. Everything is all cleaned up and ready to go. My wife could not be happier than the stuff that Mike and his crew did at my house. Whether it's putting in new windows and taking out screens and making things comfortable, or in an emergency like we had just the other day. Couple days, they're in, they're out, and it is looking great. I can't wait. I need my clothes washed.
Yeah, you ain't doing that yourself. We know that.
No, I'm not allowed to, so that's good.
That's why you get married in the first place.
Yeah, hey, my basket's filling up in there.
Let's go.
Hey, but you know
chop,
me.
Chop.
Hey, they're great. Those guys are fantastic. You know me, I got 75 pairs of underwear, so I can last a long time.
Yeah, and I don't think you're exaggerating, too, when you say that number.
I do. Man, I keep a lot. My wife's like, you got a whole drawer just with underwear. What do you do? She goes, what are you doing in your underwear?
You don't want to know.
Just living life.
Hey, well, we do know you don't crap your underwear.
There you go.
We've learned that yesterday. Yeah, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Look, they're going to treat you all the same way they treat the Buck. Like, that's why they've been around for as long as they have. Tons of experience, family-owned and operated right here in Austin. They can turn your Central Texas home into something truly special. If you want to add on to your place, renovate a kitchen, bathroom, they can do it all. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com for a free estimate. Shout out to them. They're the best. Also, a shout out to CentexTickets.com. Texas basketball is back. First home game of the year coming up on Saturday afternoon. Hey, good day to go. No football game for the Longhorns. Go watch the basketball team at Moody Center. If you want to be at any game, men's or women's, all year long at the Mood, Centex Tickets is your place to go. And yeah, 2 more home games. Or if you want to go to Georgia next weekend, you can get all your Texas football tickets online. CentexTickets.com. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, you will get 10% off from any ticket at CentexTickets.com.
How's everything going at your apartment, buddy? Good? No work orders? You don't need any work orders? Water, everything good?
I did.
Light bulbs?
I changed the light bulb myself last week.
Did you have extra bulbs at the house, or did you have to go out and buy a bulb?
I had to go out and buy one.
You went to Walmart and bought some bulbs?
I went to Walmart first, but it was a specialty bulb that they didn't have.
Oh, no. They got everything at Walmart. Maybe not.
So I had to go hang out with Rodney's people at Home Depot.
Were you out front or out back?
I didn't need to go there. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. You did. That's good. That's okay.
Yeah, went to Home Depot. It's in a ceiling fan. It's like a unique little small bulb that I had to go get. Went, got it, did it all by myself, Buck.
But I put no work orders in for that?
No work orders in for that.
Nice.
Place is all right. I'm getting tired of the apartment lifestyle. I'm about ready
I worked for a summer in Pennsylvania at an apartment complex, and I was that dude getting work orders, cutting grass, going in, pretending I could fix stuff. But I would bring in bulbs to the people and say, hey, you put this in. You call for some bulbs. I'm not getting up on the ladder. Hey, here's the ladder too. I'll help you get up there. I did that as a summer job. That was cool. That was fun. Hey, cutting grass as a kid on a riding mower, when you had a push mower all your life and you got a chance to be on a rider and you're running over kids' toys at the apartment building, those little plastic toys, they're shooting out. That was great.
Oh, man. Yeah, you're not even trying to avoid them, right?
Oh no. I never. They were by the little sand pails, those little buckets, the plastic buckets. I must have run over 100 of those things.
That is great.
I was not getting off of that. I was not getting off the riding more to go move that. It would be like,
Sorry about that.
Those are disposable. See you later. You can get another 5 of those at the dollar store.
Now, you've told us a lot about different jobs that you've had. I don't know if I've ever heard about your summer as an apartment.
Yeah, I was a painter. I did painting, and that job was everything. When you're the guy there at one of those apartment complexes, you have to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know? God help they didn't have any plumbing issues. All I knew how to do was use a plunger. I can work a plunger. I can unclog a toilet with a plunger. I'm like an expert at that.
They shouldn't make you do plumbing stuff. That's one you just call an expert to go do. Right? They make the maintenance guys do that. I mean, I thankfully haven't had a major plumbing issue at my place.
I did more weeding. I did more weeding and lawnmower riding than anything. But it was a chance for me not to have to use a push mower. Although I had one for little corners back in the day. They didn't even have weed eaters at that time when I was a kid. There was no such thing as a weed eater. You went there with clippers and clip that stuff. I did that for a summer gig. Nothing better than the Bethlehem steel job I had, though. And then my first order of business when I walked into the steel mills with my steel-toed, I had to go buy those steel-toed boots. And I walked in, and there was this big thing of like a fountain that was there. I had no clue. I went over and unzipped my pants and got ready to pee in it because I thought that's what the toilet was. That was like a big urinal. And then all of a sudden, guy came over. So that's where they were washing their hands. It was huge, BK. It was like this massive fountain. And I've never seen anything like that. I'm thinking, it's got to be a urinal. But I'm thinking, you mean guys are just going to whip out their stuff right in front of other guys in this big round circle? I said, why not? We're at the steel. We're all guys.
Yeah.
Just dudes being dudes at the steel mill. And then the guy goes, no, dude, that's not a bathroom deal. That's where you wash your hands.
Oh.
I'm like, really? That would have been the scene of a lifetime if I went ahead and did that. If I pull old Johnson out there and start peeing into their hand deal, oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Well, one of them is washing their hands too.
Oh yeah. How about that?
It's like, hey man, why are you doing that? This is for this. He just looks at you like,
here's a little special needs guy peeing in the damn fountain.
oh, that is glorious right there. Hey, well, they always keep ice in those bathroom troughs, grab some and cool yourself down with a little ice. That's why they're in there, right?
Yeah, my Bethlehem steel deal. I did do that for 9 months. I did work at the steel mills for 9 months. And then I decided to get into coaching as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Although the money was great, the livelihood of me surviving that, I would have died within about another 9 months, I'd have probably died. I'd have fallen off into one of those hot furnaces. And my first gig was to watch the blast furnaces. They cleaned it and nobody was allowed to touch the switch. I watched that switch for about $20 an hour. That's all I had to do is make sure nobody came in my job. And a guy came in who was like a white hat on it. And I said, hey, you have to get out of here. He's like pointing at his hat like, hey, you know who I am? I'm like, I don't give a shit. The guy who gave me this job told me nobody can come in but him. You got to get out. I chased that dude out. I kept the job because I did the job.
Fire you for that? You told your boss to F off and they didn't let you go?
Told him he had to go. I said, you're not allowed to be in here where that switch is. I said, I'm the only one allowed. And the boss that gave me this job is the only other. He told me anybody else that came in that room, they got to get out. Because if they hit that switch while they were in that blast furnace cleaning it, instant death to whoever was in doing the cleaning. He said, that's all you have to do is keep people out of this room, tell them to get out. And that thing was behind it was behind a little cage thing where the switch was. And my job was to sit there on a chair and collect about $15 to $20 an hour watching that for 8 hours a day.
Did you ever
as a
think
summer
about it?
job.
Did you ever think about it?
What?
Pushing the button?
Yeah, that same white hat guy, I wanted him to go in there and then I would have flipped that sucker on.
I was going to say, some guy that you didn't like very much, just wait for him to be.
The best job was the lifeguard at the Puerto Rican pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You saved some lives that summer.
I saved a kid. I pulled that little kid out of the bottom of the deep end and I had saved my sneakers and my brand new jeans, took those off, took my sneakers off. My wallet was in my jeans, jumped in there. Everybody's looking at me like, well, aren't you going to save the kid? I'm like, no, I got to save my jeans and my wallet and my shoes first.
Yeah, let me untie my shoes here one at a time. Let me unbutton my pants, pull these down, slowly take them off. Then I'll go in.
Proceeded to yell at his 16-year-old mom like, hey, keep your eye on this kid. I had to go in there and wreck my jeans. I'm off duty now. Why am I diving in here?
Oh, man.
He was throwing up all over the place. The mom was screaming. She was screaming in Spanish. I was like, hey, keep your eye on your kid. I shouldn't have to do this on my off duty. I'm a lifeguard when there's life to be saved on duty. When I'm off duty, that's somebody else's job.
No kidding.
But I did. I got that kid out of the bottom of that pool. Man.
All the classics this morning. That
was classic. That was a classic.
All right, bringing it back to sports here. We mentioned this a moment ago. C.J. Stroud has been ruled out of the Texans' upcoming game against Jacksonville. Suffered a concussion in Houston's loss last Sunday against Denver. It's the first game C.J. Stroud will miss since his rookie year. He missed 2 games that season, also with a concussion. So that's now 2 concussions that C.J. Stroud has suffered as an NFL quarterback. It'll be Davis Mills under center for the Texans. And what's a very big game for Houston, the Texans are 3-5. They're playing a divisional game against 5-3 Jacksonville. You give Houston any chance here?
No.
Are they done?
I mean, it's a low-scoring game. It's the under. But although the under will probably come in at like 42 tonight. Is that when is that game? Sunday?
Sunday at noon, yep.
Yeah, that's a 42, 45 point line.
The game tonight sucks. It's Raiders at Broncos. One team's good.
I'll give you 50,000 units on the Broncos.
You care what the line is?
12, 13, 18.
Wow, it's only 8.5.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take the Broncos in that.
Make sure I write that one down. Who do you have more faith in turning their season around, the Cowboys or the Texans? Texans right now are 3-5. Cowboys right now are 3-5-1. Both teams obviously out of a playoff spot right now. Maybe your answer can be neither, but if I
would say the Texans.
You feel like the Texans have a better chance to?
Yeah, that defense will keep them around. They may be able to score some points with their defense.
If there
Cowboys
was
aren't scoring anything with their defense. They're not stopping anything with their defense, and they're not scoring anything with their defense. So I would say the Texans have a better chance.
If there was just a way to get the Cowboys offense and the Houston defense on the same team, then that would be the best team in football, I think. Because, yeah, I mean, the Texans offense has been a disaster this year. Even with C.J. Stroud, things have not looked good. And they fired Bobby Slowick after a couple years. They bring in Nick Caley, and the offense has gotten worse with him. That was just a horrible hire. I think
Big Belly Williams will be in the game this week.
Oh, now you're back to the Cowboys?
Yeah, Big Belly should be there this week, ready to go, right?
They don't play this week, so no.
Oh, Cowboys, he's getting 2 weeks. He gets 2 weeks to snack on food in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Cowboys are on a bye this week, so we will not see Quinnen Williams make his Dallas debut until 1 week from Monday. It's another Monday night game.
I need you to give me an AI-generated deal of that dude.
Of Quinnen Williams?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he is so far from the fattest person in the NFL, yet you keep body shaming him. I can't figure it out. He's a 300-pound defensive lineman.
320. 320.
303. Come on, man.
Wait till that. Watch how that star stretches.
Hey, I know you didn't like the trade, but this doesn't mean you got to body shame the guy. What did he do to you? Calling him fat?
Wait till that uniform stretches. The big star.
There is no star on the uniform.
Maybe on the helmet. Watch that helmet stretch.
His head's too big.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. The Texans, I think if you're Houston, if you're DeMeco Ryans, I think you just hope Mike McDaniel gets fired and then you snag him to be your offensive coordinator right away.
Yes.
Because C.J. Stroud's there, because the Texans have some weapons on the offense, I feel like that could be an attractive job for a guy like Mike McDaniel who needs to go back to being an OC. So that's what you have to do. Like, you've got to bring in somebody with more skins on the – you hired Bobby Slowick, who was like working at Pro Football Focus 3 years before you hired him. And then you bring in Nick Caley, who had no experience as an offensive coordinator. Like, go bring somebody in who actually has some skins on the wall to try to make C.J. Stroud look like rookie year C.J. Stroud and just get your offense doing something. Because you were wasting an elite defense. 2 years in a row, you've had an elite defense, and you're doing nothing with it. Nothing with it.
Yeah, you're right.
So, yeah, I don't have much faith in Davis Mills this week. I mean, the Texans usually do beat the Jaguars. I don't think the Jags are that good, but because there's no C.J. Stroud. And C.J. missed 2 games with his last concussion. So now you wonder if this is something that's going to linger even longer. And if that's the case, then, yeah, Houston is in a world of trouble.
Why is everybody trying to body shame me now all of a sudden? I'm 157 pounds. I'm what the average 5'9" man weighs. You know, I'm not a jockey.
That's got to be below.
I don't think so. Weight. I think I'm around there 160. Not everybody is 5'9", 175, 180.
You're right.
Like most grown-ups are. Probably most grown-ups are.
You're in the ideal weight range. Congratulations to you.
Yeah, because I'm on the way out. I'm not on the way up. This is where people start to thin out. That's why I don't want to thin out. I'm trying to get back a little bit more girth.
You're not doing a good job of it. I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, I can't have ice cream. I made that decision because my ice cream keeps kind of the stuff on me.
Even when you were eating ice cream, you weren't gaining weight. You got to do more. You got to eat more.
How can you eat, folks? How can you eat more? What do you do? Just like as soon as you get off here, just go grab a handful of bacon?
Now you're calling all of us fat asses for eating 3 meals a day? Now we're all Quinn Williams?
All of you people. I'm not saying that all you people, Rodney and Wags and you, I'm not saying all of you are fat.
What do you mean you people?
You're bigger people. You have genes that are big. Your ancestry may have some big genes. I don't know. My ancestry I had some skinny people.
We can all take our shirts off and you don't see our bones. That means we're fat in the eyes of you.
I'm gonna do, when I get to be 165, I can't wait to take my shirt off. I see guys in my neighborhood running with their shirt off. I'm like, dude, put your shirt on. That's embarrassing. There's nothing worse than seeing a grown man that is pretending he doesn't want to bring a sweaty shirt home, that's out there jogging. What for? What's the deal with that? I haven't done that since I was like 16 years old. Why are these guys that are 50 years old running around with no shirts on?
It keeps them cool,
Wear a cool shirt. Wear a T-shirt.
Well, I'm wearing a cool shirt, but when you run, it's sweats.
All right.
And
when was the last time you went out for a run with no shirt on? I'm going to say that you're a young guy. You don't do that.
No, I don't go out for runs. That has nothing to do with the no shirt thing. I don't go out for runs. I do have runs, but that's for my eating habits. It ain't for going out and exercising.
Yeah, well, the big man is feeling it. Yeah.
Yeah, big man is tiny man.
I had a steak this week.
I saw you at Sue Patrick ordering a Youth XL the other day. That's pretty sharp. You can't call yourself the big man if you're ordering youth clothes.
Speaking of Sue Patrick, you need to get over to Sue Patrick right now. 5222 Burner Road, folks. This is the time after next week when Texas comes home for Arkansas. You need to have all your gear. That game needs to be just filled with people with Sue Patrick gear on. All the polos, maybe even the hoodies by then. Hopefully not hoodies, but you need to get all those shirts and the different side, like this one right here with the long sleeves for a game day, the hats that you get at Sue Patrick, the jelly cats, the holidays are near, the books. Look, Hero Coach still right where it was yesterday, still hanging out with me. We are going to get this thing done.
Donate that book. You're not going to read it. Give it to someone who will.
My sister's had the other two. She goes, when are you going to send me the other book? I love it, but I love Sue Patrick too. 5222 Burner Road, all the parking that you want. Online orders over $59 are free shipping to you. And boy, did that stuff get there on time. Jay's running out of polos again, I got to believe, because of how many we sell. We sell so many polos.
Love Sue Patrick.
Absolutely. Angry Bevo's on all their gear now, just about.
They got tons of Angry Bevo stuff. Absolutely. One more NFL story to get to here, Buck.
Okay.
Little Kyler Murray.
Little steps, little Tootsie Roll fingers.
And here's a guy that you like to body shame. Little Kyler Murray. His career in Arizona may be done. He's missed their last 3 games with a foot sprain. The Cardinals just put him on IR yesterday. But it's not just an injury. Their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, said that even if Kyler Murray was healthy, Jacoby Brissett would remain his team's starting quarterback. So
Kyler's not going to like that.
This is not just, guy's hurt, and when he comes back, he gets his gig back. This is a benching right here. Kyler Murray has lost his job in Arizona. He's going to be showing up in street clothes like that. Mike Florio, who covers the NFL for Pro Football Talk, also reported that the Cardinals are likely going to trade Kyler Murray this offseason. Is there anybody who wants this guy? Former number 1 overall pick in the draft, had a really good start to his career, but got paid, huge contract back in 2022, and he just hasn't lived up to it. He's been hurt a lot, but also just mediocre play. 6 touchdowns.
Sounds like a guy that's going to the Raiders to me.
Right. I mean, he'd be an upgrade over Geno Smith, I guess. I don't know. The Jets, like, does somebody want Kyler Murray at this stage? Someone's going to take a chance on him. He's a former number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Or Kyler Murray and Aaron Glenn are around the same height. Maybe he can end up with the Jets.
Is Aaron Glenn going to be with the Jets next year?
Yeah, I was thinking, is that a one and done?
Dude, Kyler Murray has been just a total disappointment, and I think most Texas fans are very happy to see it. I don't think we think too highly of Kyler Murray. But yeah, I mean, he just got paid, and his career has fallen off a cliff. So,
I mean, he could go to New Orleans. He's got to be better than that dude, the Sooner that's playing for them.
Wouldn't you rather draft a quarterback, though, high in the draft versus take Kyler Murray, who already is getting paid a ton of money? That's the thing with Kyler. Like, you've got a $230 million contract.
Yeah, the thing with him is now all of a sudden he can't stay healthy. That's what's so scary.
Right. Yeah, and he gets hurt a lot. He's not even running when he is healthy. I think he had like 170 rushing yards in 5 games this year. So it's almost like he knows he gets hurt a lot, so he's scared to take off and run because he doesn't want to take hits and injure himself, and he's just not a good enough pocket passer to where he can sit back there in the pocket and just do that.
How about for 3 years that guy is leading his team, and everybody's thinking of him as, he's going to turn the switch on and it's going to happen. And now Jacoby Brisket is their leader. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think he's the answer either. I don't know. I'd rather take a flyer on a Ty Simpson or a Mendoza or a Dante Moore or Sellers or any of those guys, I think, versus Kyler Murray, because the financial advantage you get when drafting a rookie quarterback is huge. And I don't have much faith that Kyler Murray has.
Yeah, but like you said, who wants that dude now?
I know. I don't know. Again, first rounders always get a chance. And look, people will look at what happened with Baker Mayfield, another Oklahoma quarterback that everyone kind of gave up on, ends up in Tampa playing great. People will look at Sam Darnold, not an Oklahoma quarterback, but a high draftee who everyone gave up on, goes to Minnesota, good situation, plays great. Now in another great situation in Seattle, playing great.
Yeah, but one of the advantages of Kyler Murray, those little legs and those little feet, and those little feet aren't working right now.
Yeah, I question Kyler Murray's work ethic. Everybody has for years. They had to put a clause into his contract about like watching film and doing enough work away from the facility. That doesn't happen just because, as a quarterback, that happens because he wasn't doing a good enough job at that.
Yeah, you got to work that position. You got to work at to do that right.
All the Call of Duty jokes that people were making, like how whenever a new Call of Duty video game comes out, his play starts to diminish. Like maybe there's something to that here.
Or he doesn't lose any games. Yeah, and when he shows up for games in Arlington, maybe Jerry will get him as a backup.
Maybe, yeah, shoot, 9-0 at AT&T Stadium. So I was pretty glad when he was ruled out on Monday. It's like, all right, they can beat Jacoby Brisket. They could not beat Jacoby Brisket. I would have rather have seen Kyler Murray with the way they made Jacoby play.
Oh, my goodness.
They made him look really, really good. So we'll see. Yeah, someone will take a flyer. Maybe the Jets, maybe the Raiders, maybe the Saints. He'll get an opportunity, but yeesh. I think he's done in Arizona, man.
Oh, no, he's done there for sure.
I think that thing is over, and they'll try to trade him to the highest bidder in the offseason. And I don't know if the bid's going to be all that.
No.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. We'll get to our TBT video in a second because we do have Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports joining us in 10 minutes to give you his winners for the upcoming football weekend. Even though there's no Longhorn game, there's still plenty of opportunities for you to make some money around the country. So we'll get to those in a second. But first, how about another quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger. Great day to head on over to Hat Creek Burger, folks. Get yourself one of those doubles with cheese, the great fries that they have, whether it's regular fries or sweet potato fries. They've got that, but they've got the great milkshakes available for you at Hat Creek Burger. Mom and Dad, if you like to have a little cocktail, that's fine. They've got a little drink for you at the end of your day while the kids are on the playscape. They have those beautiful playscapes at Hat Creek Burger. Over 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. But it is about the burger at Hat Creek Burger. That meat is absolutely delicious, BK. I'm now up to a double. I'm not the little hat guy anymore. That's right. Big man's eating doubles these days at Hat Creek Burger. Plus, some locations, folks, do serve breakfast. Find out the location near you if you want to go and have a nice taco. Or how about this? Waffles, pancakes. They have that at some of your locations at Hat Creek Burger throughout the city. Love Hat Creek Burger.
Yes, indeed. Love Hat Creek. Love audio-visual consultations as well. Time to upgrade your home TV setup. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. If you haven't called AV Consultations, it's not good enough. If you have, you know exactly what we're talking about. They can change your life. If you want the multi-screen man cave like I have, you can get it. If you want the 85-inch TV like the Buck has, you can get it. How about that home theater room? You don't want to be traveling, especially right now. All the craziness going on at airports. Like, make your home the place to be for friends, for family, for yourself to watch all the sports.
Yeah, you may not be traveling anytime soon.
You may not be traveling. You may not be allowed to travel anytime soon. But stop spending all of your time and money driving around Central Texas looking for a place to watch your favorite teams play. Your couch should be that spot. AV Consultations, all the TVs, all the surround sound speakers. They do whole home lighting. They do surveillance. They do a little bit of everything. They can help you take your home to another level. 512-255-8678. And you can find out more information online at avconsultations.com.
Nice.
All right, let's get to our TBT video for the week. I got to give a shout out to Double R, Rodney Rodriguez, sending me this one a few days ago. We go to Topeka, Kansas. Kansas, Buck. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, that's right. You are from Kansas.
Got out of there as quickly as I could. This is from about 4 or 5 years ago. It's a news interview. Local news station up there in Topeka, or Top City, as they call it.
Oh, Top City.
You know, because everyone's always getting top over there.
Yeah, very nice.
I believe. He's not happy about his current employment situation, working for the Frito-Lay company. I don't think we've done this one yet, but here is the clip.
Well, you may have seen several people on the streets near the Frito-Lay plant today kind of looking like this. KSNT News reporter Dan Garrett explains why people are gathering in hopes that their voices are heard.
Man, it just, I'm hot, I'm tired, I'm mad. They got us working 84 hours a week in this thing. All right? Do it look like my shoes can hold my fat ass for 84 hours? That's what I'm saying. And the thing about it, they got the little mascots on the thing. Like Chester Cheeto, he ain't got to worry about this type of shit. He just get on his motorcycle and he gone. I can't afford a motorcycle with the pay they give me up in here. I got child support coming out my check. I got the food stamps about to get cut off. And what's a little handsome man with the Steve Harvey mustache on the Pringles can? The Pringles man, and the little boy with the dog on the Cracker Jacks box. You ain't never seen them frowning, did you? Now, the only thing Frito can do is kiss my ass, because now I'm about to go, it's about Frito-Lays. I'm about to go be lazy. You hear me? I'm about to go lay the down, because I ain't doing this no more. I'm about to go see if they hiding down there at Lowe's. And y'all don't really give a damn about my story. Y'all can get the camera on my face. Y'all just want to get y'all story. That's what y'all want to do.
Yeah, you sure gonna get fired.
Workers at the Frito-Lay plant in Topeka, Kansas on strike. And
the little dude on the motorcycle.
Yeah, he's calling out the Pringles guy. He's calling out Chester Cheeto. He's calling out the Cracker Jacks guy.
Man, don't get on those people. The little Cracker Jack guy's doing his job.
You say the Pringles can man has the Steve Harvey mustache?
Oh, my God.
We've got just the sound, so we can actually
That should react. Be the spokesperson. He should be the spokesperson for them.
That's fantastic. Here's just the audio here so we can talk and comment while it's happening.
It just, I'm hot, I'm tired, I'm mad. They got us working 84 hours a week in this thing. All right? Do it look like my shoes can hold my fat ass for 84 hours? That's what I'm saying. And the thing about it, they got the little mascots on the thing. Like Chester Cheeto, he ain't got to worry about this type of shit. He just get on his motorcycle and he gone. I can't afford a motorcycle with the pay they give me up in here.
He's talking about like fake characters on bags and cans of food,
taking off and leaving work,
and he's like humanizing them, like they don't ever have to deal with any of this shit. It's like, yeah,
Chester
they're not
Cheetos.
real.
Chester Cheetos.
I got child support coming out my check. I got the food stamps about to get cut off. And what's a little handsome man with the Steve Harvey mustache on the Pringles can? The Pringles man, and the little boy with the dog on the Cracker Jacks box. You ain't never seen them frowning, did you? Now the only thing Frito can do is kiss my ass, cause now I'm about to go say my Frito Lays. I'm about to go be lazy. You hear me? I'm about to go lay the down because I ain't doing this no more. I'm about to go see if they hiding down there at Lowe's. And y'all don't really give a damn about my story. Y'all can get the camera on my face. Y'all just want to get y'all's story. That's what y'all want to do.
Y'all don't care about. He says y'all don't care about my story. No, they don't care about your damn story.
Oh, they asked you for an interview. Like, they do care about your story to help tell their story.
Yeah, but you told the story very well. Thank you, there, sir.
Yeah, he rants for like a minute plus, and then he's like, "Y'all don't care about me." It's like, you could have said that at the beginning.
Cheeto. I didn't know that dude's name was Chester.
Chester, Cheeto, and the Pringles man, and the Cracker Jacks guy. All of them are fine.
The Cracker Jacks man.
They don't have to deal with no food stamps. They don't have to deal with labor problems.
Child support. I got child support.
No child support there. I wouldn't be surprised if Chester maybe had some.
Yeah, he's probably not going to get his gig back even when they go back to work.
Little alimony right there. Yeah, there's
my God.
DT. Yeah, I wonder if that guy got fired from his job after that.
They didn't speak highly of him, I guarantee you.
No, that was that's a pretty hilarious moment with your TBT. A couple more bits of audio, by the way. We played the Jerry Jones sound yesterday. Should we do that again? We don't need to do that.
Oh, that was amazing.
Let's do it again then. Jerry Jones, we got a couple other clips to play here, but Jerry Jones' first comments after the Cowboys traded for Quinnen Williams a couple of days ago.
I want to win a Super Bowl almost as bad as I want to bend over a Waffle House waitress. When I was younger, I'd bust nuts, and it was beautiful. Now what comes out just looks like cold grits. If you weren't with us for 7 and 10, then don't try to be with us when we go 6, 9, and 1. Anytime I have an opportunity to make my team worse, I jump on it faster than a horned-up Walmart greeter. I'm never giving up control of the Cowboys. In fact, I've developed an even dumber AI model of myself to make terrible decisions after I die. His name is Steven, and he may be fatter than a pregnant pig, but he's my son, dadgummit. If I ever die, I hope they bury me with my dinger pills so I can go to town on Dolly Parton's jugs. I believe Quinnen Williams will plug more holes than me and Steven at the Dallas Bunny Ranch. We just got a great defensive player. Now we just need 10 more and we can go 8 and 9. Quinnen Williams went from a dipshit owner and coach to the same thing, just in a warmer city.
That is so funny at the end.
I love that he spent like the first 45 seconds talking about himself, and he finally gets to the Quinnen Williams trade.
Oh, my God.
Keeps talking about himself the entire time.
What a mess.
It's pretty dead on there for Jerry Jones. Dolly Parton is still alive, by the way. She is still with us.
She
correct?
is.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with her.
I don't know why Jerry's trying to kill her for some reason. Two more bits of sound from the AI realm from the football world. We'll start with Kirby Smart. Of course, the next coach that Texas will see. Texas at Georgia 1 week from Saturday. But this is Kirby Smart post-game after Georgia's escape job against Florida. Remember, very controversial call that went Georgia's way. Catch, no catch. Florida had a chance to connect on a deep shot in the fourth quarter that could have honestly put the game out of reach. The play is called incomplete on replay review. Play upheld, still incomplete. A few days later, folks wondering if that was the right call. Here's Kirby Smart after the game talking about it.
I'd like to give a game ball to the refs. They saved our season. And somebody tell Greg Sankey, I'm open for business tonight. We can get as kinky as he wants. If he wants me to bark like a dog while he squirts tartar sauce on my back, then somebody go get me a leash. If this is your first time seeing me in person, yes, this is my body shape. I look like some dadgum spare ribs. People are bitching about that incomplete pass. The rules are pretty clear. If it's Georgia, it's a catch. If it's Florida, it's no catch. The SEC is the toughest conference in football. I'd like to see Indiana play juggernauts like Austin Peay and Charlotte at home. I'm so proud of my players. I gave them all a bottle of JMO and the keys to some rental cars. Hell, I'm going to ride shotgun and drink a bottle of ketchup. I'm glad we didn't cover the spread. Otherwise, a crime boss would be cutting my legs off, and I can't afford to lose any more height. I'm a little guy. I'm built like a dadgum armadillo.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Kirby Smart. I tend to agree with those rules, by the way. If it's Georgia, it's a catch. If it's not Georgia, it's incomplete.
Absolutely.
Georgia Auburn. If it's Georgia, it's a touchdown. If it's not Georgia, it's he's short. It's a fumble.
Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of that next week, brother. So you better be prepared for it.
Brace yourselves for that one.
Yes.
And then last but not least, how about Hugh Freeze, Buck? First interview
boy.
that Hugh Freeze has done since losing his job as the head coach at Auburn. He, of course, was fired on Sunday. Here is now the former Auburn coach.
I don't care. I got fired. I was actually going to quit and become a pimp for my players anyway. Auburn fans are so happy about this, they're going to roll Toomer's corner. I was going to coach half-hard from a hospital bed next week to try and get some sympathy and save my job. If you take away our entire offense and our shitty coaching, we're actually not a bad team. Yes, I did just burp. I'm devastated about the loss, but I still ate me a corn dog right before I came here. I don't want to leave Auburn. I was at Liberty before I came here, and they're super religious. It's incredibly difficult to get hookers to service your players up there. Plus, most of the players are dorks, so they don't know how to properly satisfy a street whore. We were a shitty SEC team, but we was so dang close to being a below-average SEC team. I just needed another 5 years, and we could have gotten to the bottom of the mountaintop. I'm happy they fired me before we got our ass kicked by Mercer.
Dude, I'm telling you, he was begging for his job a couple of weeks ago where he said he could get it done. He just needed a little bit more time. That came back to haunt him, obviously.
Yeah, he said he needed 5 more years, and they could have gone from awful team to below average team in the SEC. He just needed 5 more years. Yeah, wasn't working there. And they didn't even give him to the end of year 3 before they pulled the plug on the
Well, they certainly did.
Yeah, and they have Vanderbilt this weekend. They have Mercer, and then they have Alabama. It's interesting. The Iron Bowl coming up, final game of the season.
Wow.
It'll be the 7th year in a row with a different coaching matchup in that game. How crazy is that? They play every year. It'll be the 7th consecutive season where you will have different head coaches going up against each other. Most of it's Auburn's doing because they keep firing guys, but obviously Saban coached a few, and then DeBoer has now coached the last couple. So there's no continuity in that rivalry. And if you're Auburn, I guess if you could just beat Alabama, that helps a lot if you're a head coach.
I'm still, as much as we talk about them, BK, the right guy can stabilize them, and stabilizing them is getting 8 wins maybe.
It's an Auburn team that obviously they won a national title in 2010 with Cam Newton. That's a generational type of player. Those guys don't come around very often.
No.
But they did make a national title a few years later when they lost to Jimbo Fisher at Florida State.
Right.
It was 2013, the last year before the playoff. So they can. We know what they're capable of. They don't have the history that Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Florida, LSU go around the SEC. But with the right guy, they can be good. But it's always been flash in the pan for Auburn. They're never consistently 10 win, 10 win, 10 win. It's every once in a while.
When that group gets down on a guy, he's just about done.
Yeah, that's it. And they go through coaches like you go through pairs of underwear. It feels.
Yeah, they just give up. They give up on the guys pretty quick. And even if the guy's struggling, and they know why he's struggling, and it's not really he and the coaching staff. Once they get on a downward spiral at Auburn, they just stay on it.
Right.
So you get another guy that they can get down on.
Get another guy. It'll be 3 years before we're talking about this again.
Wow.
Once that guy gets canned. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. I see him in the waiting room, the world's best handicapper, joining us as he does each and every Thursday at this time. Our man Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com, brought to you by Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. Lee, good to see you, my man. How are you today?
Good morning. And won't your ears be buzzing because your parents are landing, I think, right about now in Fort Lauderdale. Be having dinner, taking them out to dinner to Joe's Stone Crab. You'd love to be freeloading for a free dinner there, right, BK?
Oh, dude,
we have Joe's Crab Shack here, Lee. I don't need to fly to Florida to go get Joe's Crabs.
I think it may be closed, Lee, but not far from the airport in Fort Lauderdale is a place called Our Donuts, where it used to be.
Oh, yeah.
Take BK's dad to Our Donuts. He'll enjoy that.
Okay. I'm going to do that. So meeting them for dinner, and obviously, Bucky, you never been to Joe's Stone Crab?
No. I mean, unless that there was one place at the Caddyshack, part of Caddyshack, out on the water out in Miami, out there in a little island. I was at that place where
Not
they dropped
the same.
anchor.
Not the same. Maybe Joe, maybe Bill Cohen can chime in here. I took Bill when Texas A&M played down there a couple years ago, and maybe he can weigh in on a scale of 1 to 10 what Joe's Stone Crabs is. So it's the location, it's the people that are there, and not just the stone crabs. Stone crabs are the freshest. They have their own fleet to go out and get them. You guys like stone crabs? Or ever had them?
Yeah.
I'm a seafood guy. I like my Maine food from the state of Maine.
Okay. So what they do is they go out and they take one claw. They don't take both claws, and they throw the stone crab back. They regenerate, and you can have them. I have them with like a mustard sauce. They have their own mustard sauce, or some people eat them with butter. Incredible. But not just that. They actually have great fried chicken. They have hash browns, sweet potato fries, and my wife's favorite, and I think it's Bill's also. They have tomatoes where they put spinach, and then they put 3 different cheeses they melt on top.
Ooh.
So if I don't go with my wife, she will tell me, just bring me back 3 tomatoes with the spinach and the 3 cheeses melted on top.
BK likes that Famunda cheese. BK loves Famunda cheese.
I know he does. Then you wash it down. With a couple shots for the young guys and some key lime pie. So
nice.
It is. I mean, you look. I think it's one of the greatest restaurants in the country. So, and you also got to have an inn too. If you don't have an inn, like BK would pull up there and
try to give him a 5.
What's your name? You wait 2-3 hours normally. BK's not. He's not handing the guy a 50, let alone a $20 bill to be seated.
I'll just drop your name, Lee. I can't say I know you. I feel like that'll get me the best table in the house.
Well, only one of the 3 Mater D's really knows me. And let's just say I have it down now. Don't mean to brag, but Bill can tell you I don't break stride right now.
Nice.
And not many people that don't break stride at Joe's Stone Crabs. It's usually a 2 to 3 hour wait unless you got it in. So we're going to have fun, and your ears might be tingling. So I wish you were here. Hey, I'm praying you guys come down here. Texas, the quarterfinal game is at Hard Rock.
Oh.
If it's down here, I know you'll be staying at either a Quality Inn out by the Everglades. That's where he's going to put you up, Bucky. You know that.
I know where the poop deck is, downtown Fort Lauderdale on the main strip.
But there will be something to look forward to. I'm going to take you guys to Joe's Stone Crabs.
That sounds great.
If you guys come down here and you run the table.
How about this? All right, if Texas is in the championship game, because that's also
that too.
Rock.
That's too. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I'll say I'm buying you dinner if Texas is in that.
Okay.
Game. Quarterfinal game.
That's a dinner. That's like going where to Whataburger?
Yeah, well, you can only have the tomatoes. I'm not letting you get the crab. I didn't tell you that.
Yeah.
But, all right, let's get to the games this week. Buck, you want to start us off?
Yeah, Lee, first game, Florida, Kentucky. I mean, it looks like, this game right here, Florida it's -3.5, Kentucky. Florida, hey, is Florida playing their best ball now, Lee? Now that everybody's gone and everybody's out of town and there's going to be new head coach, new assistant coaches, new players. Or now they're just starting to play their best ball at this time of the year?
They are playing some pretty good football right now. So the quarterback, DJ Lagway, last 5 games, only thrown 3 interceptions since that disaster at LSU. And running game, 3 of the last 4 games, running at least 110 yards. So playing some complimentary football, running and throwing the football. Their defense, giving up just 18 touchdowns in 8 games. Kentucky's defense is curious. They rank 94th in passing yards allowed, but they've just given up 6 passing touchdowns. Kind of a weird stat there. But the question here is, who do we trust the least? And it's Kentucky. So last week I would have told you that Mark Stoops probably 75% going to get fired. Now it might be, after the win last week, might be 45%, but it could go back to 70, 75% if they lose at home. They haven't lost all 3 league games here. I like Florida here. Think they win and cover 27-17.
All right, Lee, a game a lot of Texas fans will be paying attention to. Georgia at Mississippi State in Starkville. Line's going up. It looks like it's around 9.5 right now. Mississippi State is better this year. They are coming off a win. They played some teams close. Can they make things interesting against the Dogs, or do you think UGA rolls?
Well, year twos that follow disastrous year ones usually are the most profitable. In fact, Mississippi State's 8-1 against the spread. So, but figured it out. Took me a couple weeks, but had them early, one of the early games against Arizona State, and had them, I think, 2 other times. So I've been riding them here. The problem here is their defense. They're on the field for 80 plays. Think they're starting to have some breakdowns here. And Georgia's just one of these teams. Talk about it. They don't have many stars. Used to be they had a couple guys on defense. You had to know where they were every single play. Don't really have that. Their offense, not many guys going to get drafted high, but they come on, they play some of their best ball in the second half. You got to give Kirby Smart credit. Well-coached team. They don't beat themselves. Quarterback plays with a lot of heart. Probably better right now than Carson Beck, so probably made the right choice letting him walk. I like Georgia here. I think they win and cover 35-24.
Interesting game coming up after Vandy just got through losing to Texas here. Now they've got an Auburn team that's just like Florida, in flux. What are they going to do? Auburn's still very physical. Vandy, what did this Texas, game take out of them, Lee? 6.5. Auburn team is just, they're all over the place right now. Like I said, it's very similar to what's going on in Kentucky and, in Florida. What do you do to try to bring your troops together? Can they do it? Can Auburn hang in there, or is Vandy just going to roll this group?
So I understand the mentality. Auburn wasn't getting the production of their offense, but it wasn't always their quarterback's fault. Some breakdowns on the offensive line. Their receivers actually dropped some key passes. Also noticed, I don't think they were running the right route sometimes, and penalties. Just couldn't do it in the red zone. So they go to this kid, Daniels, from Stanford. I mean, it's like going to Stormy Daniels. I mean, this is a second-rate guy here. This guy, when Stanford tells you, don't let the door kick you in the what, I mean, kind of giving you a message here. He came in the game before and looked good in relief, but, when you got a whole week to prepare and the other team's preparing for you, he didn't do much at all. I think if they're smart, they're going to go back to Jackson Arnold here. I think Vandy is good, but I don't think they're great. I don't think they're going to pull away from too many teams. I think this Auburn defense is good here. Vandy rush game last week, 24 carries, 58 yards. Not impressed. I don't think their running backs scare you at all. Offensive line is okay. Defense is okay. They just got a lot of will here. I think Vandy wins 24-20. Auburn covers again.
Interesting. All right. The only ranked versus ranked matchup in the SEC involves Bills Aggies on the road taking on Missouri. For once, Lee, A&M is not playing a team that's going to fire its coach.
Right.
But they don't have to deal with Bro Perbula, Missouri's starting quarterback. So the Aggies big favorites on the road. Do you think they stay unbeaten, or can Zollers and Mizzou pull off the upset?
So Zollers, I think, is going to be very good. He might be a top 2, top 3 quarterback eventually. Watch this kid. Big, strong, good arm. But he does 2 things that I would love to have Bo Perbula for this game. Why do I say that? Not a runner, Zollers. And he does stare down his receivers. Happens when you're in there for the first time. You don't feel comfortable to look off and then go to the guy that is probably the right guy for that play. So that being said, I think he might throw an interception or 2, and that could be costly. Their best player on offense probably right now is Brett Norfleet. I mean, Hardy's really good at running back, but Norfleet, they use tight end, a flex, a receiver. Game time decision with a shoulder injury. So I think he probably will give it a go, but he's not 100%. Their receivers they're good, but there's no one that scares you. I think you got to have a next level guy that can take the top off to beat A&M, hit on some big plays against them. If you're counting on these, they have a lot of 8, 10, 12 play drives. It's tough to move down against them. Their top 4 receivers average just between 8 and 12 yards a reception, whereas Concepcion between 15 and almost 18 yards a reception. And I think Marcel Reed, I said it here, I think he and right now, Julian Saint, Ohio State, best quarterbacks in the country. I think Mizzou's defense is good. I don't think they're great. They never come up with a key stop in the big games. Didn't against Alabama. In fact, if Florida's thinking about hiring Eli Drinkwitz, never wins big games, 0-6 against top 10 teams here. I think he's a little above a Jag. I think he's pretty good, does more with less, but not a big game coach here. I like A&M. Moved to 9-0 here, 28-17. And you know what? A&M smart. They keep rolling and they win the conference. Those players, you may not want to go near Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. Bill might be fitting those guys for conference championship rings. They keep this roll going.
Oh, no, they have another game. Yeah, they have a game here in Austin, too.
That's true.
Let's not forget that. That's already automatic loss. They got one loss coming at them anyway. Lee, Alabama right now may be playing as well as anybody in the country in all phases and all ways to win games. LSU, once again, I've got the game that has a new coach. They'll be having a new coach. And that thing may just totally implode at LSU, or they may fight back. The kids may try to prove something offensively. They haven't been able to do anything. They can't run. They can't throw.
Right.
The defense is not as good as everybody thought they were going to be. But this could be just one of those just hard-fought games. And Alabama's favored by, double digits. But this could come down to something a little bit different, I believe, in this game.
Yeah. This is the ultimate – this is one of the top 3-4 rivalry games in the country. I mean, if LSU wins this game, makes their season. So normally when a coach gets fired, they like the coach like Billy Napier at Florida or Penn State's James Franklin. You don't see a real big bump normally because they like the coach so much. Brian Kelly was despised. Let's be honest. He was an asshole.
Yeah.
Big time asshole. And there's one thing to be tough, but if you're able to read his lips, and there's some video out there. I mean, he was dressing down people during that beatdown against Texas A&M. So they only lost to 3 top 10 teams. I think they're going to play for this interim coach here. I think these kids have something to prove. They're coming off the bye. So I think they're going to be maybe like Louisville was against Miami. They'll come up with some plays that maybe Alabama's never seen. Alabama, everything looks great. After that loss to Florida State, they ended up the last 5 games. They beat 5 straight ranked opponents. And LSU's numbers on offense are complete garbage running the football. 124th out of 136 teams. Most of the teams behind them are the directional schools, couple MAC schools, couple teams already fired their head coach also. But that being said, I don't think that this Alabama team is even close to any of the won national titles or played for national titles. So I think LSU is going to come to play here. 10 points. I have Alabama escaping 30-24. I'm going to put 3/4 of my money on LSU plus the double digits. You might even get 10.5 if you wait a little bit. And I'm also going to put 1/4, maybe 1/3 on LSU money line, because these rivalry games, anything can happen. And Garrett Nussmeier, he's not chopped liver. When he gets hot, we've seen him in the past. Maybe not this year. He can go on fire here, and if they're attacking, you're going to have a nice payday. So I like LSU plus the points here.
Well, that would flip the conference on its head if LSU can go into T-Town.
How many teams? Couple quick questions. How many teams you think make it in? I know a lot left to play. How many teams do you think make it into the college football playoffs from the SEC?
I think it should be 5, but I'll say 4 right now without knowing what the chaos around the country looks like.
Right. Who are the teams you think that are on the outside looking in right now? Texas, Oklahoma.
Yeah. Texas, Oklahoma.
Vandy still has a chance, right?
Vandy's got 2 losses. I think you have to throw them in there. Yeah, I think I think the committee kind of told us, right? You got A&M, Bama, Georgia, Ole Miss. Those teams are all pretty safely in right now, subject to change. And then Texas and Oklahoma and maybe.
And how about as far as wagering on the coaches? Who would you guys say is Arkansas's coach going to be? Took a guess.
I think James Franklin's got a shot there.
Okay. Yeah.
I like that pick. Yeah. I've said since James Franklin got fired, Lee, he's going to be coaching somewhere in the SEC.
They're talking also about maybe Fitzgerald, former Northwestern coach.
Wow. All right.
Might be a good spot. He does more with less.
Yeah.
Kentucky, you think Stoops is fired?
Sometime this year he'll lose enough. He just got one more loss left in him before he gets fired.
I think so too. The guy that I think is the wild card coach could end up at Kentucky, could end up at Auburn, could end up at LSU. John Gruden.
Oh man, that would be something. He wants it.
I think he'd be great. Can you imagine him and Lane Kiffin on the sidelines?
God, he wants it. He's openly talked about wanting to get back into coaching, especially in the SEC. So he's ready. We'll see if any other school is. Yeah, it could be fun. All right, Lee, last game, Packers-Eagles. Big one in the NFL this weekend. That is your game of the week. By the way, thank you for your MAC picks. Tuesday and Wednesday night action is back. You hit on both of those. Appreciate that. But if folks want Packers, Eagles, and all of your plays this weekend, where do they find you?
Yeah, I'm sure you ordered in for your girlfriend and said we're going to watch some action back-to-back nights.
There you go.
God, I feel bad for her. I mean, putting up with you. I mean, sometimes I even go out on a Tuesday, Wednesday night, take my wife out. So maybe you'll graduate eventually to doing it. Never say never. Trust me. That's one.
You can't
Bucky,
miss the action on Tuesdays.
Isn't it right? Never say never with a woman, because eventually you're proven wrong.
That's true.
Yeah.
I just don't let her over when Tuesday night action's going on. It's too important. We can't even hang out.
Yeah, but that's right. There's 8 months. 8 months after football season, right?
Exactly.
I'll never tell you a quick story before we give away the Packers and Eagles game. A friend of mine one time was dating a girl. Things are going great. Started dating, I think, like in April. They're doing all kinds of picnics. They're going away for the weekend. He's taking away. Things are amazing. And she made a reservation for a Miami, West Virginia game. Was going on same time for like 6 o'clock. The game started at 3:30 Eastern. And he's like, what are you doing? Should have made the reservation for 8 o'clock. She goes, well, you get to watch the first 3 quarters. And that was it. And she's like, what happened to all these picnics and everything all Saturday and Sundays about watching football?
She blew it.
He goes, it's football season. It ended right there. She didn't make it to Monday, and they've been dating for like 5 months. So that's the life we live here. Back to the games. Packers and Eagles. Love this game on Monday night. Maybe an NFC Championship preview. Anyone wants to get it for free? 800-400-9741. It's on me. Got a bunch of specials. How about this? For BK's crowd, because of what took place in the UFC, a potential fixed fight. That's going to be interesting to follow. They already got rid of the fighter, cut him from the roster. I think it's Isaac Dolgarian. So lost a card, and we don't lose many cards. We've won 16 of the last 22 UFC cards. When we have 6 fights, normally we sell it for 66 or 36. I'm selling a Super Saver card, BK Super Saver card, 6 selections for all your buddies. I'm going to see Austin show up on the byline here. $6. That's right. You heard me correct. 6 UFC selections, $6. It's a one and only Super Saver card in the UFC. You want to get that, ParamountSports.com. Also, football, November special, entire month, 4 weeks, $297 with coupon code SAVE200. Just one place, ParamountSports.com. And we'll send a pic, put it out on X/Twitter, and send you a pic, BK, on what you could have had and what you might have if the Longhorns can run the table down here and get down here for, let's just start slow, a quarterfinal game. But that doesn't work out. More likely, BK will be down. Not BK. Bill Cohen will be down here for for not a quarterfinal. He's talking championship for the championship game here at Hard Rock, and he'll be going. If he does make it, I got to treat him. Got to take him to Joe Stonecraft.
Wow. Those are the rules. Those are the rules.
Brutal. I know it's tough. It's tough. And the yelling, whoop and all the other things they say. I don't get.
God.
Did Bill
what do they do with their hands? What is a male cheerleader? What is that?
It's weird, is what it is.
It's
Lee.
weird.
Yeah. Did Bill show up in his milkman costume for dinner when you took him out to?
Never forget this. My girls asked me, why don't they have female cheerleaders? And I said, honey, it's where boys are boys and girls are too. Not that many great looking women on the A&M campus.
Man.
That is great. You're the man, Lee. Thanks as always. We'll talk next week.
Thank you, Lee.
All right. See you guys.
All right. Can't say any bad things about Bill right now because he sponsors this segment. Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. I've told y'all this story. Needed a gift for my girlfriend's birthday. I do treat her nicely every once in a while, but the experience that I got at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers was second to none. I know nothing about jewelry. I just walked in, said what's up to Bill, and he's like, okay, what does she like? What do you think she likes? What's your budget? Do you think this would work? Do you think that would work? He took care of everything. Plus, I got the TSU discount, plus free gift wrapping. Did I lie and say I did it myself? Of course I did, but it was really Bill and his great team. And he also said, if she doesn't like it, return it, exchange it for something different. That's the kind of customer service that you get at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. That's why they've been around for more than 140 years. Holiday season coming up. Get that special something for that special someone in your life. Go see them downtown 6th and Congress or online, joecohenjewelers.com.
Sweet.
All right, too many stories from Lee Sterling. We're cutting into the boys from Chaos Time.
No,
I love it.
It's great.
I love it.
Like April showers bring May flowers. Locktober brings Dovember for Paramount.
Locktober.
That's well done there, sir. Well,
I have my moments.
I gotta say that there are some attractive girls over there at College Station. I mean, he said that there are none. There are some, right? I mean, a few. I know some attractive graduates.
Yeah, they're still Texas women, so like they are much better than most of what you get around the country. But
Texas women,
you know,
Maryland women. I do not throw away any type of woman. I'll just say that. So,
well, of course you don't.
I don't discriminate. If it's a woman, let's go.
Yeah, that's a good thing to say in front of your wife. I like that.
It's for the people. It's for the people. I'm
She's
a man
not
of
home.
the people right now. It's the show. It's the showmanship here.
Real quick, guys, maybe y'all are going to talk about this, but interesting moment in the NHL. So Bucky and all three of y'all, Alex Ovechkin last night made more history, became the first player in NHL history to score 900 goals. He's already set the record. He did that last year, but he got to that milestone mark last night, and the Capitals destroyed the Blues. So the Blues goalie is named Jordan Binnington. And after Ovechkin scores this milestone goal, you know, you assume he wants the puck back, right? It's a historic thing that's never happened in the history of the sport. Watch Blues goalie Jordan Binnington takes the puck out of the goal and puts it in his pants. Like all the Capital players are going over to celebrate, and this jabroni Blues goalie is trying to like hide the puck so he could keep it for himself. The linesman sees the whole thing happen. He goes up to him and he's like, dude, that's not yours. Can you give that back, please? And Binnington's like, oh shit, you caught me. You saw me do this. Yeah, here you go. And he gives it back.
We're all fans, right? We're all fans. We're all fans of history. But when I first saw this, I thought he was actually putting it in his ass crack to give to Ovechkin.
Oh,
yeah, make him get it. You get it.
Yeah, make him go down there and get it.
Yeah, like come on down here. Let's see what that White Russians do to you, huh?
Shit, he's gonna get that and put it on the eBay. Are you kidding me?
Turn the White Russians into a mudslide.
What? Yeah. Oh my God. What's the deal here? Like Binnington's been in the league for a long time. He's made enough money. He doesn't need the money from selling something like this.
No, he was going to keep that as a souvenir. That's what.
That is something. That's 900. That's something you put in a shadow box or something, man. Or showcase it, dude. Like that's even again. Like we're all fans, right? It doesn't matter who you are. I guess we're all fans.
Yeah, I thought it was a joke, but like Bennington, he didn't want to talk to the press after the game. I figured he was going to be like, I was just trying to be funny. I knew the cameras would be on. I was going to give it to him. Of course I was going to give it to him. But because he didn't talk to the press, it makes me think this punk was actually trying to steal this puck.
Trying to keep
it. Get some money off of it. Nobody would notice. It's not like baseball where it's hard to track it down. The puck's in the net. Everyone knows who took it if it's not there.
It's not just that. There's thousands of cameras. There's thousands of eyes in the sky, man. You
trying to shove that thing down
my kid, man. Just when you think no one's watching, someone is always watching. Someone's always.
It's impossible to get away with anything anymore. Yeah, my wife watches a lot of crime shows, and it's crime shows from back in the day, and they get solved now, and it's impossible. It's impossible to get away, and that's very obvious right there. Come on, man.
Yes, it's an NHL game that a bunch of people are watching. This isn't just random stuff where someone might be filming you. Like I said, cameras everywhere. But I don't know. Congrats to your guy Ovi on that.
Yeah, I mean when you stick a little thing of cologne in your pants pocket, I mean that's just I didn't shove it in my ass trying to hide it. Put it in my pocket, Rod, and then I paid for it the next day. I wasn't trying to get over on Whole Foods. No. Come on, for $11. Come on, man.
Oh man, when I was 10, I don't know if I've told this story on here before, and probably embarrassing myself if I did for a second time. When I was 10 years old at the Walmart in Lockhart, I stole a little General Lee Hot Wheel, and I got caught on the way out. The dude walks up and my aunt, I was with my aunt, and they caught me. They took me up there, and they were talking about calling the police and all these different things. He didn't do anything. So we walk out, and my aunt is like, I can't believe you did that. And they caught you. And I reached in my other pocket, and I had Daisy's Jeep. I said, yeah, but they didn't catch me. I got this one too.
Nicely done. Oh man. Kind of defeats the purpose though, Buck, if you're putting perfume up your ass. It's supposed to smell good, and then you're just rubbing it in your
I didn't. I just put it in my pants pocket. It was an accident. Didn't want it to fall out of my little basket.
You could spray back there. I had a buddy
I don't think it defeats the purpose. I think it helps, right? I think it helps cover up some.
I wasn't covering up anything, Wags. I was taking it home. It's my favorite little splash that I use from Whole Foods. I didn't want it to fall out. I put it in my pocket, and from the aisle where I got it just to where the cash register where I forgot about it, walked out, but I came back the next day and paid for it.
What's it called? Daisies and Dandelions? Is that the name of the?
It's called Water Goddess.
Cool water.
Oh, that might be worse than the shitty thing that I came up with.
Not cool water.
Water Goddess.
Cool water. I had a buddy. We used to go out. We go to the South 40 and go country dancing, and we'd get ready to head out. And that dude, he'd spray cologne on each little on the forearm right here on the backside, and then he'd always spray between his crotch with his pants on, of course, between the crotch. He's like, that one just in case for good luck. I'm like,
what's with the wrist?
This is
a legit question. I've seen people spray cologne and put it on their wrists before. What is that?
It's a pulse point. So your blood vessels are close to your skin, which it generates heat, which helps project the
pheromones
more.
Listen to Perry Ellis over there.
Dr. fucking Perry Ellis. Where'd you learn about this? Who taught you about this?
I'm a cologne guy. I've said it before. I pay for them, but I probably have more than 50 colognes.
Tommy Fresh from Parks and Recreation. Honestly, you gonna create that scent, Tommy Fresh?
I probably have more than 50 colognes in my closet.
Wow,
it was one of those.
Are you serious?
Yeah, serious. It started during COVID. I had nothing to spend money on, and I was just like, I don't know. I just randomly became infatuated with colognes, and I bought a bunch of them.
Wow. I did that. That's why you're at Marshall's all the time. That's why I go to Marshall's.
No, I'm at Marshall's to stare at hot chick. Yeah, you're right. That's why I'm at Marshall's all the time. I'm sorry.
Oh, man. I just bought a lot of radio gear.
I like smelling good, man. And I'm glad that you guys, I don't have the Bob Cole reputation of everybody smelling it around the entire office.
I never knew you had that. I mean, you don't smell like shit, but I mean, I didn't know that you had that bunch of a variety. I don't
wear it to work that much. I mean, I work with a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, you don't if you wear cologne around dudes,
we don't have an office.
Right.
So it's like,
oh, well, yeah. I mean, back then. Yeah. Now I'm not wearing it right now.
Oh, back then. Okay. Back
then. Yeah. Good call.
I'm not using my natural pheromones anymore. They left me when I was 50.
Did you have them?
I had them.
The baked potato pheromones?
Yeah, but now they're gone. The pheromones are gone. You hit 70, they disappear. You gotta substitute with some stuff. So I'm doing some. I put stuff on the back of my hand. That's where it stays.
Not supposed to rub it either. There's another tip for you. Don't rub your.
Oh
cologne.
wow, Wags! Look at that.
I rub it every day.
I'm telling you, I'm learning everything, man. I'm
supposed to rub it.
She's gonna walk in from work today, and she's gonna be like, "What is that shitty smell you got going?"
She's gonna say,
what's gonna happen.
she's gonna say, "You smell like nuts and cologne." What's
That's
going
what's
on
gonna
here?
happen. What is that funky smell?
You smell like nuts.
These nuts.
Nuts and cologne. That's great.
All right.
That's
What
a
I like
great
putting on.
combination.
What I like putting on just to smell nice. I like sunblock, like
That's
the coconut flavor.
That's it right
Yeah.
there. It's not
That
even.
shit
It's
on
not perfume for me. Double R. It's if I smell that Hawaiian Tropics or Banana Republican. If I smell like that hint of Hawaiian stuff, take it all. Let's go. Get it off. Let's go.
Let's go. It's go time.
I don't need that strong perfumey stuff, man. Stuff that reminds me of like the beach and like passion and like Acapulco heat. Let's get it on.
Do y'all
Like a
burn
Snickers,
candles
like
in
a
your house?
nice Snickers bar.
Y'all burn
Like
candles
nice
in your house? I burn candles all the time. I've got like 2 candles in my studio, and downstairs we got candles. I'm a candle guy. I love.
I'm
candles.
old. I may forget and burn the house now, so I can't do that.
No, that's me with the oven. I cooked a pizza last night and left the damn thing on. I went down there like at 11 p.m. watching the Spurs, and I'm like, it's hot down here. The oven was still on.
That'll do it. All right, guys. I got a boogie.
All right, boys. Have a great day.
Till tomorrow.
Later. So Jovan Musk. I see a comment. Jovan Musk.
I've worn that. Jovan Musk.
I didn't know that
would wear
Jovan Musk was for men. I thought it was for women.
Oh yeah, no, it
So
was.
I get Jovan Musk for my mom it's like the thing that I've always done as a kid. So it's kind of like a knick-knack gift now, right? Like you put it in a stocking or whatever. So for like her stocking present, I'll give her like Jovan Musk and like a Beatles calendar, right?
Yeah.
And then she usually gets something else because she's mom, but still, like I never knew that Jovan Musk was, hey, let's do top 5 colognes and shit. Let's add top 5 colognes to the list here.
We ain't done the top 5 we have 4 weeks ago.
I know. I understand that, but the list is still reducing and shrinking a little bit here.
Eventually, we'll get to the off season, right? It's like
we'll get to the off season. We'll get it in there. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to talk about. I mean, hell, just when you think you're turning the corner, now we got Maction on Wednesday night. You know what I mean? And now Thursday night football. There's never a break. Like she tried to get me. We tried to watch Desperate Housewives, not Desperate Housewives, Real Housewives of the Orange County. It's this show's been going on.
Don't pollute
for
your soul like
years,
that,
man.
dude.
These women have aged. They're all plastic at this point, right?
Yeah,
And they're terrible people. All these people are terrible people. Double R.
Those women, their lips, man, looks like Mr. Potato Head.
Nothing moves. Nothing moves. They all talk shit on each other. They all tell lies.
Did you ever have like the Mr. Potato Head where you'd put the eyes in and then you plug the lips in there and it was like this?
Oh, hey, Mr. Potato.
Yeah, it's like those women. I'm like, God damn.
I'm an 80s guy. I'm an 80s baby. Like I have Mr. Potato Head still there.
I love Mr. Potato Head. That was pretty cool.
I just recently bought a old school 80s style Monopoly themed board game. We're having game night on Sunday nights again.
We do that. We do that on the holidays. We play Monopoly and we play Uno, and they like to play Scrabble, but my vocabulary is not very good. I don't got good grammar, so I hate Scrabble.
Be like Ben Stiller. Be like White Goodman and read a dictionary. Get a mental workout too.
That's a good idea.
Get a mental workout.
Well, and they're smart because we want to play. They want to play Scrabble, and we'll put a little money on it. Just the 2 girls and Tracy and I, but they let me get like 6 beers in, and they're like, "Let's play Scrabble." I'm like, I can't think straight now.
No, usually the mind expands on top of enhancements, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I can't be putting
alcohol. Alcohol is a depressant. It does slow you down, so maybe it does slow you a little bit. Where do you want to go first, partner?
What'd you watch last night? Because it was kind of a slower night last night. So did you end up watching The Housewives?
That and had some action on too. So I got to tell you, I think I'm gonna buy in to the month package of Sling.
I thought that YouTube thing would have been solved by now because I've been watching.
It looks like they're really making us hurt, right? Like if you crave sports and you want to watch stuff, man, and you want to watch live TV and real reality, that's redundant, but actual reality television, it's live sports, right? Like, you can't be watching these produced Real Housewives, reality shows or whatever, and think that it's reality. It's not. I paid another $5 the day pass. I'm only doing this because of the $20 credit that we're getting, the one-time $20 credit that we're getting from YouTube TV. And I get it. They don't have that much. They're not raking. Actually, they're probably raking in tons of fucking cash by now, right?
Yeah,
I would like to think that, and sure, the rates are probably going to go up to keep these negotiation contracts happen, because here's what's happening. ESPN doesn't want any type of middleman or any type of competition, right?
Absolutely. That's why they're taking over everything.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. They are buying everything. Hell, they just bought out NFL Network.
Red Zone, yeah. They got the wrestling, they got everything.
They got everything. They got absolutely everything. They are the monopoly, right? They are the absolute monopoly for sports. They're trying to be the monopoly for sports. Okay.
Yeah.
They have a competitor that's siphoning off a lot of profit from them, a lot of their market, a lot of their target demographic, because they're offering lower rates, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They increase contract negotiation, they renegotiate and increase contract negotiations, right? To where, if YouTube TV wants to wants to advertise or not advertise, but wants to broadcast their sports and have rights, they have to meet a certain standard. And with that, it's only going to have trickle down effect to where we have to pay that dividend, right? Or we have to pay, I guess, the differential on that, right?
Yeah.
So costs will go up to meet demands. It's how it is, dude. But ESPN is making it absolutely harder on all of us. That is why they have all of their effing shills reaching out and leaning on us, giving us the LBJ treatment, sitting here saying, please, tell YouTube TV to
sign
give
this
you
petition.
What you need.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just please, you guys need us in your lives too, right? It's bullshit, man. We are in for a long haul with this thing. It's not going away for a while.
Yeah. And it's like, people wanting to sign petitions and all this stuff. It's like, man, you can sign all you want. I mean, that ain't going to do anything. This is all business, and the content is just so valuable right now. And that's where, because like we said the other day, sports is where people are going to pay. I think maybe even more than some of the reality stuff and movies and so forth, to where, man, you got, because it's constant, it's all the time, and ESPN really is locking in to take everything over. But dude, I seriously thought that it was solved, because like I said, I've been on the Hulu.
There was talks. They were going back and forth, but it got denied. The contract that I last saw got denied or turned down. So there's back in negotiations.
Jeez. Well, we'll see. I hope that this could be a second.
My kid said that he was watching it free at some kid's house not with rabbit ears, right? But he was actually watching it on an app. I just got to figure out which app it was. So,
yeah. Well, anyway, but where I was going with that, so it was the one thing that I had circled that I wanted to watch was Spurs Lakers, and so
that was great. That was fantastic.
Well, they're figuring out how to lock down Wemby, right? Put two dudes on him, and that'll slow him down a little bit. But Spurs still lose by 2, and I'm like, well, shit, But so dude, I got totally locked into on the Netflix.
Did you not watch the Spurs game?
Oh, I did.
Oh,
But
okay.
up until then, I started watching that Hurricane Katrina thing on Netflix. Oh my God, dude, you want to talk about? You want to get really pissed off? You want to get really sad, really frustrated? Watch that. God,
why I don't want to do that. Tell me about the Spurs game. Let's talk about your team, dude. I mean, excellent stuff last night from Wemby. What'd you like?
I didn't like the result, but I did like that you can have Wemby, on a slower night with 19 points, shooting 5 for 14, and then you still got that supporting cast that's going to be there.
That's what I took away from the game, right? Like all that distribution, or not just distribution, but like all that contribution there, right? I mean, you had all 5 starters were in double figures, so and then it sucks that you guys came up short a little bit, but look at. I guess I'm shifting my lens a little bit now to the optimistic side instead of being absolutely critical. Of course, I'm very critical on our team or in the teams that I follow. But if I'm on the outside looking in, I usually am very optimistic for people, right? Or maybe it's just because I want what they have, right?
Yeah.
Playing this well, and all the pieces aren't even together yet, right? So wait until everything starts firing on all cylinders, and then the Spurs are going to be a force to be reckoned with, man.
Yeah, man. I really think so. And it's like the progression that you've already seen out of here. So, and I heard the one thing that the Wemby talking after the game to where it's like, okay, people are adjusting to me, so we need to figure out how we adjust.
So what'd you think between the matchup between Ayton and Wemby?
I mean, I think it's really smart where you're bringing somebody over to kind of be the back door there to be able to shut him down. So that's where
kind of the first time that Wemby felt a little bit not overmatched, but kind of felt somebody was giving shit back to him, right?
And the second, the game before when he scored 9 against Phoenix. Yeah. Same concept though. Same concept. They're bringing
over the shadow or bringing over. It's almost like bracketing, right? Just waiting for him to get down there, and once it's on the block, it's just shift over, double team. But that's the problem with Wemby, is that he's so good with passing, is that he's going to find the open man once the double team rotates over.
Yeah,
that's the problem. So
it's very much the equivalent what they're doing to him, like having a spy in football, to where if you're going to spy the whatever, okay, when Wemby gets here, this is when you need to come over. But so, I mean, it seemed like a quality loss to me, right? On the road.
That's what we're got. Yeah, we're all about embracing quality losses. But yeah, man, only 5-2. You know what I mean? Only the second loss of the season, but it's expected. Like Lakers, what's your expectations for the Lakers this season?
To me, the Lakers,
will they be there? Will they be at the end of it?
I think the Lakers and the Spurs are kind of going to be in the same spot when you get into the West, where they're going to be kind of in that bottom.
Sure, they'll be in the playoffs, right? But I mean, will they be like in one of the final 4 teams for the West?
I wouldn't think so. Do you? I mean, when you look at Oklahoma City and everything else that you have there, I mean, you're not at the elite point of being at that yet. I do like the strides that they've made.
You can't count Denver out. There's no way in hell you can count Denver out, right? As long as Jokic is, as long as Jokic is on the floor. I love seeing Ayton move. Ayton on the Lakers gives them some size for the first time in a while, right? Well, I guess since AD left, but I feel like Ayton's a little bit more durable than AD.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit more of a rim protector, right? And of course, Marcus Smart coming over there, it gives them tenacity in the backcourt too. And I mean, I don't think we have to say anything more than generational talent with Luka Doncic, right? Like I don't know, man. It'll be a difficult conversation to not have the LA Lakers in the Final Four, right? For me, sure Oklahoma.
You think they will be?
I think they will. I think with the acquisitions that they made in the offseason, and having the full season of Luka there, right? And then LeBron load management. LeBron, I guess that's what we're going to be calling this now. But I think it happens, man. I think the Lakers are going to be in the conversation, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of back to this right quick, Wags, because we were talking all about the streaming and all that. We've talked about Hulu and YouTube TV, I mean, Fubo, whatever. The local channels, if you're really digging into that, what I would suggest is like if right now, if you want to in Austin or if you're in San Antonio, KView or KSAT.com, go like directly to whatever channel you're looking for, and they're usually streaming that stuff. Wags, right? I mean, you've been on that local news side, the production side,
but also like, can't you just get the rabbit ears too?
Yeah, you can.
Like, I feel like the rabbit ears is to me, it's the way to go. It's a one-time buy, right?
Yeah.
You make a one-time purchase on the rabbit ears, you put them in the back of the TV, and then you got your analog.
I haven't tried those in so long. Like I said, I bought a converter box one time, and then I don't know where it is. It's probably in the attic somewhere when all that went down. So the rabbit ears now, is that like a USB? I mean, is it like a coax that you plug in there?
You just stick it right in. I mean, the problem with mine is that mine are mounted, so I got to get back in there and absolutely stick it on. But it's not like a huge rabbit. I mean, hell, I've even seen like, two little mini wires that pop up. It's not like the long ones that they had in the 80s anymore. It's kind of like, somewhat, I don't know. You can hide them, I guess, if you really wanted to.
It's a temporary fix. I mean, this is eventually going to get resolved. I mean, at some point, but YouTube TV will go up in price. But I keep seeing it mentioned right there, man. That Marshawn Nealon news, man. Of the Cowboys passing away at 24. That is
there is so many people dying way too young, right? Like there is something wild going down, man. It is wild.
It's a sad thing right there, and that's the second guy that the Cowboys. I remember, I think it was Jerry Brown that passed away a couple of years ago. I think it was a very young guy, Nealon at 24. I mean, this is a guy with, again, the football stuff is irrelevant at this point. Obviously,
right.
You lost him, but the potential right there. But to lose your life that young, man, it's like, God, no details, of course, and what that is. What it is.
I mean, we can speculate all we want, but I mean, damn, because time of night or whatever. But I mean, I don't know. It's just wild to see, all these people dying at a young age, man. It just sucks.
Well, and I got to tell you also, I mean, I know
2012. That's right.
2012. Yeah. We sit here and we joke around a lot about the Horn and Coke Fest and all these different things. But I saw that our friend Eric Raines lost his wife, Terry, yesterday.
Jesus.
Long battle, her with, and she passed peacefully yesterday. So reached out to Eric, got a word into him, and that's a lot of years those two together, man. Young people, and Eric himself has had his problems lately, with different stuff that he's been going through. So yeah, man, it's like, God, what's happening here? Shit. But Marshawn Nealon dies at 24. That's crazy, absolutely crazy.
I didn't know about Terry. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, Terry. Yeah, Terry passed yesterday. But thoughts to Eric and his boys. Yeah, that's pretty rough. But so last night Spurs they do fall, but now we go to Thursday night football. Wags, you fired up, dude? You fired up?
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we let's go to commercial real quick before we get into the
And I do have some.
That news shook me up for a minute there. I didn't know about
I'm sorry about that. I should have mentioned that to you. I thought that maybe you knew that.
Let me tell you about our friend Ryan Hurricane Hecht. There's a new lawyer in town. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your go-to personal attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer; he's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident and you're hurt on the job, or you got a dog bite and any type of personal injury, just give Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. That number 512-938-8929. Again, that's 512-938-8929. You can email my guy Ryan at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, it is covertbcave.com. Like I said, jump online, look for those weekly specials. Find that, give them a call, make sure they still have it in inventory, because that's the stuff, when you find the weekly specials, are going to move very, very fast. Then you take that drive out there to that beautiful, beautiful dealership out there, the Covert family. Been doing this for decades here in the Central Texas area. It is Covert Bee Cave, covertbcave.com.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Friday Beats Coverdale, not now, not ever. Of course, in the heart of sports season right now. NFL at the halfway pole as we roll through here. College football, you've got the first college football rankings that are out, and we're getting set for college basketball. The NBA is going, NASCAR is done, but you still got lots of things that you want to be checking out. And you want to do that on your Tom McKay audio-visual consultation system, avconsultations.com. That is your one place to go for the sight and the sound.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
avconsultations.com. Check them out today, 255-8678. Get that. I mean, seriously, for me, I have folks that stop by the house, whether it's the wife is doing something or we're having some sort of gathering, and folks walk in and they're like, hey, man, I want to go see that room. And they come in and they're like, holy stuff. You got to be kidding me. I can't believe everything that's in here. I have non-sports fans that walk into this room and they're like, shit, I could sit here for hours. That's what I do. And it's because of AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. McCall Custom Homes, if you're looking for that outdoor renovation, you can kind of pair all of that together right there. If you want to have that outdoor system where you can go out there and watch some sports out on the patio, out in the backyard, out in whatever you have over there. You have a separate building. Hey, McCall Custom Homes can build you that second building if you want to have that secondary residence or the man cave or the studio or whatever it is. Or they can take your current space, modify that, retro that, and make it really cool. Like I've said, my home was built in 1988. You come rolling up in here, especially the bathroom, renovated by McCall Custom Homes, and that thing looks like this house was built in 2025. That's because in 2025, McCall Custom Homes came in and renovated that primary bathroom for us. Amazing work. Highly recommend them. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. The best news of it all, free estimates if you're a TSU listener or viewer, 512-633-9580. Get that call or text into Mike, and they'll put your ideas together with their ideas. They're going to get you taken care of. You hear Bucky and I talking about him all the time. It's because they do amazing stuff. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. And again, yes, back to the Marshawn Nealon thing here. 24 years old, dude scored a touchdown last week on the block punt. So it's things can happen that fast. And lots of deep thoughts right now. But you know what? We're here to talk about some sports, and it is our job to keep you folks entertained. So that's exactly what we are going to do. Wags, I got to play this sound for you because I know I've said that I think the Texas, and we can get to Thursday night football and NFL and all that in a minute, but where I've said I think Texas maybe doesn't have to win out to get into the college football playoff. After the playoff rankings come out, I was kind of talking shit about this dude last week, but now I'm a Joel Klatt fan. This is what Joel Klatt said about his thoughts about the CFP rankings and the bracket that came out on Tuesday.
The biggest takeaway from these rankings is Texas at 11. Texas as a 9-3, as the committee is telling us, is absolutely alive for the playoff. When I see where they're sitting, I absolutely get it. Number one, their loss was the opening week of the season, one of their losses, to Ohio State on the road, which is right now the number one team in the country as the committee views it. And here's something that you have to understand is that behind closed doors, the strong push is to make sure that we're valuing teams that schedule difficult non-conference games. Well, Texas scheduling the Ohio State game, the committee is not going to want to knock them for that. They're not going to want to put them down for losing that game on the road the opening week of the season with a brand new quarterback. Some people agree with that. Some don't. Okay. Now, that's fine. I agree with that. We need to get to a place in college football where we encourage games like that in the non-conference. And guess what? Texas has so much ammunition left on their schedule that them being at 11 right now, they're still in a good position whether they win out or not. Now,
there you go, Wags. So
whether they went out or not I can't agree with that. Like they have to win out. They can't lose. If they lose to Georgia, they're staring down the barrel of 3 losses. There's no other, and if everybody else wins, there's no other team with 3 losses. They can't be in the conversation at that point. As much as I want to give the burnt orange Kool-Aid, a big gulp this morning, I can't agree with that. I can't give a 3-loss team a pass when there's teams out here with no losses yet, and teams that are clawing and scraping to get in with 1 loss. Like that's 9. We're looking at 9 teams from the SEC right now, right?
Mm-hmm. And this is where I go back to where, and I mean, it's so stupid to go down this road to where it's like, if you get beat by Georgia, and again, this year is so different.
My apologies, 6.
Well, this year, if you get beat by Georgia, and again, this isn't the Georgia that we're used to, but that's the funny thing where Georgia's winning games ugly, and it's not the narrative that you had on Texas, to where it's like, I don't know how the fuck they're winning these games, but it's if you beat Georgia and then you stumble and fall to A&M, you're cooked. But I still think that if you lose to Georgia in somewhat of a very competitive game there, beat Arkansas, beat A&M, you get in. And this is where, the SEC, I think they should have 5 teams in here, quite frankly, to be honest with you. But the system is the system, and it's going to play itself out. But I just thought that was interesting that from that dude on the inside that he thinks that way also. But you are totally correct, too, to where when you look at the whole concept of this system is to not have a 3-loss team in there.
Get the best teams in, man.
Right. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. So, interesting stuff there. Gorgeous Greg on the Coda text line. I will send you a guy. I've got a guy that is not far from you at all to get you some body shop work done. Best in the business. Absolutely.
All right. Texas sitting at 11, though, right? Like, are you cool with that? Is that a solid ranking? Is that a solid grade? Should they be higher? Should they be lower in your opinion? Or, what's your take on that? I haven't really heard much from that.
I thought that they should be the highest ranked 2-loss team, to be honest with you, on the basis of the 2 ranked teams that they have beaten. But like we talked about yesterday,
over Notre Dame.
Yeah, I think that they should be ranked higher over Notre Dame. But this is where we go back to it wouldn't matter anyway, because Notre Dame's going to get in anyway because they're the independent and they don't have anyone left. I mean, I guess I think there is one team.
Who does Notre Dame have? They got Navy. Have they? Yeah, they got Navy next, right?
Well, it's like I've heard for 3 different times this year, Wags, about Navy. It's like when they played UNT. I think when they played UTSA, it's like Navy, unbelievable. And they got fucking boat race both times. I'm like, let's get over that part.
Yeah, they played Purdue. I can't believe Purdue actually put up 30 points on them.
Yeah. So, and that's where Notre Dame's in such a good spot. And that's why I go back and I look at this and I'm like, well, shit, how long before people start going independent? I mean, hell, that's the way to go. But, I mean, I can't argue with the ranking of Texas where they are. The only thing that I would have gone on would have been be ranked ahead of Notre Dame, just on the basis of the quality wins and the one loss. But I think the one loss to Florida is still factoring in. But to me, the way that Georgia beat Florida should factor in too, to that Texas loss to Florida, if that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like Miami's not exactly who we thought they were, right? Or maybe they just lost some major, like the battle of attrition and kind of started to be a shell of themselves. But they got a loss to Miami. Yep. They have a very close loss to what looks to be a tough stubborn Texas A&M team, and then their wins are like they beat the Purdue Nerds 56-30. They beat Arkansas. They whooped up on Arkansas 56-13. Boise State 28-7. That's an emphatic win. NC State 30. That's a convincing win too. 36-7. 34-24 against USC. But I think that's the game where love went off, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know, and
Boston College 25-10. Like that's. But then you take Texas. You know, how convincing has Texas been in their non-cons? So
that's the other part. I mean, I can sit here and argue this point and say that, but I mean, the non-con wins, I mean, the ones that you talk about that you struggled with, I mean, that's not Purdue. That's not that's
and where would we be if we played Ohio State? What do you think that outcome would be right now
if Texas would have beat Ohio State?
No, what do you think the outcome would be if we played Ohio State this week?
Probably a lot like what it was, because Julian Sand is dude seems to be pretty legit.
You think
right?
you think it would be that close? You think Texas would actually dominate and only allow Julian Sand to get over the 50 twice?
I think so. I think you'd have very much the same aggressive, low-scoring, lack of fireworks football. If you're a defensive football fan, I think that's what you get again. I think it could come down to a field goal, you know, between the two. The Texas offense, you know, we can talk about the revival of the offense and offensive line and all that good stuff, but that's a good Ohio State defense too. So that's the other part.
I don't know if I'm buying that brand today, man. I don't know if I can buy that brand. I think it's a 2-score game against Ohio State if we played them again this week.
With Ohio State winning or Texas?
With Ohio State winning.
Ohio State, yeah.
But I mean, you know me, I'm pessimistic, Paul, usually here. So
no, that's all good. I'm glad you mentioned USC, because when I look at these rankings and I kind of look at what's left, I think USC is the one that might be able to sneak their ass into this conversation. Again, look, brand matters. I'm sorry. We can sit here and say whatever we want to say. USC with Northwestern, Iowa, at Oregon. If they can somehow find a way to beat Oregon on November 22nd.
They have to beat Oregon. If they don't beat Oregon, they're not in. Like, how convincing is Iowa at this point?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're like, if they lose to Oregon, they're a 3-loss team. We can't really give them that bid, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or I can't. If I can't give Texas that bid, I can't give USC that bid. I just can't.
Right. And this is where I go back into that to where it's like USC has a chance here to play. That's a big if to beat Oregon. I mean, that's a really big if. But I don't know, man. And yeah, Rob's got it. The Florida game is the one that kind of really does you in. I mean, unless Florida can go off and go on some sort of run right here. The Georgia loss, I think, was good for that part, but that's the one. That really is the one that eventually could do you in if that's what's going to happen.
No, I agree with you. It's a tough game. Is that in Des Moines or is that out west?
The USC Iowa. That is in SoCal.
Okay.
That is in SoCal.
That's a winnable game.
I think so. I mean, I do. And if they can come in,
definitely can't lose to that. If they lose to Iowa, there's no way.
Yeah. I think
thank you, Iowa City. I thought they played in Des Moines. Thank you.
Yeah. Those to me, USC is very much you have to win out. You have to win out, and then all the while you beat Oregon in winning out, and that really helps. You know, whatever.
What's that movie with Ed Helms? Is it Des Moines? No, it's not Des Moines. I can't. He goes to like some just obscure place with it's Ed Helms, John C. Reilly, and the dude that does like I used to do the drop. It used to be a drop in one of my intros. I do a Mean Omar impression from HBO The Wire. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't think of what it is, man. It's in Iowa. It's in Iowa City. I can't think of the damn. It's not Iowa City. It is a city in Iowa. Cedar Rapids, dude. Lee Castle Rock pulling through.
There it is.
Iowa City or Cedar Rapids, man. And I do a Mean Omar impression from the HBO series The Wire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man. Anyways, a little off topic there. Where do you want to go next, partner? Where do you go?
And then there's that. I mean, and again, we will hammer in next week, when it's game week. And that's the nice thing about it is that we have an extra week here to break Georgia, Texas down. What a one to break down. I happen to think, last thing that I'll say about this, I happen to think with all the love going to A&M, I think that this week, the fact that they're going to Missouri, I kind of see that as a little bit of a dangerous game for the Aggies. Aggies are buttoned up, polished. They look really good. They may have a Heisman Trophy quarterback, Wags, but I don't know if
they're. I mean, he's in the conversation, right? But like, there's at this point, it's Mendoza and who else? Like I think Mendoza's the clear shot, right?
Yeah.
Especially if Indiana keeps winning.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, that's all they got to do is just keep on winning, and that all solves itself. But I think that Missouri A&M rivalries kind of remember that was one of those that kind of popped up to where it's like a rivalry game, Missouri and A&M, and I'm like, what? I mean,
I want to see what Hardy's going to do against this defense, right?
Yeah,
want to see how they'll be able to gouge it on the ground here. What are you looking forward to see out of that game?
A&M lose. Boring answer.
No, really though. Like what?
It really is for me watching Reed. I mean, watching this dude play quarterback, how he's matured into this system, and watching how Mike Elko has gone in here and just really brought all of this together. I kind of just wish it was somebody else that was doing this, because this is a program that was not in a very good place. And then you make a hire of a guy where it's probably not the most popular guy, not the guy that your fan base wanted. This dude has come in here and he has put this total shit show. I mean, not shit show. He has put this show together. This is a shit show in a good way right now. They're right in the thick of the national championship race, Wags. And it's like, man, A&M? Come on.
Any matchups from on Saturday that you want, that you think's sexy to you?
In college football?
No, for Missouri and A&M.
No, just the two together.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just them playing each other. I mean, there's not anything that jumps off the map for me on that one. I mean, total team effort for Missouri to beat them. Don't think it's possible, but I do think it's going to be closer than people think.
Okay, where do you want to go next?
You want to talk some Thursday night football?
Sure, let's get into it.
Yeah,
man.
you ready for it? You ready for the Broncos and the Raiders? Who you got?
Yeah, it's usually like it's weird. Thursday night football feels like a game where it's going to be high flying, nothing but offense, right? Like just always taking the over on Thursday night football. I don't feel like we're going to get both teams competing with this one, right? Jacoby Myers just leaving, going to the Jaguars. Like, what's the state of the locker room in Vegas right now, right? Will they even be competitive tonight? This could be an absolute fucking boat race by the Broncos tonight, dude.
That's what I'm thinking, Wags, because it's like
what's the line anyways? 8 and a hook, double R, 8 and a hook.
I mean, kind of crazy to not take that, right? I mean, I agree with you. I mean, Denver's coming in here with, Denver's rolling, and the Raiders are fucking lost. It seems like at this point. I think that this is going to be ugly. I think I'll probably be turning on UTSA and South Florida here at some point on Thursday night, because this is not a good matchup. Not a good matchup whatsoever for the Vegas Raiders. Yeah, boat race, absolutely.
I'm trying to pull up the standings right now, or not the standings, but just like the team defense for the Broncos. Yeah, third in yards, total yards allowed, are the Denver Broncos. They're going up against an offense that's struggling to find any type of production, right? Like the only thing they have is is Bowers, right? Like that is all they have. Sure, Genty, like you can try and lean on the legs of Genty and have this dude just break down and literally do yourself a disservice for the future. If I'm Pete Carroll and company for Vegas, I mean, I know this is kind of lame to say this, but you're kind of playing for next year. You're kind of playing for the future. And I get it. Like, Pete, you want to win now because we really don't know how many years Pete has coaching in the NFL. Like, how old is Pete? 80?
Pete is old.
Pete is up there. Pete is up there, right? Like, So Pete should be moving stage right and letting the next succession plan come in there, right? So if I'm Vegas, like if I'm the front office of Vegas, sure, make it a competitive game if you can, but not at the expense of injuring your future or breaking down one of the best potentially one of the best backs in the NFL history. That is supposed to happen, right? You clearly have a thoroughbred with Brock Bowers. He's been banged up. He's back in the lineup now. I guess.
Yeah, but then you got Geno Smith.
Create some type of chemistry with Bowers tonight. I don't even know that Geno Smith's going to be able to make a difference with this defense that Denver has. I would think that they're going to be keying on Bowers a lot. So, and I would think that they'll be stacking the box a lot too, making it hard for Genty to even get any type of real estate or any type of production.
And this is where, when you look at the Raiders and just the entire makeup of, I think the mindset of bringing in Pete Carroll was he was going to bring in discipline and do all these different things, to the organization. And the hard part about it is when you set that expectation, you bring that dude in there to do that. I mean, he didn't have the personnel, and the personnel still isn't there other than, the running back and the tight end that you've mentioned right there. But this is where I think if you're the Raiders, you need to reset here at some point. You got to figure the quarterback thing out. Look, Geno Smith, that's a dude that you can plug in there, very much a stopgap kind of guy.
Figure out the wide receiver too, right? Like you got to find some type of productivity between between your air assault, your air arsenals here.
Well, and then when one of your top receiver talks about wanting to get traded, and you're like, we're not going to trade him, he's going to stay. That's not going to help anything. I mean, that rarely works out in a good way. But of course, when they say we're not going to trade him, that only means we'll trade him for the right amount of money. But the Raiders, where I think they made some of these moves and some of the hires and so forth to make them forward, I think they're kind of taking steps backward, Wags, because they look totally bad.
Sertan's out, PJ Locke is out, or I should say PJ Locke is questionable. And I don't have the full injury report, but that's just what I have for right now. But yeah, I mean, that's if Sertan's out, that's a very key piece in your secondary there. And we all know how PJ Locke can contribute too. So yeah, I guess there's some chip a chair and a prayer for you Vegas fans out there. If you want to sit down at the table and kind of put your chips in there, maybe. I just think this defense is still, even with Sertan out, I still think they're pretty damn devastating. Again, they don't surrender that many yards, right? Total yards too. So it's not just pass. It's not just the air attack. It's kind of everything collected in one there. If looking on the offensive side for Denver, this could be a decent night for Knicks, but I'm predicting a bigger night for J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. I think they'll be cooking on the ground here too.
I totally agree, and I just don't think that other than Ashton Genty that the Raiders have anything on the offensive side that they can even try to poise. I mean, what is Denver going to focus on? Stopping the run. Then what happens? Geno Smith, his QBR rating is it's not good. It's like 46% and a 10-yard passing range. So it's like, how do you go that direction right there with this guy? And again, I mean, we could be wrong. Thursday night does bring some crazy stuff, but I think where we can talk about some of the guys' deficiencies missing on the Denver defense, if they were playing, I don't know, Kansas City or somebody else other than the Raiders, I think, it might be a bigger play on that. But I don't see this being close at all, Wags. This is going to be horrible. It's going to be a bad Thursday night football game. Another bad Thursday night football game.
Vegas Raiders allow 109 yards on the ground per game, right? And then through the air, they surrender 224. Okay, 333 total is what they allow. Yeah, this could be a nice, like, Bo Nix could eat. Bo Nix could eat tonight. Like, Sertan could have a decent night. Or no, actually, I think Mims is out, as a matter of fact. If I remember from my injury report on my fantasy report. But yeah, Sertan could have a
healthy night tonight too. But I think it's mainly going to come from the ground and pound.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's. I don't think that Denver needs to go into this game tonight and try to simplify things. I mean, just keep doing what you've been doing on defense, and let Bo Nix just do whatever he's going to do. I mean, the Cortland Sutton. I mean, hit him out there. You're going to have him open, I think, a couple of different times, and you can probably put this away pretty quick, right? I mean,
I think so.
I hope I'm wrong, Wags. I hope it's 20-17 in the fourth quarter with 3 minutes to go.
Troy, aka T Money, if you are listening, my guy, and you have the prop bets up down there for Underdog Fantasy, what is the prop on targets for Surtain tonight, if there is one out there? I should have this pulled up, but just curious. Since we're on this right now, anything else you want to get off the slate here, man? I am slated to jump in here for Eric again today.
Nice.
So yeah, kind of want to get out and get everything that we can off the slate, and then take the dogs out real quick and jump back in here.
Yeah, no. If you need to do that, I mean, I can kind of roll here for a little bit until Jordan jumps.
No. I'm rocking and rolling with you until Jay jumps on.
Okay. Other one, UTSA in South Florida. Like I said, I think that's probably going to be a little bit better watching tonight. Other than this, so that's your Thursday night lineup as we get set to go, and then maybe tomorrow we can kind of dive back in and look at some of the NFL, because we're at the halfway point right now. And I know power rankings are coming out and Kansas City's ascending and different teams are doing different things after the trade deadline. We can kind of look in there and see who may be a comer and goer, at this point with the cross flags up in the air here with the NFL season.
All right. I'm just reading some of these comments here. Do you still think the Mavs can still be good? Brother, it is not looking good for you guys right now, man. And something that I just thought, I'm sitting here thinking that maybe there's a new turn of the light. You know what I mean? Maybe, you get another generational talent in. All I can say and offer some optimism to you, Jake, is it takes time to grow, right? It takes time for things to come together. But, man, just patience, right?
There's a lot of stuff that's being put on Cooper Flag to where it's like when you talk about generational guys that are coming in and it's like, boom, you get this dude and it's like everything's going to be fixed. I mean, look, Wemby's doing that now, but this hasn't happened overnight. And you've had to build that cast. So I think the pressure here on Cooper Flag is like, this dude wasn't going to come in and make you fucking Final Four contender for the NBA championship. So
sports team puberty here, pulling up the comments.
That's exactly what it is.
Sports team puberty. Team Money hits us up with the prop bets provided by Underdog Fantasy here. 21 in a hook for completions for Bo Nix here tonight. And then for Sutton, we have 4.5 receptions for 58 in the hook there.
Nice. I've wanted to ask you this for about a week. And before
Hold on
Eric,
1 second, Double R. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Troy, you got a code or anything that you can share with people if they're looking to get on Underdog Fantasy? Go ahead and put it up there. We'll share it with you. What's up, Double R? Sorry.
Speaking of Underdog Fantasy, before Eric Henry comes on, and I've wanted to ask you this for a week. Did this NBA gambling scandal kind of go away?
It feels like it's getting swept under the rug, right?
I ain't heard shit.
Yeah.
And I said, oh man, it's fixing the fit's gonna hit the shan. Dude, I ain't heard nothing. What's up with that?
It's funny how some things just kind of get swept under the rug, right? And we forget about stuff. Huh?
Yeah. It's like
until we start asking the right questions. And T Money hits us back up with the code. If you're looking to get in on Underdog Fantasy and hit up some prop bets, use this code CHEFPV. That's Charlie, Hotel, Echo, Foxtrot, Papa, Victor, for all you people listening on the radio and app.
Damn, listen to that, my man. Sound like a CB radio talk right there.
That's my dispatch voice coming out there, huh?
There it is. Well done.
Eric Henry, what is up, my dude?
What is going on, fellas? Double R, I am with you. I thought the NBA gambling scandal would be a bigger story. Now, we'll add this caveat. I don't think we're done. All right?
No.
There's no way you're telling me that these things are happening, the amount of high stakes type of...
They want it to go away, though, don't they?
They want to go away, but
yeah.
I think there are more fish to be fried, no pun intended.
Yeah.
I do not think we're done here. This is the thing fellas. I've never covered an NBA. Wow, let's try this again. I've never covered an NBA team full time. But when I was in Florida, I'd get some freelance stuff. I'd occasionally do a couple things with the Heat, occasionally a couple things with the Magic.
I was going to say probably a lot with Orlando, right?
Yeah, I spent a summer when I was interning in college, covering the Magic. Spent a summer covering minor league baseball. Where I'm going with that is this, and I'm not telling y'all anything you don't know. The amount of high stakes gambling that goes on the plane, the bus, it is just mind-boggling. And where I'm going with that is this. It didn't shock me when the Chauncey Billups thing happened. Right now, granted, I think what shocked me is the fact that dude got somehow caught up with the 5 families. Like that's crazy, right? But the fact that NBA players are playing high stakes games, Gilbert Arenas to talk about it, that didn't shock me.
Yeah,
at all.
I guess our question, what people want to know is why or they can't compute when you have that much money. But my dad explains it very well. It's entertainment. You're paying for entertainment.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Double R. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say the same thing. I mean, it's like guys with a lot of money. Let's play some cards. Let's put some shit on it. You're going to go play golf. It's like
only fans, gents, only fans.
That's where, like, when I go play golf with people on the rare occasions where they're like, let's put some scratch on it. I'm like, number one, I ain't good enough, and number two, I ain't got no money. So I'm just gonna hit my ball.
One of my favorite scenes in The Last Dance, and I'm sure both y'all saw it, right? It kept us sane during COVID, was when you hear, the Judd Butchlers of the world and, Bill Wenningtons and Steve Kerr saying like, yeah, we're in the back of the plane playing, for $1 a hand or $5 a hand. And MJ's like, so can I get it? And they're like, dude, you're playing for thousands of dollars with Scotty and Ron Harper and whatnot. And MJ says, because I want to win your money too.
Yeah.
Right. It's that level of psycho competitor. Like, I think it's
right. That's what I'm saying. Like people, and here's Jay Gunn. Jay Guns loves LeBron. Like, I get it. Like, my son loves LeBron, but I keep trying to explain the mentality, the killer mindset to my kid, which he just does not get. Like, it's pettiness. It's pettiness, dude. He wants to eat your liver, man.
To be fair, right? I think the difference, and I'm sure y'all saw that story where Russell Westbrook was quoted as saying like, yo, I can't take this fake guy anymore. Like, I'm done with him. The year they spent together with the Lakers, and he's like, this dude's too fake. I'm not with that, right? Yeah. But let's be clear, right? LeBron's way is healthier than Michael Jordan.
100%. It's weird to say this because MJ never lost in the finals, right? But LeBron, if I'm building a franchise, I think I'm building it around LeBron because he gives you 1 through 5 on the floor.
Yeah, he also won't get a 2-year gambling suspension.
Yeah, exactly. And guys, honestly, the only reason that I just brought this up, why I remembered it, is, again, totally different circumstances. But you guys know that I'm like in the middle of NASCAR world. Mm-hmm. There's a lawsuit going on right now between, of all people, Michael Jordan in 2311 and NASCAR over monopolies and all these. Mm-hmm. And every day, my phone has rang twice in the hour that I was on the air about, dude, call me. I need to tell you some shit that's going on in the case. And it's like every day shit's happening. And this, I'm like, whatever happened to that? So
I Double R, I think we're far from finished. I think the NBA right now wants everything to be on, the NBA on NBC, the return to that. But you mark my words, it would not shock me if there is a high profile current player, or maybe, because I heard Kevin Garnett's, maybe former, but current, that gets caught up in this just for some sort of high stakes,
high profile current player.
It wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me.
Yeah, I mean, did y'all see the photo of Gilbert Arenas?
No.
Talking to the FBI?
No, I did not see that at all.
Do you have it? Can you pull it up?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have it saved, but last summer, he got taken in by the FBI for questioning, and he posted a video of him walking out of the FBI building, like skipping, like literally dancing and skipping, and talking about how he just snitched. And this photo came out of him in like the FBI interrogation room, and he's literally eating KFC and has a soda. And I'm pretty sure it's real. I don't think it's AI. And he's clearly cooperating. And Gilbert Arenas is not in prison right now. He very much would be had he not cooperated.
For
He's involved
sure.
in all these things.
For sure.
So,
Agent Zero, baby, going down.
Yeah.
So,
Gilbert's snitching, and he was dancing and skipping while saying he snitched. So
was this an AI thing, or again, when it comes to some of these things, I don't know, to where when Billups came out of, I guess, I don't know, where he was being in jail, or he had on LeBron's brand.
The clutch sports. No,
yeah, he
AI.
was saying, "Y'all better get me out of here." The
That
whole
was not
thing's
AI.
going down.
That was not AI. That was him sending the smoke signal, like, "Hey, y'all got me."
Yeah,
that's like when you're messing around and you finna get caught. Oh man! All right.
All right, boys. I'm gonna get out of here. Coming back in 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, I gotta run at 10:30. Appreciate it.
Double R, great conversation today, man. Thank you.
See you later, guys.
Hey, well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. A little bit of a dark start to the day in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex.
Yeah.
Marshawn Nealon, the Cowboys' second-year edge rusher, has passed away. Very sad story. And, I mean, crazy. Check on your people. Like, it's incredibly sad. It's going to come out sooner or later. I mean, it has to. 24-year-old, guys who are healthy and professional athletes don't just die for random reasons 3 days later. So it is very sad. And, I mean, the Nealon family's gone through a lot. He lost his mom right before going through the NFL Combine in February of last year. So, yeah. And CB, unfortunately, he did take his own life. So, we will, I'll leave it up to the reporters to how the story comes out. I'm not going to be doing that. But some Texas football, Texas basketball talk on the horizon. Woodcrest, we will be in Athens next week. Looking forward to that trip. Where do we want to start?
Jordan, you ride with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I'll be landing in Atlanta around like 10 a.m. next Friday. Probably going to miss the show. And then going to go see Tyler Atkinson play. They have it's their first, I think it's a second round playoff game, and they have a first round bye. It doesn't make sense for them to have a week off unless that's the reason, or unless Georgia just gives everyone a week off before playoffs. I don't know. But they're playing Norcross. That's where I'm staying, or that's where my hotel actually is. And they have some D1 kids, I believe, too. So, yeah. And hey, shoot, ask Eric. He's the one driving with the rental. So
yeah. Hey, Woodcrest 4655, no doubt. I am a early person, as most people know. I probably be there at the stadium a little earlier than Jordan will like. But we'll be out there early. So yeah, no need for us to be there like 6 hours before kickoff. But I'm sure we'll be there at least 3 hours before kickoff. So yeah, come find us if you know where the media entrance is. Come find us. So we'll figure out a way. But no doubt.
Yeah, I don't mind getting there 6 hours early. I know, there's going to be traffic coming from where we're coming from in Atlanta to Athens, so better to be safe than sorry. You want to go Texas football from the Vandy game or Texas basketball, the Duke game? We haven't been able to talk either.
Let's go basketball, and then we'll close with football before I run at 10:30.
Got it. How's the trip to Charlotte? I kind of had expectations Texas was going to get run off the floor. Tuned in at the end of the first half, was pleasantly surprised, and then kind of watched it fall apart in the second half. Do you think they kind of performed above expectations from what you expected game one of the Sean Miller era?
Antoine, yes. How was Charlotte? Love Charlotte, man. Charlotte's one of my favorite cities. Low key, beautiful city. For anyone who has not been, low key, beautiful city. When I was able to be in those streets, low key, a lot of heat in Charlotte. Let me just let you know right now, low key. I would put Charlotte to. It's a kind of a DFW vibe in terms of the heat out there. Believe it or not, but a lot of heat. But I'm not in those streets like that. So there's that. In terms of the game itself, I was got to mess with Jordan there. In terms of the game itself, Jordan, to your question, I thought they're going to get run. I mean, there's a reason why, in my mind, Sean Miller opened his Thursday Zoom talking about, hey, we didn't have Lucina Traore. We didn't have Modest Fokatitis for 3 weeks. They both, Lucina had the mid-foot sprain. Modest had a bit of a knee injury. But both of them were good to go. But he was talking about, hey, our offense offensive chemistry isn't necessarily what we want it to be. Dude, they played defense. They played defense well in the first half, all right? Especially against Cameron Boozer, who's supposed to be one of the top 3, top 4 talent in the nation, right? I mean, not hating on Caden Boozer, but he's not his brother, not his older brother, right?
So are they – I was going to ask. I don't know anything about them besides they're Carlos Boozer's kids. How far apart are they in age? Because you just said older brothers, so I know they're not twins.
No, they are. When I meant older, I meant bigger. I apologize. They are twins. They're the Boozer twins. When I meant older, I meant Cameron is a 6'10" forward. Caden is like a 6'4" wing, 6'5", 6'4", 6'5" wing. So apologies there.
Got it. And I assume you're getting to the point where Caden probably isn't at Duke if his brother doesn't exist.
If his brother didn't exist, / if Carlos Boozer didn't go to Duke, right?
Yeah.
And that's not to say he's not at a power school, but he's a 4-star. He's legit 4-star. Cam Boozer is the 5-star. They played defense well, man. They exceeded my expectations. I got crushed a little bit. Of course, some Xavier fans, some Xavier trolls were, my mentions talk about, 15 points. That's a successful game. Some Texas fans were like, oh man, why are you saying there's hope? Here's the reason I'm saying there's hope. Jordan, God bless Caden Shedrick. That dude could not put his shoulder into someone's chest the way that Modest Vocatitis did, right? Modest is legit 7 foot 245. And it's the feistiness this guy plays with, yo. When, he might miss a shot and some of the Duke bigs will try to hook him, as you're heading back up court. Modest saying, nah, man, get your hands off me. That's that Eastern European, I'm from Lithuania vibes, Jordan, one of my favorite stories, side note, is Enes Kanter, when he was former Portland Trailblazer. There was a player who was telling the stories Enes is yo, I'll die for my teammates. And one of the players was like, yo, we realize over there in Eastern Europe, that's not a metaphor, dog.
Yeah.
That's not a metaphor.
The casual NBA fans that had never really thought much of Eastern Europe or the players that come from there were kind of taken aback whenever the Jokic brothers started popping out.
Popping up.
And started kind of rubbing their hands when they got next to the Morris brothers,
Understand, he was not speaking metaphorically, right? So I'm only saying with guys like Modest and that, they're not going to take any shit off anybody. Just understand that right now. That's different than last year, man. The physicality, the rebounding. Jordan, this team out-rebounded Duke 25-15 in the first half. I know the final rebound tally ended up being 41-37. I think some of that was foul trouble with Modest and Lucina, and you having to play smaller lineup because you're trying to play catch-up. But this team ain't going to automatically get out-rebounded like they were last year, especially in SEC play. That was a big takeaway for me. And last thing was this. Antoine, you asked me, did I ever think Texas would beat Duke? I never thought it just because, Duke is filled with 5-stars, right? If it wasn't going to be the Boozer twins, you had Isaiah Evans, who put up 23. Isaiah Evans was a top 20 recruit last year, right? Kid out of Fayetteville. I think it's Fayetteville, but anyhow.
There is a Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Yeah,
that's where J. Cole is from, I think.
Correct. Yeah. I think it's Fayetteville, North Carolina, where he's from. So, basically a homecoming for him because Fayetteville's right down the road. Is closer than Raleigh, right? So that's the reason why. They're filled with 5-stars. But that game impressed me a lot. The last thing I was going to mention is offense. Jordan, do you know how many times we sat through a Rodney Terry presser and something was obvious, specifically offensive cohesion, and we'd hear, well, it all starts with defense. Got to get your butts down, defend. I don't care. Got to start with defense. No, Sean Miller came out and said, no, we need to be better offensively. He didn't care that, to the comment right here, Traore and Modest didn't play in preseason. He's like, no, that shouldn't affect us from playing with pace. If there's one thing my teams do is play with pace. You don't have to have offensive chemistry or offensive cohesion to run up and down the court and play with pace. He said 6 assists, unacceptable. Those were things you wouldn't have gotten from Rodney Terry, right? It would have always been something about, starting with defense or starting with effort and controlling that. All right, whatever. So, yeah, it felt different to me. And I genuinely believe that if they can win either UConn or UVA, UVA should be a win, right? This is not the same Virginia with Tony Bennett from a few years ago. They're rebuilding. But if they can push UConn, that will tell me this team's going to be a little bit better. I'm still think the ceiling, Jordan, is round of 32. I'm not sold on Sweet 16. I think the ceiling is round of 32, but I think they might be able to knock off some teams in the SEC. So even though the final scores to the 15-point loss, you got to remember how many free throws Duke shot. It was like 20. I don't have the second half numbers here, but it was something like 23 to like 5 in terms of the free throw disparity. And they hit a lot of their free throws, so that played a factor there as well.
Yeah. I love how every opportunity to talk about RT, you pull out the accent. And also, like, every time you walk in the Texas basketball facility or presser, you just like, thank God he ain't here no more. Like, cause I know a lot of other people that are on the Texas basketball beat at similar, I guess gripes or complaints where, you ask him a question, he's going to have the same answer regardless of what your question actually is. But hey, I mean, that's how some coaches do it. A lot of them are old school. They usually do it that way. We'll come back to Texas basketball in a sec. Did you see Bill O'Brien kind of lose his mind on that reporter?
Yo, I saw the quote, but I didn't actually get a chance to watch the video.
Oh my God. I'm going to pull this up. This is actually a hilarious. So originally it went viral on from the regular press conference camera.
Mm-hmm.
But the dude who was asking the questions had his phone in Bill O'Brien's face. And it's just a very funny POV. And if someone who, I don't know. I think Bill O'Brien kind of destroyed the Texans franchise for a little bit. And I'm not even a Texans fan, but yeah, here it is. Hopefully, let me know if y'all can or can't hear it.
I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
I can't. If the question that's being asked, I can't hear it. Let me see if I can hear Bill O'Brien. Nah, I can't hear it.
Damn. I don't know why. This used to let me share the audio, but screen sharing hasn't worked as of late with that.
But it is funny, the angle that it's right up on him. That is kind of funny, don't lie.
Yeah. And because Bill O'Brien just starts yelling at him. And it wasn't even that bad. He basically was like, hey, y'all are 1-8. And before he could even finish the question, he's like, stop being negative. How are we not going to talk about the record? You're 1-8, But sorry, back to Texas basketball. They start conference play, SEC, January 3rd. What are the main areas of growth you're hoping to see, between now and then when Texas gets into conference play?
Man, again, last year I would have talked about physicality and rebounding. I feel so much better about that right now. So it's all on offense. Number one, I'm curious who this offense is going to run through. Dalen Swain is a jack of all trades, right? But I don't necessarily know if you can initiate the offense through him. I say that because he's the guy with the most experience. Right? Obviously, having played for Sean Miller last year, for those who don't know, Dalen Swain, super versatile forward, played the 3 for them in Charlotte. So who's going to initiate the offense? Because the six assists is unacceptable, right? I mean, that's dependent on too many jump shots, things of that nature. Is it Tremont Mark? Is it, if you look at it, right, it has to be, from the starting perspective, it has to be T Mark, because you went T Mark and Kendall Weaver. So there's that. Now they're kind of the segue into my second point. Sean Miller, when I asked him, hey, you started Nick Cody. Could you tell me about the decision to start Nick Cody and bring Jordan Pope and others off the bench? He said, Eric, lineups is still fluid. Tonight was just a matter of, hey, we felt that was the best matchup against Duke. Lineups are still fluid. Where does that go, right? Because I've been someone who's always said Jordan Pope has to start. I didn't feel like he could be, because his defense wasn't great, I didn't feel like he could be a 6-man. But he put up 15 points. He put up 15 here in coming off the bench, right? If he can microwave offense, I don't need him to shoot 45% from the field. If he can come off the bench, hit a couple threes, get to the line a couple times, boom, that's 10, 12 points right there, value. And you can get Kendall Weaver his defense and starting lineup. Now, that leads me to my third point. It was Duke, so I'm trying not to, read too much into it, but the improved Kendall Weaver offensive game wasn't there, right? And again, it's Duke, so I'm trying not to, bash it too hard. But if you're going to start Kendall, is he going to be 5-6 points a night and then give you everything else on defensive end and rebounding? Okay, you'll take that, but that feels a little bit more like a guy you bring off the bench in spurts as opposed to starting. That's just me, right? Because I kind of wonder, are you going to get run by teams if you have such little, not necessarily offense, because Modest can score, right? Swain can score, but those aren't guys, who are going to like shoot the lights out, right? So where do you get that? And also kind of your perimeter shooting, Cam Heide, that's Chip's guy. Probably need a little bit more from him as far as, stretch four, things of that nature. But those are all things that I want to see addressed before SEC play. But I'm super optimistic. Like coming off of what I saw Monday, super optimistic. And Nathan, nah, dog. Like 24/7, great company, but nah, dog. It ain't like that. Kevin Ryan ain't paying for no vacation.
Yeah. When does Texas even play in Maui? Who
It's
do they play in Maui?
Thanksgiving week, I believe. Is it either Thanksgiving? No, it's Thanksgiving week because they're in the Maui Invitational.
I had their schedule pulled up. Is it Arizona State?
Yeah, that's the first game of the Maui Invitational, and then of course it depends on who wins for the opponent.
Got it. Hey, tickets are only $532. It says they're as low as that. Jesus, like what arena is even in Maui that can hold this many people? And also, like, how are there this many Arizona State or Texas basketball fans to go out there? But also, like the local people that live in Hawaii, I don't really think they care for basketball enough to pay $500 plus per ticket.
Yeah, bro. What's crazy is it's not even like University of Hawaii's basketball arena. There's an actual separate arena. I want to say it's the arena that like the Lakers back in the day when they used to hold training camp in Hawaii, they would be out there.
That'll be an interesting one. Who do you think is the one on this team, or like the go-to guy whenever the game's going to be on the line? Because we all knew it was going to be in Trey Johnson's hands at any time, the game was on the line. But, watching the game versus Duke, I'm still learning the roster. I'm still talking about these players as like number 4 or number whatever. But it from my casual perspective, it didn't seem like there was clearly a guy who the ball was supposed to be in his hands for a certain play or at a certain time. And, you can win in college basketball with a team, but you're usually going to go further if you have a clear number 1 guy, number 1 option, and it goes through him. Who do you think that is for Texas?
I will answer that with the stat sheet, Jordan. Dalen Swain had 18 shot attempts. The next closest person was Jordan Pope with 10. If we're just using the starters, the next closest starter with shot attempts was 8. Modest Vocatitis. It's Dalen Swain. Swain is a guy, Jordan. If he had a consistent 3-ball, you probably talk about him as a surefire lottery pick. I think even I'm not a super draft guy. Like I'm not heavily into it, but I think even in this draft, Swain probably is a fringe lottery guy if he hits his peak, just because he's a legit like defensive presence, will steal, can block shots, can rebound. Again, I wish I had an NBA comp on him, right? But just really athletic. His game is just raw, right? And you can tell that, put you this way, in Charlotte, you can tell that Kendall Weaver is like worked on his shot enough to where he's willing to shoot it. Dalen Swain has worked on his shot enough to feel confident in shooting that, right? Because he hit a couple threes that it's like, okay, like he's not hesitant. When Jordan, you get that guy to like, oh man, he's worked on his shot, he can shoot the 3, and then when it's actually the lights are on, it's game time, he's like, oh, do I shoot it? Nah, like Swain is like, I've worked on this, let me shoot it, right? So he's gonna be that guy for sure. Stevie, go ahead.
Pulled up. I didn't even know our 24/7 sports basketball guys even do these, but apparently they're doing scouting reports for portal players. Would love to see that in football. Dalen Swain scouting report after he transferred to Texas. This is from Isaac Trotter. It says Dalen Swain is not a shooter and he doesn't pretend to be. The 6'8" wing has strong defensive tools and racks up deflections left and right. He excels as a lanky slasher who can finish through contact or use some finesse in the middle of the paint for runners. Swain is at his best in the open floor offensively, and he's an unselfish secondary creator. Swain is following Sean Miller from Xavier to Texas to give the Longhorns a moldable building block that fits in plenty of team constructs, but ideally would be paired with a big man who can shoot it.
Yep. I would agree with all of that, except I do think, at least for this year's team, he's going to have to do a little bit more of the shooting. It's not going to be just slashing, right? Like he took five threes, made 2 against Duke, right? That's 40%. If Dalen Swain can shoot 35% from 3, go a long way for this team.
Oh, yeah. Any thoughts on Lucina Traore? I saw his flagrant and I was like, hell yeah.
That's Jordan.
Guys like that is what makes college basketball great. It's what makes college basketball. And with all due respect to whoever was on the team last year, Texas hasn't had that since Brock Cunningham.
You nailed it. That's exactly. It's very clear that Lacina is like, yo, even if you look at his double-double average at Long Beach State, it wasn't like he was averaging 20 and 10. It was like 11 and 10 and like 10.5 and 10, right?
Yeah.
A lot of shots around the rim. He's not going to be out here just, getting buckets like that. But he knows he can rebound. What was encouraging about him is last year's team, your primary rebounder was supposed to be Caden Shedrick. It wasn't. Most times it was Kendall Weaver and then God bless Arthur Kaluma, who threw his body all over the place, 6'7", 205, trying to play 4. You know what I mean? Like that's not his. I saw you, Jordan. That's not his. That's not his game, right? To have your secondary rebounder be a dude who's like 6'9", legit 240, does not care. That's huge. Even if Lacina Traore averages 6 points a game, but he's going to give you like 5, 6, 7 boards, huge. Jake, yeah, Kaluma is listed at maybe 6'7", 6'8", but Art's at 6'5", 6'6".
He's trying to get you to say it.
He's trying to do
yeah. But I don't know, man. I love to see some hustle, some grit. I don't care if he's the worst scorer, whatever on the court. Bring some energy, and then need that. Like it feels like that's been lacking so much outside of Kendall Weaver. It seems like last year he was the only player willing to, dive on the floor at times, and only player that, quite frankly, gave a shit. So, it's refreshing to see that from Texas. I know you got to run. Final thing. What are you looking forward to about Texas, Georgia? How are you feeling about Texas, Georgia? Because, that Vandy game got my hopes up for the trip to Athens. So I'm curious where you're at about a week out.
3 quick things. One, definitely more intrigued by this game than I was prior to the Vandy game. Definitely want to see if the offense, Steve Sarkisian talked about it when I asked him what he felt was transferable going through the rest of the season. He talked about, hey, we finally can run a little bit more of the offense as far as spreading things out, some of the quick game. He said, hey, entering the year, we wanted to slow things down and play to the strength of our defense. That played the strength of our team, which felt was our defense, right? It probably is still the strength of their team, but can they do some of the things as far as, the quick passing game, getting the ball in guys' hands, doing that against Georgia? That's one. Number 2, they ran for 100 yards. I know it wasn't one running back running for 100 yards, but damn it, 100 yards is a lot better than they've been doing against power competition than they have throughout the season. So I'll take it, right? Like, I'll gladly see this team somehow at least be a threat offensively in terms of the run. Last thing, I think this is a game where your stars got to show out, man. Like, Michael Taft will be back. Colin Simmons will be back, right? Anthony Hill. Your stars got to show out. It can't be because this, Jordan, and I'm gonna leave on this. This is, and I mean that's a great point about the offensive line, Nathan. I don't think he'll put Stroh back at left guard. That's not gonna happen. But this game is so set up, Jordan, for all the shit to fall on Arch again. Like, oh, Arch is a bust. Did you see what the Georgia defense did to him? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so your other guys, your stars got to show out, right? So I think Steve has to put together a game plan that helps out his quarterback, and your stars have to show out.
Yeah, and Brian Wingo cannot drop passes.
Correct.
Like, they can't put the ball on the turf. They got to show up. I'm with you. And if there's any possible way that the same 5 that started versus Vandy on the O-line aren't starting versus Georgia on the O-line, I'll probably get in trouble for tweeting something pretty stupid.
Yes.
Because that would be blasphemous. And I mean, to be honest, it's blasphemous. It took them 9 games to figure out that, hey, the most experienced starting 5 group is probably our best group. It took them 9 games. 9. And whenever we found out Connor Stroh took Nato Umeozulu's spot the week before the Ohio State game after Nato started in January, all throughout winter workouts, spring ball, fall camp, all that, it's like, okay, well, if Nato isn't ready to go, why is Cole Hudson not at guard and Connor Robertson at center? So, I don't know. And also they have to run 11. Yeah, you're all good. I'll see it. They have to run 11 personnel more than 12 versus Georgia. Like, I think I brought it up on Monday's show or yesterday's, but I cannot believe that Sark in the press conference after the Vandy game was like, yeah, we wanted to run 12 personnel, and then 11 personnel started working, and we just figured we'd go with it. Like, this is going to come off very poorly, but sometimes I do genuinely question, are they living in reality? Is Steve Sarkisian living in reality? Because if the tight ends can't block versus Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, Florida, what makes you think it's going to happen versus Georgia or A&M or Arkansas or literally anyone? Like, Gunnar Helm isn't back there. Juan Davis isn't back there. You have different players this year. And, like, they have to run 11 personnel versus Georgia, or they will lose the game. If he keeps trying to, win in a certain way with 12 personnel, they're going to lose. And it's almost similar to how Ryan Day kept trying to beat Michigan by Michigan's own style of play, running the ball, being tough, being physical, when he has an entire, receiver room of NFL players. Like, it's like he's so dead set on doing it that way, and Sark is so dead set on running the ball and establishing it this way. You don't have to establish the run in only 12 personnel. I understand the O-line is weak, but you can get creative. You can do different things. And, in spread, you can also kill their asses with RPOs. That's what Texas did. All Texas's biggest scoring plays versus Vanderbilt were all RPOs. Every single one of them. Like, so, I don't know. Am I a Brandon Baker truther? No. He's gotten a lot better. He gets better every week. I think he should get a lot of credit for that. Was good versus Vanderbilt. I can't remember if he had a false starter flag. He might have, because he's had one like every fucking week.
Do you have the grades?
Sorry?
Do you have the grades at all?
Grade? Like PFF?
Like, yeah, PFF grades are.
I don't got it in front of me, but I can pull it up. But just from the eye test, it seems as if he's gotten better each week. And I mean, he's a first-year full-time starter, so you got to bring that up too. But I'm just super critical of him because I know in the recruitment it was who's going to pay him the most, and Texas pennied up to get him, and they beat out Oregon, Ohio State, Nebraska, USC, Georgia, you name it. They beat him, and they came with the check. They felt like they had to get him. They needed a difference-making tackle, and they spent difference-making tackle money on a guy who has only ever played right tackle. He never took a snap at left in high school. And they invested like true left tackle one money into a kid who could only play right tackle. He can't play as a freshman. He wasn't going to play over Cam Williams, so the investment's sitting on the bench. And then this year, in his first time starting, he's already getting paid like an elite top-level offensive tackle, and he has not performed like one. And that's happening all over the country with players who are paid to be a lot better than they are. And that's
But
a
I was
problem.
gonna say, it sounds like you have donor fatigue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not putting any money into it. But with Brandon Baker, that is why I'm critical of him, just because I do know that, one of the higher paid players on the team, and by no means has he played like one of the best players on the team this year. So I think he's good. He's getting better. And, if he can come back next year, that's great. Just one thing I keep thinking about, and I don't think I've talked about this on record, but in talking with a few of my buddies in the industry who know this team well, know how things work behind the scenes, it's like, could they try to cut Brandon Baker and save that money for another offensive tackle? But then you think, like, if Brandon Baker's in the portal, he's probably going to be a top 5 or top 10 ranked offensive tackle, because that is the talent level, the talent pool.
Just because of the size. I was going to say because of size.
Well, no, just because there's very few actual like starting level.
Oh, scarcity. Gotcha.
Yeah. So like, yeah, you might feel like you're overpaying for him for the quality of play you're getting. But if you cut ties and try to save money, like, can you actually upgrade over him? And I don't know. So, if he can continue building off the Vanderbilt game, that won't even be a conversation that we're having anymore. But, yeah, I mean,
maybe it really is about combinations in the guy next to you, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And one thing, too, I think is kind of wild. It's like, dude, Jack Andrews, it seems like every time he is getting a target, he's getting his ass knocked off, and it's like a hospital ball from Arch. Like, he's literally catching a slant in front of a linebacker's face or safety's face. Or, like, they're throwing to him a yard off the line of scrimmage, and he's getting tackled right away because the defender's there. Like, it's almost like Sark hasn't made any effort to scheme anything through him like JT Sanders or Gunnar Helm. I think he can be as talented as those guys. I think he can be an NFL guy, but we haven't really seen this because they're
But
not
I feel like
trying
they
to
got
run.
Helm. I feel like Sanders and Helm got the ball early.
Yeah, and I mean Andrews has not. So
No, I'm talking about like in the progression. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. No, they did. And also, we got to remember it's two different quarterbacks. They're trying to run two different offenses, but like you got to go back to what has worked in the past, what has helped you win ball games as a program. And targeting the tight end and running through them has helped them win ball games as a program. They have not tried it this year. So
especially in the red zone, dude.
Yeah.
It's well, I don't know. What were we talking about like on Monday and shit? It was here we are, week 10 or 10th week of football here, and we're figuring out the best combination of the offensive line. So
yeah. It took them 9 games to figure out the most experienced O-line group is the best O-line group. Jake Bayless brings up 37 snaps in pass pro, didn't allow any pressures, had an 85.9 grade. I think that's his highest grade of the year. And like one thing too that is kind of muddying the evaluation of the O-line, at least for me, is like Vanderbilt's an SEC team. They're a top 10 team. They have a good D-line. They ain't Georgia. They ain't A&M. They ain't even Florida on the D-line.
Like you're preaching to the choir.
They're different body types. They're different levels of athletes, different skill levels. Like yes, they played really well versus Vandy. Am I going to be shocked if this same O-line group looks like shit versus Georgia? Not at all. I think it'll be better because, it's not like Vandy, Sam Houston, but, that's probably one of the smaller, less athletic front sevens or D lines that they'll play this year in conference play.
Right.
Arkansas is probably comparable, but like they at least have Quincy Rhodes, who's going to go day 1 or day 2 in the draft. Probably.
Size, right.
Yeah, number 97. So
what I guess, and this, you would know this better than I do because you're on the recruiting scene, right? I feel like, and this is just probably from like an idle lens, like idle eyes, like from an outsider looking in at Georgia, I feel like Kirby builds the program around the offensive, or not just the offensive line, but around, the trench warfare. Like I feel like he goes out and gets other players around the offensive line. Like his priority is targeting the hog mollies and people that are going to win you the trench warfare up front. Am I wrong about that?
No, I mean, like you look at how Georgia's built this team. It's O-line, D-line, linebackers, DBs. They're getting,
and that's why they can reload. That's why they keep sending everybody to the NFL, and their succession is just it's unmatched.
Well, yeah, but like they are like never investing money in high school receivers or very rarely quarterbacks. Like they'll penny up and get a difference maker, a 5-star running back or a top prospect or running back, and they'll do that at O-line and every position on defense. But like they moneyball the shit out of receiver and quarterback recruiting. That's why Gunnar Stockton's on the team. Yeah. And, he was like a top 200 prospect out of the state of Georgia, but it wasn't a competitive recruitment.
But what
he
can
sat
he do
on the bench for
line,
3 or 4 years, So, like, they moneyball it, try to take shots on evaluations at receiver and quarterback. They'll spend money on tight ends. They definitely will do that. But, they haven't hit on a ton of these receivers. And, I mean, kind of quarterbacks, too. I guess the Carson Beck thing is a different situation, but you get the point I'm making. And at receiver, I mean, like Zach Branch, portal guy. Colby Young, portal guy. Yeah. Noah Thomas, portal guy. Like, the only guy I can think of that is actually been there his entire career is David Bell, who might be their worst receiver. He led them in drops last year, and their entire team led the country in drops. And they still let him come back and took his little brother. I mean, he's been a lot better this year, but
how's his little brother? Is his little brother?
I don't think he plays at all.
I was thinking maybe they kept him on the team because his little brother was nasty.
Well, his little brother went to Notre Dame, didn't play at all. Transferred after 1 year to Vanderbilt, didn't play at all. Transferred after 1 year at Vanderbilt to Georgia, and I don't think he's played.
Oh, okay.
But like London Humphreys, their receiver that they portaled out of Vanderbilt 2 years ago, like that's a portal guy. So they're kind of moneyballing at other positions, but like they're gonna come correct and have a big O-line, D-line, front seven budget every year. And I will say too, like they're always going to be successful, and Kirby's always going to do a good job at that. Think about like how few true difference-making D-line prospects come out of the state of Texas or blue chips. Very few. It's very rare. Just that body type, that level of athlete, and that position gets produced a lot more in the Southeast and in the state of Georgia than anywhere else.
Yeah, we ain't fooling anybody. We can be absolutely blunt with it. That's where all the good food's at, man.
Yeah, and Texas
a lot
has
of fried food is being placed all up and down those roads.
Yeah, in Texas, they got, the skill players, the best high school track programs in the nation. And, our state shits out receivers and DBs, but the state of Georgia, it produces linebackers, interior. Like, I'm almost positive last cycle, the state of Georgia had over 30 interior D linemen that went to a Power 4 school.
Jesus.
Yeah, Texas had like 5. And it's like kids going to Baylor and TCU.
High school? Like, where the hell? What's Florida's got to have dudes too, right?
Florida,
I know it's known for the speed state, but I mean they got to have some monsters.
Florida, they'll have some every now and then. One thing that I think is really strange about Florida, they like never, ever, ever have O linemen, and if they do, they're all guards. They're like they never put out offensive tackles. And no, I do not count the kids at IMG because none of them are actually from the state of Florida, or very few of them are. But yeah, they're set up well, and I mean they do a really good job recruiting, evaluating. I always talk about like, you put Georgia's personnel scouting team at Texas, things would look different and for the better.
I feel like Ohio, Georgia, Iowa, like all the fried and corn-fed like states, right? Like they're the states that produce like the hog mollies and the people that are just going to win the trench warfare for you.
Yeah.
Texas is a speed state, right?
Yeah. But and also one thing I want to bring up with Georgia, like that university style of play has kind of always been the same. Kirby, I'm pretty sure he either grew up in Georgia or Alabama. I know he's a Georgia alum. But like he knows that style and the state loves it. So like it's funny how many old Georgia fans would get pissed last year because they basically ran this air raid offense with Carson Beck. And if you pressure Carson Beck, he's going to throw an interception, if not multiple. And that would happen every week. And they were pissed because they went from, however many years ago, the red and black rushing attack or, winning machine, whatever the hell it's called.
I would even argue that it was
Nick Chubb and Sonny Michel.
Right. Wouldn't you argue that it was running back you for a time?
Yeah. Man,
I mean, Herschel Walker in the 80s. I mean, Terrell Davis too, right? If I'm wrong. Did Terrell Davis not? What are you laughing about? We can't bring up Herschel Walker, one of the goats of all goats.
Do you have any idea what he's up to nowadays?
No, I have no idea.
Brother, he's like a politician. Or
trying. Well, I mean, most people get into politics. Right?
I don't know if he actually got elected. It would not be surprising, but he said
I would have seen news if he would have got elected. I think.
Well, he was on multiple ballots,
like Georgia state politics, or
yeah, I'm pretty.
It's got to be state politics. It can't or local politics. It can't be on a national level. There's no way. This would have been a huge presser, right? This would have been big in the tabloids and stuff.
Man, I can't find this clip. There was. He said something just absolutely ridiculous, like in the last year or two. I forget what it even was, but it was something that was like
said some outlandish shit.
Yeah, it was something that was just so factually incorrect. And some sports radio show,
Instagram facts.
Yeah, some sports radio show was like talking about it the next day. And I forget, they had some former NFL player on there, and he was like, N-word, I don't give a shit what Herschel Walker said. Like, this N-word was playing football when they wore leather helmets. His head is mush. His brain is mush. The way they delivered it, it was just hilarious. I wish I could have the clip and pull it up, but I mean, I don't know what to search to pull that up. So,
I don't know, man. And I don't remember seeing him play like live back in the day, but I remember clips. This dude was an absolute freak. Like Adrian Peterson was probably the freak that I have seen live, but the clips of Herschel Walker back in the day, I mean, no, somebody that big, right, and getting the top speed in 2 steps, it's not fair. You're not supposed to be able to do that. And he was able to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Running for Senate. Yeah, it was. Man, I'll try to find that video by next week because it was pretty damn funny. Man, Mark.
Dude, guys, I really do like. I'm not bullshitting you when I say like when I get off here, I leave the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel on and nothing else. I have removed myself from social media. I try to stay under a rock, and if I had a chance to go off the grid, I absolutely would. Why? Because everything out there pisses me off, and I'm happy when I don't have to deal with anything else. My day's so much fucking better. It just really is. And yeah, I'm being selfish, but guess what? I served my time. I did my time, right? A lot of us did, right? And so for all the ones that served, if you choose to go off, and anybody too, right? Even if you didn't, this is my stump speech for the day. Go ahead, and if you want to be off the grid, be off the grid. Remove yourself, right? Remove yourself from society if you want to do that. It's healthy. There we go.
Man, I don't know where I can find this video. Like if I look up Herschel Walker leather helmet, nothing correct is showing up. Okay, wait. Oh, damn.
I do miss stuff on that. Like me not being on social media, like I miss like snippets and that type of bullshit, right? Like the funny memes and stuff. Like I'm usually like a week late to the memes, or not even a week, probably like a month. Right, I'm probably like a month late to the memes just because I'm missing out on stuff. I'm still on Instagram just because, you know, I like to scroll. You know what I mean? I like to scroll. I flip. I scroll. I get lost in it.
Man, keep talking. I need to find this video. I'm determined.
What do you want me to tell? What is it? What do you just pull my string and I'm supposed to go? Like, what the hell's the deal here? What do you want me to enter to? What? Spin the wheel. How about we spin the wheel and give me something to talk about? Go.
Oh,
hold on.
What are you doing?
Question. I got a legitimate question. Can you answer something while you look at something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you still play Grand Theft Auto 5?
No.
My dude, why not? I got I got one hell of a mansion right now. I got a yacht we can go do heists on and stuff. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right, what are you doing for the bye week?
For the bye week, I'm probably watching other factors or other games going on. No, we're hosting my sister-in-law and her new boyfriend. So this can, I guess it's the pre-screen for Thanksgiving, right? We're supposed to have everybody over for Thanksgiving. Pool's supposed to be done, right? We're not going to have the TV and everything set up though, but
I found it.
There we go. So you no longer care about what the hell I'm going to do in the bye week, right?
I can't share my screen, so I'm just going to put it up here.
All right.
Herschel Walker said that it hurt his heart about the things people say about Donald Trump.
I can't hear it. I see it. I can't hear it.
Herschel Walker played football when the helmets were soft.
Is that it? Is that all you got?
Sorry.
It's all good. It's fine.
Herschel Walker said
You
that
can't
it
hear?
hurt his heart about the things people say about Donald Trump. Herschel Walker played football when the helmets were soft.
We heard that, yeah. Herschel Walker played football when the helmets were soft.
Yeah, they say his egg is scrambled. The video is a lot more funnier.
I'm sure it is. Like you do great. You do it justice. Pat yourself on the back. You did great.
Yeah. Damn, he was in MMA, but
who is Herschel Walker's in the
did
MMA?
some MMA fights. According to our source.
I can only imagine what he looks like now. He's probably still a brick shit house.
Yeah. David Keith Williams said, if you had to provide percentages of Jalen Lott being flipped by Texas from Oregon, what would those percentages be? Probably between I don't think it happened, so under 50%, but it is realistically possible. So I'll leave it at that. Probably like 40 or 45. The thing is, the numbers he got from USC and Oregon are so high. Texas wasn't even offering anything close to that. I don't really think that's going to change. Like Jalen Lott is really good, and I think he's an NFL player and will be in the NFL for a long time. Phenomenal young man. Obviously, there's a legacy factor too. It hurts for Texas seeing a kid whose father and mother both played sports at Texas go somewhere else, but like he's not a guy that Texas pennies up for at the final buzzer like they did for Justice Terry and tried to do for Mike Fasusi. They don't need a receiver that bad. They don't. And if they are going to spend big money on a receiver, it probably won't be a kid who would in all likelihood sit as a true freshman, like every freshman receiver at Texas not named Xavier Worthy. And you can spend that money in the portal and have more of an impact next year, final year of the Arch era. So it is possible, but I don't think it happens. So
can I say something real quick, Jay Guns? Can I speak to David Keith Williams? You know ball, absolutely, and thank you for your service too. By the way, man, I'm gonna say this: like they've already used us, my brother. They have used us for our service. Don't let them use you twice. All right, don't get wrapped up in it. That's all I can say.
Oh yeah. So who do you vote for now? Antoine asked, will Texas kick the tires on Pflugerville guy Tyson Ijiwoko? He recently decommitted from Tech. Yes. So Tyson Ijiwoko, he's at Georgetown Eastview, which is near Pflugerville, but not in Pflugerville. Or, I mean, it might be, but it's Georgetown ISD. You get the point. No, I do not expect Texas to kick the tires. I checked in with people at Eastview. Texas has not been in contact since the spring. They've not hit up coaches since the spring. Reached out to Tyson, did not get a response from him. He usually responds pretty quickly, so I think that's kind of telling that Texas is not sniffing around there. He had a back injury. I don't know the exact injury, but he missed the back half of his junior year because of it, or junior season. Came back too early. His body wasn't all the way right, and was working out in January and tore his meniscus. God, has it's not my story to share, but he has a pretty rough home life, rough upbringing. And it looked
just
like
one thing after another, huh?
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't going to be able to get surgery. So he actually did not get surgery until early May, and the tear happened in January. And then he was given 4 to 6 months. That was the timeline. For him to come back. He missed their week 1 game, but has played in all but one of the games since week 2. He missed like their second to last game. So I don't know what the story is there. Like you go on Texas Tech sites, they make it seem like they dropped him, but I'm also well aware of the Tech staff is the king of the spin zone. Whenever, they'll actually lose a kid, they'll tell us they dropped him. And when they actually drop a kid, they'll tell us they dropped him. So you don't really know what's real or what's not, but It does make a ton of sense to me for Texas Tech to have dropped him. But, I mean, that being said, I'm not really expecting Texas there. So, yeah. Who are some probable flips for Texas? Would probably go Kendall Gerville as most probable. Florida D-line commit chose Florida over Texas in the summer. Texas probably going to get him to campus for the Arkansas A&M game in the next few weeks. And then maybe it's Ray Davis, the UCLA commit out of Boulder, Colorado. He still has to make it to campus, though. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. And then, Lott, Bryson Martinez, they're guys they're definitely going to shoot their shot with. But, I mean, I don't have anything else to add on that I haven't said already. David Keith Williams said Texas currently has 20 committed recruits in their 2026 recruiting class. How many do you think this class ends with? Also, what do you think are likely commits to the class? They're going to get one more D lineman, interior D lineman. They want one more edge. I think that'll happen. So that's 2. They want one more linebacker. I think that'll also happen. So that's 3. They want one more DB. Teray Davis is really the only name right now. I mean, they're shooting their shot with Avon Finney. I don't expect anything to happen there, though. So that'd be 4 if they can get a DB. And then they would like one more lineman too. So they're at 20. I think they could have up to 25, maybe up to 26, but realistically probably somewhere around 24. And it's interesting because I do this thing on Google Sheets where I'll go position by position and try to kind of make a chart of what the Texas roster is going to look like next year at each position. what the natural progression is for each player, the ones that have redshirted, how much eligibility they have left, because that makes it a lot easier to figure out how many numbers they need at a certain position,
Sure,
whether
like
in
a
the portal or
matrix, right?
recruiting. And right now, if Texas holds on to everyone in their recruiting class and Jelani McDonald, DeAndre Moore, and DeAndre Moore, Jelani McDonald, Wisner, and Jack Andrews all come back, Texas is going to be 3 players over the scholarship limit with the incoming freshman class. So, like, they push players out every year. It happens, but they're going to have to do it this year. And, you know, if you're at 88 scholarships with the incoming freshman class, and again, that's if Jack Andrews, Wisner, Jelani McDonald, and DeAndre Moore don't go to the draft, like, you have to push out 8 to make room for 5. And Texas is going to need more than 5 portal players. So I'm very curious to how, you know, the puzzles are going to move, where we're going to see attrition, different things like that. Yeah. 2060 tackle room, Alex January, Murad Watson, Levon Johnson, Melvin Hills, Josiah Sharma, Maya Charles. And then the 3 guys. I think Hero Canoe is probably going to leave for the NFL. That's not sourced intel, just a prediction on my end. And I could see one of the guys in this room leaving in the portal. If you look at these names, it's pretty easy to guess which one it probably will be. And that's something I'm watching. Yeah, I get what you're saying, David Keith Williams. It does suck with Jalen Lott. Woodcrest said, why does it seem like our O-line is just physically weak? They can't really move talent off the line of scrimmage. I don't think this is anything new. Like, Jake Majors is probably just as strong, if not weaker, than Connor Robertson. Kind of dealt with some things, but he had better technique, was, you know, the all-time leading starter, had a lot of experience. Hayden Connor, I don't know if he's stronger than Cole Hudson, but, you know, at least there's more consistency there. Like, it is a good question. Trevor Gooseby, he's not Kelvin Banks. He's a taller, longer guy with longer limbs. Brandon Baker, he's not Cam Williams. Cam Williams is a mountain of a man. Brandon Baker's like 6'3.5", 6'4", and, you know, is athletic but isn't super strong. So, yeah. Antoine, in that, like, roster prediction, I had Anthony Hill and Malik Muhammad leaving early. Woodcrest said, do you think Sark was telling Becton to make sure they're as finesse as possible in winter workouts? I have no idea what Sark tells Torrey Becton. And I don't know how to answer this. Antoine said, let's hope Wisner, DeAndre Moore, Canoe, and Jelani declare for the draft. I don't think Wisner's going to get drafted this year or next year. Like,
too little.
He doesn't have breakaway home run hitting ability, speed. He doesn't have elite change of direction. He's not great catching out of the backfield. And he's also, like, too small to be a, power back run through a motherfucker's face.
I think he does have a great one cut and go against the grain, but also it's what you said. He doesn't, like Gibbs, right? Like, Gibbs has the elite top end speed, or at least maybe to get even the top end speed within the second step. Wisner Wisner can run and get yards after the first hit, but he just doesn't have the top end speed. And it looks great now on the collegiate level, but everybody can fly in the NFL, bro.
Yeah, like, Trey Wisner's a really good college player, but tell me the NFL traits here. He's super tough. He's all around good, jack of all trades, master of none. Like, so. What I meant by too little is, like, if you don't have the breakaway speed, elite make you miss ability, and you're not a great pass catcher, you better be a power back.
Right. You got to have some type of bolster back, like Scatabo. Like, Scatabo doesn't have the speed, but he's got, like, the body frame, right?
So that's what I meant by too little. Oh my God, I'm so happy you mentioned Scatabo.
Why?
Okay, so I was digging in my DMs for something yesterday, and I came across this, which Nick sent me. I think you're gonna laugh, because I've laughed every time I've seen this. Check this out.
My
What do y'all think he
dude.
thinks about when it's just him in a room?
My dude. It's so good, dude.
You can't see. It's a topless Miss Eminem. So pretty good there. Sticky asked, who advises some of these late draft players to leave for the NFL? Would love to have Cam for another year. Doubt he's making that much more as the 6th round pick. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. Like, there's nothing. Like, sometimes when these players have certain people around them, or they're just bad decision makers, there's no convincing Steve Sarkisian or the Texas One Fund can do to get a player to come back. They want to start the clock on the second NFL contract. They want to get there. And, like, you know, Cam Williams he wasn't bad last year. He was not bad. But for what he kind of was as a prospect, as this, you know, he's huge. Like, that was the main plus about him last year. And as a draft prospect, he's big. And he played through injury. He's tough too, but like, he had a chance of hurting a stock, because as someone who's covered Cam Williams since high school, he doesn't take a ton of things very seriously, or at least didn't back then. And from the things we heard, I don't think he did at Texas. And they also, like, by August, had a very good understanding that he was not going to be on the team the following year, because he was going to leave early for the draft. So, yeah. And, you know, some people think, like, he fell for the dummies who make custom mock drafts and thought he'd be a first rounder. That isn't the thing. Like, I think it was going to be, as long as he got a draft grade, that he was going to get selected in April. He was leaving, and that's exactly what he did. So, yeah. What other stuff do we have here? Yeah, the Dylan Behrman thing it's very interesting. You know, some people have kind of downplayed it, like, oh, Texas, they'll get Kendall Gurville, they'll get Richard Anderson. One, neither of those two things are guaranteed. Gurville has a much higher chance of being the replacement, but Dylan Behrman is an A-gapper. He's an over-the-ball player, and that's what Cole Brevard was. Texas had to recruit it out of the portal. That's what Josiah Sharma can be. You know, that's what Richard Anderson can be, but, like, you have a very low chance of actually – you have a very low chance of actually getting Richard Anderson. And Kendall Gurville is not an over-the-ball A-gapper, and he's also coming off a torn ACL. So, to my understanding, Texas didn't really drop Dylan Behrman. They went separate ways. We're still trying to, like, fully pin down what's real and what's not, because I do think there is some of the spin zone. I mean, it happens everywhere, not just Texas Tech. And also hearing a weird kind of piece of information surrounding a potential injury in MRI that someone wanted him, Texas wanted him to get. He didn't want to get. Like, we're still chasing this down, but at the end of the day, like, he's not in the Texas class anymore, and he's not going to be back in it. And also, I mean, his decommitment shouldn't have come as a surprise. I talked about it yesterday or the day before when he initially decommitted, later deleted the tweet. Like, I don't care if he says he's 100% committed to Texas and took the tweet down. Like, I went and wrote the decommitment story then, and, you know, knew it was happening. So, yeah. Do you guys think Sark moving Milby to the press box has made a difference in the offense? Yes. His first game in the box was the Vandy game, I think, and look what happened. So,
yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it in Georgia too, right? Like, I'd like to see, and again, like, I'm not going to discredit it if the Longhorns lose to Georgia, but if there's still continuous flow and productivity and the scoring is up around, you know, the 30s against Georgia, then I will say, yeah, that absolutely made a difference. But it appears to have made a difference against Vanderbilt. I still want to see it against Georgia. There's no reason. I guess my point. There's no reason to not do it again, right? Like, if it worked so well, why not go back to it?
Yeah, and I think Chris Jackson was in the box a lot last year, but up until they had Milby up there, I don't know who was in the box from Texas. I think maybe Mike Bamonte. He's like the co-quarterbacks coach or co-passing game coordinator or whatever. He played for Cal Flood at Rutgers and was a quarterback who got into coaching right after his career ended. I think he might have been in the box, but for the Vandy game, he was on the sideline and Milwee was in the box. So maybe that's the combo they roll with going forward. I don't know who Jose's talking about. He says, remember the O-line?
Is this real?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. He says, remember the O-line that left last season that had a commercial-grade ice cream dispenser at his place?
What?
I didn't hear about this. I'm guessing this sounds like some Peyton Kirkland shit, though. Because Peyton Kirkland.
Awesome.
Peyton Kirkland.
How much do you think that cost?
I mean, dude, they're making six figures in NIL. It doesn't matter to them.
No, but I mean, how much do you think that cost? Seriously, how much do you think that cost?
Like one of those soft serve machines with the chocolate,
like
the
a
swirl, and
chocolate, vanilla in a mix. How much do you think that cost?
I don't know, probably like 500, 600. I'm just curious, like, dude, a lot of these kids are really stupid that we cover. Like, how do they know how to create the mixture for soft serve? I'm sure it's not rocket science, but like they're probably looking at dude's instructions and are like, shit. So, yeah, but I would, Jose, please tell us who you're talking about. I assume it's Peyton Kirkland if it's a Texas player. He always lists himself at like 340, 350. Guess how much he weighed when he showed up to the All-American Bowl, which he did not play, by the way.
4? Is he close to 4?
Brother, he's 415 pounds.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a big boy. That is a lot of a lot of ice cream.
I know
that is definitely soft serve.
Samaje was who asked me, but I'm pretty sure they were roommates that week at the All-American Bowl. But Samaje Burrell, former Texas Longhorn linebacker, now at UNT, they hit me up asking them to buy them some stuff. And I was like, you're out of your mind. This is not happening. and also, like, you're just going to walk past all the All-American Bowl on the floor of your hotel holding, like, a handle. What are you doing? Yeah, you know, like, come on, buddy. And, you know, it makes what happened a few years later kind of make some more sense. So, I don't know. At the end of the day, there are kids, and they could have been doing a lot.
Are you the go-to guy? Are you?
No, I've never bought anything that.
I'm
kidding. I just want to clarify that.
I know you're not Dr. Feelgood. I know
that. Did Quinn's injury versus Alabama mess up his deep ball? I always believed it did. You know, I do think about, you know, I've seen people bring this up, but I think about that moon ball he had to Xavier Worthy in Tuscaloosa a year later. You know, I think the UTSA injury is what really screwed it last year, and his arm wasn't the same after that. So, yeah. Hey, you know what I'm gonna do once we get to the end of the season, and this will be what we close it on. I'm gonna write a story, the timeline of Arch Manning in this season. You know, because like there's it's been a roller coaster.
It has been
the Ohio State game. Everyone, this dude sucks. If his last name wasn't Manning, he's not the number one overall prospect. All those people coming out of the shadows, right? The next week, we got Winsgate. Arch Manning, is he in pain? Is he hurt? He's wincing.
Winsgate.
A week later, 11 or 12 straight incompletions in the third quarter. Versus mighty UTEP. I think it was UTEP. You know, soon later, The Athletic or his New York Times is Arch Manning the first mega bust, right? And then he goes to Florida. He's fighting for his life, right? Gets sacked, tries hard, 2 picks. First Red River game, puts belt to ass on the Sooners, throws just an absolute piss missile on the goal line to Parker Livingstone on 3rd and long, drive down the field to get points on the board. The week after, regresses a little. He's in Kentucky.
I thought he was all right in Kentucky.
Yeah, he missed several layups, though, which he didn't really do in the OU game.
And that's just it, right? It's the bunny.
Yeah.
Like
the whole offense and the whole line as a whole was dog shit that game. The Mississippi State game, Sark waits until the fourth quarter to start doing 11 personnel and short, quicker passing, and hey, he's balling. Leads them back. Overtime win.
Be the way they go from here on out. 11 personnel, right?
Yeah, leads them. Well, I mean, I don't know about that. Leads them back down. I think it was 17. All right, and they win. Season was on the line. They keep pushing. Like Michael Taft said the week before after the Kentucky game, we're still dancing. All our goals are still in front of us. Comes back home in DKR, first time in a month. Gets an early lead on Vandy, loses his receiver one. Dalen McCutcheon leaves for a little bit, keeps fighting. He's playing the fighting Vanderbilt Diego Pavias. They're like a cockroach. You can't kill him. Almost come back. He holds them off at the end. Thank God that ball went out of bounds at the onside kick. Like, it's just wild looking at how long this season has felt.
It's been there's a lot of fatigue setting in, right?
This is the second bye week, so it's the 11th week. They played 9 games up to this point. Like, man, it's been a ride. So, I don't know. Shout out to Arch, because just one thing I think this happened with Quinn Ewers. People took him for granted. I think people are taking Arch for granted. Like, they have to understand so many of the things he does, it's natural ability and God-given ability, and something that isn't coachable, and you can't find that in a prospect. And there's only prospects that come along like that every few years. Like, thank your lucky stars that he's the Texas quarterback, and he's probably going to be at Texas another year, like we expect.
Hopefully so, right?
Because as good as Diabell and KJ Lacey are, like, you know, Arch. Look, I don't want to get told I'm glazing on it, but, like, I mean, he can leave with number 16 retired at Texas. And you're probably, a lot of people are looking at me crazy or calling me crazy, but, like, the flashes he's shown, if he can marry this with better offensive play calling, better offensive line play, and overall consistency, he's getting better every week. Like, and, you know, I knew it was going to be a 2 years as starter. He was going to be back in 26. And I always thought the Heisman hype for this year is unrealistic, but I mean, next year he can very well be the Heisman in the first one in 20 plus years for Longhorns. So
he needs, like everybody, he needs time, dude. Like, Brady didn't look like the GOAT when Brady didn't have time. Like, it's just, again, and to your point, I think we all do, right? We all get so caught up in looking at, you know, how much greener the grass is on the other side. Well, often it's just because the sun's being shaded a different way, right? Like, it's still the same damn grass. Okay, yeah. So and I don't think you're glazing at all. When he drops, but it's the throws that he makes that are Sunday throws that are just, yep, they're, and that's it. Like, that's what you can't teach. Right. And that's the God-given ability that you're talking about, or just the ability to extend the play and scramble. Right. Like, or to feel the edge rushing in and collapsing on you, and to know to step up and get out instead of, you know, tuck in and then, shell up. And then, because a lot of guys do that. A lot of guys shell up and protect the ball. But no, you're looking to escape. You're looking to evade and looking to breathe and have a survivable down and distance the next play. That's not teachable. It's God-given. Sure. I guess you can kind of, get it into your repertoire and into your bag, but he has the God-given grace like you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, look, like, I know he can be better. He's missing layups.
The bunnies are the killers, right? That's,
yeah. And trust me, I mean, I've been very critical of that. Like, he's missed layups and he needs to be better. He will be better. But the thing, and I hate to do this to Quinn, because he brought him back-to-back Final Fours. Quinn Ewers on this year's team. Texas is not 7-2 right now. They're not.
No, Quinn can't scramble. Quinn, probably 3-7.
Yeah, and not even just the athletic scrambling ability. Arch has better pocket presence in his first year starting in college football than Quinn Ewers did in year 3 of starting. He has better pocket presence with the worse O-line. He can throw the ball down the field. I think Texas, because of that, has tried to go downfield too much. And now, it's not a correct term. It's not what is actually happening, but a way to dumb it down and explain it. Kind of the Quinn Ewers offense, shorter perimeter passing, quick passing. It's working. But The point I'm just trying to make, and I know y'all are saying I'm glazing, doing tricks on it. Like, I get it. People are going to say that. But just appreciate the player, because guys like this don't come around all the time. And when they do, very rarely will they actually go play at Texas and not somewhere else. So that's all I'm trying to say. Just appreciate it. You know, you don't want to take them for granted, because I think a lot of people, including myself, did with Quinn Ewers. So anyways, let's get out of here. It is a Thursday, so I am about
all day. It's a Thursday.
Oh yeah, so I'm about to drive down to Austin, going to see Pflugerville Weiss play Austin Anderson.
Weiss has been struggling, huh?
No, they're 7-2.
Did they lose their 2 games recently though?
They lost to A&M Consol on the road a few weeks ago, and they lost to College Station, which I think was also on the road, or it was on the road last week.
Okay.
And those 2 teams have always given Weiss fits for the last few years. But Anderson's already won district. They're 9-0, and they clinched last week since Weiss lost. And Weiss has already kind of clinched being the 4th team in the playoffs, but they're in. So not a ton to play for, but these kids, a lot of them play 7-on-7 together and are very competitive. So I'm excited to see that. I'm there to see Weiss, top 247, 2027 receiver, Trey Moore. Changes his mind on Texas A&M, who's the leader pretty much every day. Would expect him to end up at one of those schools like Michigan, OU, LSU, Alabama, Miami. They're also in it. And then on the other team, Anderson, home to Yaheem Riley, 3-star safety commit for the Longhorns. Originally was at Austin LBJ, spent 3 years there, transferred into Anderson this year. And they're rolling. They're 9-0. He's playing a mixed receiver safety, plays from a 1-high look, and is going to be tasked with slowing down a Weiss offense that has a power 4 quarterback, several power 4 linemen, and like 3 or 4 receivers who are going to play college football. So
will they stay in the 1-high all night long with that?
Curious to see, because I mean, Miami or Yaheem Riley, who's also a kid who can like man up on guys, and at OBJ they'd have him shadow and follow people around. I don't think Anderson has played anyone yet this year that he would need to follow around. So maybe we see that with Trey Moore tonight, but I don't know. I think he'd be most impactful from a 1-high look. I've mentioned this a few times this week. Like, kids are scared to come over the middle when he's back there because he's a really hard hitter. He puts his head down, will strike the shit out of kids, and has always done that since LBJ. Weiss and LBJ played a few times when he was at OBJ. They scrimmaged, and again, they played 7-on-7. So I think he'd be most impactful from the 1-high look, and if I was Anderson's defensive coordinator, that's what I'd do. So, yeah. But, hey, up next, the Horn Takes podcast goes over some pressing Texas football questions going into Georgia week. Like I said, about to head down to Austin. If you want to see some live coverage, give me a follow on Twitter up in the top left at Scruggs247. Everyone who tuned in today, appreciate it. We're going to end the stream, but at 2 p.m. it'll be back live with Chip Brown and Zay Collier. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And we're also, of course, on every podcast platform. So y'all have a great one. Happy Thursday. And Wags, thanks for riding with me the back half.
Thanks for having me, man. Always a pleasure.
Peace, y'all.